A bright flash of lightning appeared in the sky and struck the ground with all its might. The world was destroyed. The bodies of wolves in human form were scattered everywhere. They were covered in blood. These were comrades with whom Tiny fought side by side, risking his life. The 10 great knights who defended the continent spent all their mana and vital energy. Their lifeless bodies lay all over the battlefield. This land was polluted. It was filled only with death. Tiny walked around all the corpses lying on the ground. He clenched his teeth tightly, looking forward angrily. He was dragging along the ground a huge hammer with sharp edges that tore the ground. Everything that happened. Tiny noticed the sword Emperor Asgard von Valentia lying on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood. It was a tragedy. Suddenly a shadow fell over Asgard von Valentia. At the same moment, demonic beast King Gluttony's paw stepped on another person's body. Some of the man's limbs began to fly off, spattering blood on the demonic beast king's paw. It was a tragedy that led to the action of one freak. The demonic beast king bared his teeth, showing his sharp fangs, and laughed. He said, moving the long claw of his paw, that this was not bad. Demonic beast King Gluttony had his arm and part of his torso torn off. He asked a question with a grin, turning to Tiny. Does he say that's his name? Tiny began to hold the hammer with both hands, looking at the leg of the demonic beast king. Gluttony admitted that he recognizes its power. Tiny bared his teeth even more angrily, looking up with hatred. Gluttony said that he himself understands, because he is slightly short. Drool dripped from his fangs and mouth. Gluttony added so he won't be able to reach out and take his life. Tiny's hammer began to glow with a red aura. Tiny began to lift it up. The next moment he began to run forward, pushing off the ground with his foot. Tiny raised the hammer upward with a sharp movement and, with a loud, hateful cry, tried to attack Gluttony. He used a lightning blast. Gluttony put his paw clenched into a fist forward, defending himself from Tiny's powerful blow. He looked angrily at Tiny looming over him. He laughed with a grin and said it was no use. Gluttony mockingly told him to give up already. Tiny angrily shouted at him to shut up. He called him a moron. His whole face expressed pure hatred and rage. Tiny the next moment used a meteorite explosion, which cut Gluttony's arm in half. He fell down with the accompanying flash of his hammer. Suddenly the entire sky lit up with bright lightning. Gluttony, who was cut in half, began to fall to the side. Tiny muttered through his teeth that he was making too much noise. He called him a freak, looking up angrily. Bright red lightning continued to emanate upward from his hammer and continued to cut Gluttony in half. The next moment, a bright fireball appeared in the middle of the desert area, illuminating the entire area. Tiny grinned and said contentedly that it had finally become quiet. He stood in the middle of a pit that came from the strong energy of the hammer. Tiny bent his whole body and said, "Well," Gluttony's paw was near the edge of the pit. Tiny put his head on the handle of the hammer and said that at least he would die too. He placed his hand on the blue cloth that was attached between his clothes and his belt. A bright light immediately appeared from his palm. Tiny cursed and said that it was a curse and he didn't have enough mana. He mentally asked the question, did his life go wrong from the very beginning? Tiny remembered himself when he was just a child. He looked at his hands in surprise. Only famous knights and aristocrats were taught methods of mana training. All he had at his disposal was trial and error. When he rose to the heights of knighthood, he considered that all banal problems were now behind him. Tiny frowned thoughtfully and closed his eyes. He mentally asked the question, but was it really so? He was filled with regret. If he had started mana training with the right methods, then perhaps he would have been able to protect. Tiny looked back. He saw the area engulfed in bright flames. This area was in front of a well-maintained city. Tiny stood on the edge of the mountain and thought that he could protect the continent, or even completely everyone. His chest wound began to bleed more. Tiny said, removing his hand from the fabric, that his mana supply was depleted. He remembered the demonic king, Gluttony, who had incredible power. Tiny looked down thoughtfully and thought that he was only the captain of the 7th Army Corps. He asked the question, imagining the other captains. How strong were the others? Suddenly a voice was heard, addressing Tiny by name. Tiny forlornly continued to lean on the handle of the hammer. Suddenly he turned back in surprise. Tiny asked, puzzled, is he still alive? Asgard von Valentia leaned on his hands, trying to sit on the ground. He looked ahead with an exhausted gaze. Asgard von Valentia closed his eyes with regret and said that, alas, he was already dying. A single stream of blood flowed from his mouth. Asgard von Valentia said that before he departs for another world, he wants to ask him one question. He tried to push away with his weakened hand Gluttony's severed arm, which was piercing his torso with a sharp claw. Asgard von Valentia asked the question, why didn't he run away from the battlefield? Tiny began to gradually get up and asked in surprise, why such a question? Asgard von Valentia leaned on his wounded arm and admitted that he had heard that he was born into a poor family. He asked the question, doesn't he have something to protect? He said that he must have suffered for a long time. Tiny responded with disappointment that he was curious about what old people talk about before they die. He said in disappointment, what a shame it was. Asgard von Valentia asked in a weakened voice, what? Tiny desperately shouted that he didn't like looking weak. He said, looking up, that a real man should hold his head high. Tiny rudely said that he was against desertion. Suddenly Asgard von Valentia began to laugh. His laughter gradually became louder. Asgard von Valentia closed his eyes from a strong fit of laughter. He continued to laugh hard. Tiny turned to him displeased and said, he looks like he has the strength left to laugh. Asgard von Valentia said through laughter that it was okay. He immediately added that enough was enough. He added that he convinced him that he would believe in his talent. Asgard von Valentia said that pride helped him become one of the 10 great knights. He said with a grin that when he returns, he should look for him. Tiny looked at him puzzled and asked the question, how to understand this? Asgard von Valentia said that of course he wouldn't believe him if he just came to him. He said that was why he remembered one of his secrets. Asgard von Valentia pointed to the ring on his hand and said that his unborn daughter's name was Lilia. He named her that in honor of his and his wife's favorite flower. Tiny suddenly noticed how bright blue mana began to emanate from his body in all directions. He looked at it dumbfounded. Asgard von Valentia closed his weakened eyes, clenched his fist with the ring, and said, although he didn't like it that much, it was the most important part of the secret. He added so that he would not forget it. Asgard von Valentia lowered his head even more weakened, lighting up with blue bars of mana, and told him to find it as quickly as possible. Tiny looked at him stunned and said that the next moment he stopped seeing anything in front of him. Seeing the black void, he mentally concluded that he was losing consciousness. Tiny asked the question, did he die? Suddenly the pitch darkness gave way to white light. Tiny opened his sleepy eyes. There were bruises all over his cheeks. He looked up and concluded that the room looked familiar. Next to him sat his sister Irina, who rested her head on her folded arms. Irina was sitting on a chair in front of Tiny's bed. Tiny, meanwhile, mentally asked the question, do the dead also dream? He weakly turned his head to the side and thought that he was having this dream again. Even after death, he has to look again at his painful past, in which he saw the death of Irina. He mentally added that and stealing her corpse. Tiny clenched his teeth angrily and looked up with hatred. He thought when she died, those guys burst in. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind the door. When he remembers that it was Irina who hid the gold ring, he begins to boil with anger. Tiny immediately thought, looking at the wooden door, that he had hidden the ring. He remembered how 2 guys beat Irina, who was protecting Tiny with her entire body. Tiny thought that his sister was covering for him and was getting hit. At the same time, 2 guys kicked the door open and shouted that Wolf almost beat them up because of this girl. He added that she should be punished a couple more times so that she doesn't make mistakes in the future. The bald guy kicked the chair where Irina was sitting. He asked her a question. How can she sleep? Tiny looked to the side, seeing her falling down, and thought that he had been on death's door for several days. Irina did not treat her wounds and looked after him all the time, which is why she died. Irina landed on her head with all her strength. The two guys looked at her expectantly. One of them asked the question, "What? Did she die from such a blow?" The other one turned to him and asked with a grin, "Did he see that?" He said he calls it a hectopascal stroke. Tiny clenched his teeth with hatred and thought. They knew that she died, but they didn't care. He remembered that they would still take her body. The bald man asked a question, and what should they do with her if she was already dead? The other guy replied that he didn't know. He said with a grin that there are all sorts of corpse lovers. He said, even if you sell them for organs, you can make good money with them. Tiny looked away angrily and said no. He closed his eyes tightly with hatred and thought that he was in a dream. He asked the question, will he not be able to protect her? Tiny gave an order to himself to start moving. Suddenly his hand rose slightly upward, beginning to shake violently. Tiny mentally exclaimed to make it move. He said, "Go ahead." Suddenly, blue mana began to spread from his hand in all directions. Tiny raised his head, looking at this in surprise, and with a stutter mentally asked the question, did he succeed? He immediately jumped out of bed, starting to fly straight towards one of the guys who was pulling Irina away. Tiny jumped forward from the bed and shouted angrily for them to stop. He pushed this guy away with all his might. The guy hit his head against the wall with all his might, clenching his teeth tightly in pain. He looked at Tiny standing in front of him, from whom mana was emanating in all directions, and asked the question, "How is this?" Tiny leaned on Irina, trying to protect her. He turned angrily towards the two guys and clenched his teeth threateningly. The guy said with hatred that it was because of his sister's death. He asked him a question, is he crazy or what? They started kicking Tiny and shouted at him to leave him alone. Some of them added that he should go away. They continued to hit Tiny directly on the head for some time, who continued to hug Irina. Suddenly the guys froze, starting to dust off their shoulders. They looked down with undisguised excitement and contempt. One of them said he was a disgusting idiot. The other guy turned around, starting to walk away, and said that he was happy to be left with the corpse. Tiny continued to cover Irina's body. At this time the guys closed the door and left. Tiny asked, stunned, what was going on. He looked at Irina's body and said that everything was different. He looked at her hands, covered with abrasions and bruises, and began to think that he had this dream every day, but now the ending had changed. He mentally asked a question, looking at his palms, how did this suddenly happen? He said that at that time he could not even use mana. Tiny exclaimed in shock, "Come on." He remembered the words of Asgard von Valentia, who told him to find him. Tiny asked a question, still looking at his palms. Did he really bring him back to the past? He clenched his teeth angrily and asked the question, is everything really happening? He thought dumbfounded and asked a question, can he change the future? Tiny cursed angrily and called the old man a moron with tears in his eyes. He added that since he decided to return it back, he could have done it a couple of days earlier. He desperately asked the question, why at this moment? Suddenly Tiny started coughing blood loudly. He said stunnedly, starting to shake his whole body, what a weak body he has. Tiny mentally thought that he understood. There was no reason to be angry. He began to think further with resentment that the Sword Emperor himself was not confident in his strength. Tiny looked at Irina's dead body and said, he will consider that he has a chance to say goodbye to her. Tears began to appear in his eyes again, and he began to think further that in a past life such an opportunity had not presented itself. Tiny again remembered Asgard von Valentia's words to find him as soon as possible. Tiny put his hand to his face, starting to wipe away his tears, and mentally told him to wait a little. He decided that as soon as he dealt with what he had to deal with, he would immediately rush to search. The freak who killed his sister was named Wolf. In his past life, he had difficulty dealing with it. Tiny clenched his fist angrily and thought that in this life he would take full revenge. He decided that first. Tiny tried to turn Arena over and thought that he needed to visit somewhere with her. Some time later, next to a fenced-in church, Tiny looked at Arena lying in a coffin among the petals of the flowers and mentally addressed her. He thought that she was not his relative. Tiny looked down with regret and began to think that they both simply had dark hair, which was very rare on the continent. Black was considered the color of bad luck. That is why many people avoided him and bullied him. However, to Arena he reminded her of the brother she had lost. She gave him the name Tiny and cared for him like her own. Tiny frowned sadly, lowering his head, and thought, he can't believe that he will have to bury her without repaying all the good she did for him. The priest opened the book and began to read a prayer from there. In the name of the goddess, creator of heaven and earth. They pray for the eternal rest of Sister Arena. Emma, Arena's friend, thoughtfully put her hand to her chin and silently watched Tiny. She thought that he was not himself. She asked the question, was it all because of Arena's death? Emma looked at him again and thought that even now, some time ago, Emma looked at Tiny eating next to Arena's corpse and asked the question, what? She continued to watch this in horror. Emma looked into his plate and mentally ordered herself to stop thinking. She asked the question, is he able to eat in front of the dead Arena? Tiny frowned and tried to chew his food as quickly as possible. Suddenly his cheeks were clear of bruises, swelling and deep abrasions. Emma asked the question, what's going on? She looked at it all in fear and mentally exclaimed that his wounds had disappeared. After a while, Tiny picked up Arena, holding her tightly by the neck and waist. Emma tried to stop him with her hands and told him to stop. She asked the question, where is he taking her? Tiny told her that everything was fine. He held Arena on his shoulders. Emma, stunned and angrily, asked the question, in what order? She touched his head and asked a question, why did he obey only Arena and ignore her even now? Tiny looked at her with a cool gaze and addressed her by name. He thanked her for the food. Emma opened her eyes in shock as the door almost completely closed. Tiny promised her that he would pay her for her help. Emma continued to stand alone in the pitch darkness, looking forward in shock. Emma suddenly screamed for him to stop. Tiny continued to move away from home. Emma came back from her memories and thought that he arranged a funeral for Arena. She looked at Tiny again and asked what was going on in his head. Tiny at this time looked forward desolately and thought that this was the only way he could repay her for her kindness. He sadly looked down again and decided that there was no need to blame himself and look down. He knew Arena would be against it. He remembered her smilingly telling him to always keep his head held high. She also told him not to be ashamed of anything and to look forward. Tiny thought she didn't stop repeating it. He came closer to her coffin and mentally addressed her. Tiny looked up and asked her to watch him from heaven. He will have nothing to regret in this life. A month later, Tiny grinned with anticipation and thought that he should go ahead. He walked with confident steps along the stone road. Suddenly one of the guys asked a question, is this not the one who asks a lot? Another guy next to him replied that the tax collector was about to come to them. Tiny frowned and clearly said that wolf. He asked him a question, is he there? One of the guys began to roll up his sleeves and asked what? How dare he say his name out loud? Tiny walked towards him fearlessly. At this time, the guy angrily clenched his teeth together and began to wave his hand. He asked the question, is he completely crazy? Tiny looked at him fearlessly. With a sharp movement of his hand, he intercepted the hand of the guy who tried to hit him. He asked the question, what? The guy froze in place, stunned. Tiny grabbed his wrist as tightly as possible, starting to twist it, and asked the question, should he not say his name? The guy's hand began to swell and fill with blood from the inside. He began to scream desperately from severe pain. A moment later, he fell to the ground, bending over with his whole body in pain, and said that his hand. Tiny at this time went to another guy, lowering his head down. The guy mentally asked the question, what is this? Why is he behaving this way? He asked the question. Was he out of his mind? The guy immediately put his hand forward and decided that let him, because he was just a child. He grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and tried to lift him up. He began to shake his whole body from strong persistence, but he was unable to lift Tiny up. He still thought he would just throw him out. He immediately looked down with confusion and asked the question, "What is it?" He thought that it weighed like a huge piece of iron. Tiny mockingly said that he was heavier than he looked. He added that he was overwhelmed with strength. Later, he kicked him in the chest with all his might and told him not to overwork himself, because it was all to no avail. The guy started coughing from severe pain. Tiny thought, "Great," with a grin. His body glowed with blue mana. He concluded that his mana body was in place. Tiny thought that in a past life it was in the wrong position, which caused the discord. The secret of the secret technique that Tiny invented was that he uses his body. This was in order to be strengthened many times over. Due to the perfect combination of a body consisting of mana, a body of mana, and one's own. Tiny thought the effects were secret techniques, which was good. He decided that to start staying in shape, it was important to eat well. He remembered how Emma nervously handed him a plate and said that this was all her food for 10 days. Tiny continued to eat the potatoes with inexorable hunger. He thought that Emma had helped him. The guy, trying to slow down with his hands, fell with all his strength onto his back. Tiny began to walk towards him with a gloomy look and said that, having created a body from mana, this time he understood the reason why everything turned out badly in his previous life. The guy began to run away from him on all fours, helping himself with his hands to get over the stone barriers. He mentally asked the question, "Is the body made of mana?" Tiny said with a menacing look that with weak, newly awakened mana. He added that with a wounded body it would be easier to find the right place. Tiny grabbed the guy by the leg, not allowing him to get further. The guy looked back in fear and asked him a question. What is he talking about? Tiny waved it off, starting to pull his leg with all his strength, and said that yes. He said he thanked him. Tiny swung at this guy, starting to run towards the gate, and shouted, "This is because they beat him almost to a pulp." He threw it with all his might. The guy broke through the gate, starting to fly straight into the door of the house. Later, he flew at full speed into the wall of the house, breaking through it. People in the hall began to jump to the sides and lie down on the floor to protect themselves from this. One of the men looked to the side with a question. Someone from behind began to run away, shouting that they had an uninvited guest. At this time, the guy who broke through the gate and the house was lying lifeless on the steps. Tiny began to enter the broken door, surrounded by dust. Someone asked the question, "Who is this?" Tiny grinned as he looked ahead. Meanwhile, someone asked a question, "Is this the boy who begs a lot?" Tiny glowed a bright blue as he continued to approach the men lined up in a row. 2 identical guys stood at the top, leaning on the railing. One of them asked a question, "Did he come here alone?" They looked at him threateningly and asked what he hoped for by coming here unarmed. Tiny leaned down sharply, trying to pick up something, and asked the question, "What makes them think that he doesn't have this?" Suddenly, he grabbed the man by the leg, dragging him towards him. Tiny grinned and exclaimed that this is it. The man began to scream desperately and in fear. Tiny began swinging his body, trying to knock the other men off their feet. With a sharp movement, he completely knocked down everyone who stood close to him. All the men began to fall down with desperate screams. Some of them flew straight at the guy who broke through the house. He looked at it with undisguised fear, without moving. Tiny at that time approached the man with the man in his hands and swung right at the guy with all his might. The man landed on him. The guy deftly tilted his head to the side, opening his lifeless mouth. The man had broken teeth and was looking up with the same lifeless gaze. Tiny stood still. Later he looked up and said that the pawns were finished. He looked at the 2 guys standing on the balcony and told the Rander's brothers that they were the only ones left. One of the Rander's brothers with a sharp movement took his sword out of its sheath. Tiny grinned smugly, showing white teeth, and clenched his fists tightly. A blue aura hovered around him. The first brother was surprised to notice that he was using mana. The second brother confirmed this and mockingly said that the corpse was the owner of the mana. The first brother cheerfully suggested, asking the question, "Can it be sold at an inflated price?" The Rander's brothers jumped high and disappeared from view. Tiny looked in surprise at the man's leg, which he held in his hands. The Rander's brothers quickly approached him from above, holding swords in their hands. Tiny threw his leg away with disgust and said that it had become unusable. He remembered the events from his past life, when the knight looked at the corpse in shock and asked the question, "Did he use a person as a weapon?" The knight frowned with displeasure and said condemningly that he was crazy. He asked Tiny to behave a little more nobly. Tiny raised an arrogant eyebrow and asked the question, how should he do this? The knight, shining with a blue aura, stood in a fighting stance, put his fists in front of his face and said, "Instead of using such cruel methods, let him train in martial arts." Currently, Tiny stood up, put out his fists and looked ahead with a mischievous expression on his face. He smiled broadly and asked the question, "Is it worth holding a noble fight now?" The Rander's brothers approached him with angry faces, holding their swords above their heads. Landing on the floor next to him, they simultaneously swung their swords from top to bottom, leaving red traces of magical energy in the air. Tiny quickly stepped back, the swords flying past without hitting him. The Rander's brothers looked at him in bewilderment. One of the brothers asked in shock, did he predict their movements? Tiny's fist pressed into his face. The blow was so strong that the head of one of the brothers turned sharply in the other direction. The second brother looked at this in shock. He was so amazed that he didn't notice how Tiny's leg flew through the air. He hit the second brother hard with his knee in the head, and he flew high into the air, while the second brother, dripping saliva, flew upward. Tiny jumped high and flew after him. He caught the second brother in the air and grabbed him by the chest. Then he threw it aside with force. The second Rander's brother broke the fence on the balcony with his body. He flew down the second-floor corridor, arching his back unnaturally. Tiny caught up to him, sliding his feet along the floor to slow down. He swung his leg, intending to strike Brother Rander's. In a large multi-story building, lights were burning in the windows. The second Rander's brother crashed to the floor in one of the rooms of the Wolf house, raising a cloud of dust. Wolf frowned with displeasure and closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, he looked to the side and asked the question, "Who is there?" Tiny took a decisive step forward. In a past life, he was very surprised that the wolf, who led a robber lifestyle in a remote territory, turned out to be not a person, but a beastman, whose race is considered one of the strongest. Moreover, he is a silver wolf, a special creature among beastmen. A ferocious wolf with red eyes and a toothy mouth, because this characteristic only appears in the direct descendants of the werewolf imperial family. The silver wolf sat on the throne, surrounded by werewolves, crossing his legs and looking menacingly ahead. Tiny never understood why someone so famous lived in a place like this. In his previous life, he barely managed to kill him, so there was no time for questions. Wolf looked at him menacingly from under his brows, frowning his red eyebrows. Tiny thought that this time he would beat him and find out what he wanted. He stood in front of Wolf, heated and filled with anger. Wolf demanded to know why he did this. Tiny smiled mockingly and asked, "Isn't it clear?" He asked the question, are these the last words he wants to hear? Wolf glared angrily and said that he was an arrogant child. He'll rip his throat out. Wolf began to transform with a menacing roar. Tiny stopped in front of the motionless body of Brother Rander's lying on the floor, crossed his arms over his chest and said sarcastically, "This is where we should have started." Wolf extended his hand with long claws, growled and took a step forward. A powerful beastman stood in front of Tiny. He walked towards him, saying, like this. Taking a closer look, Tiny opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" With his hands on his hips, he looked at the beastman and said that his fur was not silver. Tiny mockingly suggested, asking the question, "Is he the son of a dog?" These words pierced Wolf to the core. His eyes flashing angrily, he asked again, "Who? Dogs?" Growling, he angrily slammed his fist onto the floor. Tiny asked in surprise what was going on there. Wolf attacked with his front paw, but Tiny managed to jump to the side. He thought that Wolf was stronger and faster than the Rander's brothers. Wolf, with an angry grin, immediately tried to hit with his other paw, but Tiny jumped back in the other direction, thinking that he was weaker than he was in his previous life. Tiny grabbed him by the muzzle and swung his fist. He growled angrily. Tiny angrily asked the question, "Does Wolf think he returned for such a pitiful spectacle?" He grabbed the wolf's mouth tightly with his fingers, using mana. Lightning bolts flew out of Wolf's eyes in pain. He grabbed his muzzle with both hands, from which blood was pouring, and growled desperately. Tiny recalled with gloating how his fellow beastmen had said that he would teach him how to deal with members of his race when they fell into madness. Wolf, his eyes sparkling with rage and spewing streams of blood, extended his clawed paw towards him. He growled angrily and waved his front paws, trying to catch him. Tiny deftly dodged his attacks. Running around Wolf on the right, he said that a good thrashing is the best cure for dog rabies. He kicked Wolf hard. He flew back and fell to the floor with a crash, spewing out a stream of blood. Tiny smiled arrogantly and said, "Let him not die yet." He kicked him in the stomach and said with a malicious grin that he was just getting started. Wolf howled heart-rendingly in pain. Tiny remembered the words of a fellow beastman, who said that they need to be treated more roughly, since representatives of his race have a cancelled ability to regenerate. Tiny hit Wolf hard again, sending him flying backwards. He crashed back into the wall with a crash. The wall was cracked and partially broken. There was something glowing blue inside. Tiny, noticing this, looked in that direction with interest. Wolf turned into a bloody man. After a while, Wolf opened his eyes wide and looked at Tiny in fear. Tiny asked a question. Has he come to his senses? Shaking his whole body, Wolf asked what he was doing here. What does he need? Tiny, flexing his fist, angrily barked at him to shut up. This time it won't end with his broken spine. Wolf widened his eyes in fear and, trembling all over, groaned. His look asked, will he beat him again? Tiny angrily ordered him to quickly beg for his sister's forgiveness. Over time, Tiny folded his blood-stained palms in prayer, closed his eyes, and said with hope that this would help Arena calm down. In front of him on the floor lay a beaten Wolf, who was trembling helplessly with fear. Tiny put his hand in front of him and said that he really wanted to break his neck. Wolf instantly jumped up, knelt down, folded his palms in front of him in prayer, and pitifully asked Arena for forgiveness, saying that he was very sorry. He bowed his head low, bleeding, and desperately repeated that he was very sorry. Tiny looked at him disdainfully and said he would like to chop him into pieces and bring him to her grave. Wolf continued to bow deeply and beg Arena's forgiveness. In horror, he repeated in a whisper that he was very sorry. Tiny winced with disgust and said that she would not want to meet him in the afterlife. Therefore, while he beats him, let him tell him why beastmen live in such places. Wolf did not seem to hear his words and continued to desperately pray in a whisper, turning to Arena that he was sorry. Tiny, stretching his shoulder, looked to the side and saw some glowing object lying on the floor. He thought in surprise, "What is this?" Taking it in his hand, he said that in his previous life he had not found such a stone. Tiny looked at the stone in his hand, from which a stream of red magical energy gushed out. He said in surprise that this was demonic energy. Realizing this, his eyes widened in shock. From the flow of red magical energy, the image of a lunar wolf appeared, tightly bound with chains. Tiny looked at this in surprise. The lunar wolf flashed its red eyes and opened its toothy mouth. Tiny looked at him excitedly. Tiny remembered the moments of walking with a girl among the rocks and forest, where there were many different animals and birds. He carried a hammer on his back and asked her a question. What does she want to show him? Estina extended her hand forward and pointed her finger, saying that the mystical creatures that lived here, mystical creatures were creatures that appeared as their organisms accumulated mana over several centuries. Tiny looked up, puzzled, and admitted that he didn't know that they lived outside of Elfheim. He looked to the side at the deer, surrounded by blue mana, and said that spirits were a very rare phenomenon. Estina turned to him and asked a question. Does he call the soul of animals spirits? Tiny drew out the sound thoughtfully and replied that although he was not a spiritual magician, he knew about them. Estina had her back turned to him and said that then. She held a stone in her hands, next to which there was a green aura, and asked the question, does he know what the essence of the spirit contains? Estina pulled this stone forward, showing this. Tiny returned from his memories and looked at the stone. He said in surprise that this was a spiritual stone. He immediately added, looking down at Wolf, and thoughtfully said that however. Wolf at this time raised his hands up in prayer and with a regretful voice whispered to Arena that he was very sorry. Tiny asked the question, where did Wolf get such a precious item? He looked up, where the wolf was chained, and said that he was in a strange state. Tiny asked the question again, why does the spiritual stone contain the energy characteristic of demonic beasts? He began to swing his fist at the intertwined chains on the wolf's body and said that in any case, he first needed to get rid of this. Mana began to emanate from his hand in a bright flash. The next moment, he hit the chains with all his strength with his fist, breaking them into small pieces. Small parts of it began to fly in different directions. The wolf lowered his paws down and, raising his head up, began to howl invitingly. Tiny looked at this in shock. He mentally asked the question, what is happening? Tiny began to see memories of how many people rushed at this wolf, trying to defeat it. The wolf then stood still, facing the people attacking him without fear. Tiny asked the question, is this a spirit memory? He exclaimed that some suspicious people surrounded him. He immediately stopped to think and realized that they were all using demonic energy. People with demonic blades began to attack the wolf's legs. They later moved onto the wolf's hind legs, beginning to cut each of them. The wolf began to roar furiously from severe pain. He fell to the ground. His paws and half of his body were covered in fresh blood. People began to surround him from all sides, swinging their blades. One of them gripped the hilt of the sword as tightly as possible, from which zigzag threads of black demonic energy emanated to the sides. The next moment, he jumped onto the wolf's body, completely piercing it. One of the people was holding a spirit stone and looking at it with a crazy smile. Tiny watched all this and, cursing, said that they had come for the spiritual stone. The man gave the stone to the child, who looked at it in shock. Tiny asked the question, who is this child? Why was the stone given to him? The next moment, the child's body began to become covered with fur. His legs began to transform into paws, and his head acquired a wolf shape. He began to growl very loudly. Tiny shrewdly said that these freaks are trying to absorb the spiritual stone to create people who turn into beasts. He realized that this child was a wolf. The wolf spirit behind him bared its teeth angrily, looking down menacingly. Tiny asked him a question. Did someone create it? Wolf began to shake his whole body and whispered to Arena that he was very sorry. Tiny noticed something strange to the side and looked sharply at it. The wolf spirit opened its mouth and approached the wolf threateningly to attack. Tiny blocked his path with a sharp movement and ordered him to stop. The wolf spirit braked with its front paws. Tiny extended his hand forward and said that this freak must suffer properly before he dies. The wolf spirit closed its mouth and looked warily to the side. Tiny asked a question in surprise. Does he understand him? He admitted that it was surprising. He didn't know that he was predisposed to spiritual magic. Tiny again remembered Estina, who asked him a question if he was interested in whether a person could become a spiritual magician. She said this is possible if he has a pure soul and a decent amount of mana. Tiny then thoughtfully scratched his head and looked down. Estina said that children are innocent enough for this. Tiny came back from his memories and said that Estina said something like that. he said with a hunch that now he was just a child. He immediately objected, turning back to the shaking wolf. He wasn't sure he was innocent enough. He added in a quieter voice that he was not innocent at all. The wolf spirit obediently closed its eyes and began to shake its head from side to side. Tiny looked at him in surprise and made a thoughtful sound. The spirit of the wolf tilted its head towards him, burying its nose directly into Tiny's forehead. Tiny froze in place, stunned. He said, "The spirit says when he removed the spell, Tiny's mana entered his spirit stone." Tiny began to remember recent events and added that it all filled in the chips of the spiritual stone. He asked the question, "Is that why they understand each other?" The wolf spirit shook its head from top to bottom, agreeing with this. Tiny looked up and concluded by asking the question, "Can they make a contract now?" The wolf spirit again shook its head positively, agreeing with this. Tiny smiled, extended his hand, and said that it was good. He immediately invited him to do it. Tiny began to remember that spirits did not need constant attention like magic. As long as mana supports their existence, they will help. Most spirits become stronger to match their magician. That's why Astina was one of the 10 great knights. The wolf spirit immediately began to bark angrily. Tiny made a thoughtful sound and asked a question. Did he have a request? The wolf bared his teeth and looked forward meaningfully. Tiny frowned and realized that he was asking for revenge for him. He clenched his fist and said with a smile that it was simple. He was still going to kill everyone associated with demons. The wolf spirit barked as if thanking him. Tiny reached out a hand to his fur, stroking it several times. The last stage of concluding a contract with the spirit was agreeing on the rules of coexistence. At the same moment, the blue shell of the wolf gradually began to separate from his body and rise upward. Tiny asked a question, what should he call it? He leaned down, shook the wolf's paw, and said that he would choose a name for him that he liked. Tiny said that he is a lunar wolf. Lunar wolf barked in agreement. Tiny turned towards the crying wolf and asked the question, what should we do with him? Wolf continued to ask Arena for forgiveness. Lunar wolf looked at him with undisguised anger. Tiny said, he can't believe that someone created a beastman using a spiritual stone. Judging by the demonic energy they possessed, they must be demon followers. These were fans who renounced the goddess and worshipped the demon race. Tiny put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and thought that they had caused too many problems even before the arrival of the Demon King's army. He added that he was in the labyrinth at the time, so he didn't know the details. Wolf asked Arena for forgiveness again. Tiny kicked him sharply in the side, knocking him down. He told him to shut up. Tiny asked the question, did the demon's followers give him the spiritual stone? Wolf curled his whole body on the floor and turned to Arena again. Tiny concluded that he was completely out of his mind. He immediately called out to him and commanded him to regain consciousness. Lunar Wolf stood over Wolf and began to growl menacingly. Wolf was frightened, looking up in shock. He again began to shake his whole body and asked again, is this a wolf? Tiny asked him a question, where are those who gave him the spiritual stone? Wolf began to cover himself with his hands and said that their organization. Tiny quietly asked a question, so can he talk already? He asked more loudly, where is their organization located and what does it do? Wolf began to lean on his hands and tried to get up. He began to cough loudly and said through his teeth that they... He looked down with a crazy look and added that they would not let them go. He was just a test subject. Wolf continued to look down even more crazily and with an abnormal smile exclaimed that they were extremely strong. Suddenly his head exploded. Tiny put his hands forward, trying to protect himself from this explosion. He looked at it dumbfounded. Tiny ran his hand through his hair and, cursing, asked a question, did a spell work on him so that he would not say anything unnecessary? Wolf's body fell down, and a large pool of blood began to form under it. Tiny assumed that he had heard something similar in a previous life. He remembered how, in his previous life, Wolf angrily shouted at him that the organization would come for him. Tiny thought then that he was talking about his subordinates who remained on the first floor. He added that in their previous life, they didn't even know that Wolf was a beastman. Tiny then crossed his arms over his chest and leaned towards him angrily, asking the question, should he hit him now or after he tells everything? The man then clasped his hands in prayer, looking at him in fear. Tiny stopped remembering. He waved his hand and said okay. He added that he is not one to think. He looked to the side, noticing a bright glowing thing in it. Tiny said that something else was important to him. He took Wolf's corpse in his hands and said, should he give back what he took? The next moment, he threw Wolf straight into the wall with all his strength. The next moment, the corpse broke through it and lay among the rubble. There was an iron hatch in the wall with a special round mechanism to open it. Tiny thought that the Sword Emperor would benefit from the information he obtained here. He decided that he should tell him when the opportunity arises. He looked at the iron hatch and said that for the sake of his former comrade. Tiny raised Wolf's hand, leaning it against the blue hole in it. After some time, the hatch opened. Tiny walked into this with a smug grin and said that no, this is for the sake of the trust of his future comrade. Lunar Wolf stood behind him, peering into it carefully. Tiny at this time reached out with his hand to the ring lying on the red pillow and said that he should take this too. It was a ring made of gold, on which in the middle was an eagle with spread wings. Tiny said that this is a Valentia family ring. Some time ago, Chloe von Valentia leaned down with a smile and asked the question, "What is his name?" Tiny, with a shaking voice, leaned his hands on the asphalt and said his name. Chloe von Valentia leaned her hands on her knees and asked again, "Is he Tiny?" With a friendly smile, she began to remove the gold ring from her hand and said that it had a charming name. She added that it suits him very well. The knight behind her turned to the side warily. Chloe von Valentia placed the ring in Tiny's hands and told him to take it. She added that he should look for her later, because then she could help him. She asked him a question, does he know who she is? Currently, Tiny held the ring in her hands, looking at it carefully, and said that her love for the kingdom of Aslan knows her. Lunar Wolf looked at him carefully. Tiny has reintroduced Chloe von Valentia. She was the youngest daughter of the Sword Emperor Asgard von Valentia. She was the one known for her good deeds, for which she was called an angel. Chloe von Valentia often helped old people. Tiny assumed she must be 16 now that she's an adult. The Valentia family had a tradition at this age of touring their properties. Chloe von Valentia rode in a carriage past people working in the fields who waved at her in greeting. There were also traditions of bringing flowers to each temple and introducing oneself. Tiny thought that this was why they met in the red light district, which is described in the documents as the most remote place in the duchy. He remembered again how she stood over him. Tiny then looked at her with undisguised hope. In his previous life, he did not return the ring because he took revenge later. Tiny stopped remembering. He held up the ring, which had a glare from the incoming light, and thought that this made it more difficult for him to gain support. Tiny put the ring in his pants pocket and thought that this time everything would be different. He added that with a ring it would be easier to face the Emperor with a sword. Someone's voice asked a question, and where is this idiot? Tiny turned towards the voice in the broken doorway. He grinned smugly and thought that they were just in time. Ram stood with his back turned. He clenched his fists warily, fully armored all over his body. He walked with confident steps through the hall, where corpses lay everywhere. He looked at one of the bodies, whose leg was bent, and said that he was grabbed by the legs and spun around. Ram carefully looked around and confidently said that this was the work of the owner of the mana. He thoughtfully asked the question, did the child completely turn everything around here? The men behind him exclaimed with hope of salvation that yes. They added that this is exactly the case. Ram made a thoughtful sound. One of the men exclaimed that with his help they would deal with him very quickly. Ram immediately looked at them furiously, calling them idiots. He told them not to overdo it with illegal substances. One of the men put his palms forward in fear and exclaimed that that's not the point. Ram kicked him in the chest with all his might and shouted that this is how Wolf looks after his subordinates. The man fell down. Ram was the captain of the guard of the outer fortress of Phils. He shrugged it off and thought okay. He added that this could be used as an excuse to raise their taxes. Ram immediately noticed something strange to the side. He looked to the side in surprise, making a thoughtful sound. Tiny leaned against the railing, looking down with a grin. Suddenly the men shouted that it was that freak. They again desperately added that it was him. Ram threateningly asked him a question. Is it he who created the mess here? Tiny fearlessly began to walk down the steps and confirmed this. Ram asked him a question furiously. Does he even know what he did? Tiny mockingly asked him the answer. What's the matter? He explained that he was simply dealing with the robbers. Tiny replied that it doesn't matter. He asked Ram why he came here. Tiny put his hand on the railing and suggested that the wolf was paying them well. Ram froze in place, discouraged. Veins appeared on his forehead from anger, and he asked, does he have no feeling of fear at all? Ram quickly began to run forward, summoning red mana, and again asked him the question, how dare he? Tiny stood still, not moving. He watched Ram's hand approaching him. He thought, assuming that he was a mana owner who had not even reached the second level. Tiny hit Ram's palm with a slight movement of his hand. Ram looked stunned as the mana near his palms faded. Tiny thought that if so, then even now, he began to push off with his feet and decidedly thought that he could defeat him. He began to swing his leg, bent at the knees, right at Ram's body. The Ram was pushed slightly to the side by the force of the impact. He clenched his teeth with great tension and with a growl held Tiny's knee with his palm. Tiny thought that, however, he grinned, raising his hand, and said that it was better to limit himself to demonstrating his strength. Ram said through gritted teeth that this was not bad. The next moment, he pushed Tiny away from him with a slight wave. Tiny decided that he shouldn't antagonize Lord Files just yet. Tiny flew to the top of the stairs, landing on his back. He mentally concluded that since there are many knights serving him, Ram followed him closely. Tiny at this time moved to the top of the stairs in several jumps and mentally decided that he needed to make sure that he himself decided to retreat. Ram swore, calling him a rat. With a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed the hilt of the sword and exclaimed, "He will see how he responds to this blow." Tiny grinned. A lunar wolf appeared behind him, looking down menacingly. Ram asked the question, "What?" He asked again, "Is this a spirit?" Lunar wolf bared his teeth, his eyes flashing with menace. Ram pursed his lips tightly and looked up, stunned. Tiny quietly asked the question, was he scared? He mentally decided that in such a small room it was impossible not to notice the spirit. Tiny asked the question with a grin. Has he calmed down a little? He suggested that he talk first. Tiny said that they will be honest. He said he didn't care what happened here as long as the fee remained the same. He asked the question, is this correct? Ram still kept his hand on the hilt of the sword and asked the question, what is he hinting at? Tiny told him that he would give him money instead of the wolf. Ram and the men below looked at him dumbfounded. Ram laughed and said that this was an unexpected proposal from a child. He asked him a question, how old is he? Did he turn into a boy using magic? Tiny brushed aside the words about magic and said that the local lands were simply his home. He added that many of the invaders know him because of his dark hair. Ram sheathed his sword and said okay. He asked a question, but does he have 5 gold yongs? Tiny asked him a question mockingly, is he joking? He asked if he had overinflated the amount. Ram looked at him dumbfounded. Tiny suggested that he was most likely given 1 yang. He said he offered 1.5. Ram swore angrily, calling him obscene words. Tiny said if he doesn't want to, he can fight here and now. Lunar Wolf began to growl menacingly, showing his sharp teeth. Ram exhaled in fear, putting his sword aside. He began to look forward tensely. Ram turned around and began to walk away, and the world had become very sad. He couldn't believe the child was talking to him like that. Tiny asked him a question in the back. So what will he say? Ram told him to pay on time. The men began to run after him. I addressed him by name. One of them plaintively asked the question, will he just leave? Ram hit him on the head with all his might and ordered him to shut up. He called him a freak. Tiny shouted at his back to stop. The gold coin began to fly down at high speed and landed right in the palm of Ram, who looked up in surprise. Tiny told him that since the head of this place had changed, he should introduce himself to Lord Files. He asked him a question. Would he organize a meeting with him? Ram said in surprise that he would convey his request to him. He added that he should better bear in mind that if he did not pay the tax on time, he would suffer the wrath of the Lord. Tiny held the railing with his hands and said yes. Ram approached the door accompanied by men. Tiny smiled smugly and wondered if the next tax collection would even take place. He asked the leaving men, where are they going? The men froze in fear and turned in his direction. Tiny told them he only gave them 1 hour. He commanded that they gather the entire team and bring here all the women working for them and the poor people. He said that for every minute he was late, he would kill one of them. Lunar Wolf bared its mouth menacingly, looking down. Tiny leaned on his palms and with a menacing grin warned them to just try to escape because his spirit would hunt them down and finish them off. He told us so that they would remember that they only have 1 hour. The men began to run out of the house in fear. They ran forward quickly and screaming. Tiny looked at the Chloe von Valencia ring and said thoughtfully that if everything goes according to plan, he will get it done in less than a week. He was looking forward to meeting Asgard von Valencia. After some time, the men came running to Tiny. They stopped, doubled over from lack of air. One of them said that they had gathered everyone. Emma quickly ran towards Tiny, who was sitting on the stairs. She screamed his name with emotion. Emma took his hand and asked the question, what happened to his hand? Did Wolf beat him again? Tiny said it wasn't his blood. He looked to the side and explained that the wolf was dead. Emma looked back at the lying corpse of Wolf and opened her mouth in shock. Other people looked at this with the same stunned expression. Emma approached the corpse and asked the question, is it really him? People covered their faces in fear with their hands and asked the question, what should they do? Someone said that Lord Files would not be happy. The same voice added that Lord would not leave it like this. Tiny thought, looking at the people, that everyone was scared. Everyone knew that Lord Files was taking care of Wolf. Someone said if he turned his anger on them, using it as an excuse that they went against him. Tiny confirmed this and said exactly what. He held the book forward with a grin and said that rebellion was a terrible crime. He asked the question, so what would become of Lord Files if it turned out that he had deceived Asgard von Valencia? Meanwhile, elsewhere. One of the guards told the other that he had not seen Ram lately. He asked the question, is he on vacation? Another guard asked him if he had heard. He said that because of what happened at the invader's house, he was put on probation. The first guard asked him if he had done something. The second guard asked him again if he had heard about the fight in which a group of robbers got involved. The first guard exhaled with a guess and asked him a question, is it about when they saw the monster? He added that everyone answered unanimously that they had met a huge wolf monster that was chasing them. The second guard confirmed this and said that it was very similar to them. He added that the former leader of the group was also told that he was unrecognizable. He imagined a headless body covered with a cloth. The second guard added that all his money seemed to have disappeared. The first guard asked the question, but what does this have to do with Ram? The first guard suggested that he had some difficulties when he spoke with their new leader. He added that visitors are sending a complaint because all establishments are closed. The second guard added that the city has not been making any profit lately. Everything was clear to the first guard, and he said that the Lord would be very upset by this. The second guard suggested that that was why he summoned the new leader. Tiny leaned against the wall of the building and overheard the conversation of the guards. One of the guards asked a question, what is his name? Tiny turned his head slightly to the side. He began to remember how he asked the people a question. So what would happen to Lord Fils if it turned out that he had deceived Asgard von Valentia? Emma asked him a question. What is he talking about? Tiny looked at the book in his hands and thought that all the aristocrats remained the same as they seemed to him in a previous life. He mentally added that he personally found nothing when he checked the ledger. Tiny immediately remembered that Lord had offered half of Wolf's wealth for this in a previous life. He then handed it into the Lord's hands. Lord gave him another opportunity to lead a couple of friends away from the invaders. However, now he had other priorities. Tiny began to think further. He is not the smartest person, but the life of a knight helped him understand that there is a hierarchy among aristocrats. Tiny thought that this would be the end of Lord. He looked at Emma and said that she didn't have to understand everything. He added that this is not important. Emma, dumbfounded, asked him the question, "What?" Tiny said. Now the main thing was that Wolf would not bother them anymore. He announced to all people that they were free. All the people froze in place, stunned. Emma asked in surprise, "Are they free? This is true?" Tiny pointed his finger to the side and said that this was their last chance to take it out on him. Emma turned to the side with tears in her eyes. Her hands began to shake violently. Emma turned to Wolf and said that She began to walk angrily down the corridor. Emma approached his corpse, starting to kick with all her might. She screamed that he was a freak. Emma added that she was the daughter of a successful merchant. She added bitterly, having destroyed their family, Emma swore desperately again, calling him a freak. Other people also began to injure him and shouted that he should burn in hell. Someone added that he would avenge the friends he beat to death. The girls began to beat Wolf's dead body with tears in their eyes. Tiny looked at this sadly. He thought that he was bad at comforting. He watched Wolf's assistants pull out a huge iron safe. Tiny thought it wasn't his style to repay debts like that. He added that it would also not be enough to heal all their wounds. Suddenly the safe opened. Gold coins began to fall out of this. Tiny said that, however, he appealed to the people to take as much as they could carry. He thought that money was the best consolation. Tiny explained after looking at the safe with the money that it belonged to Wolf. He added that everyone he forced to stay here should take the money and leave. One of the girls asked in surprise, "Does he give them the money?" "This is true." Tiny leaned his hand against the wall of the safe and looked at them. Emma asked him with concern, "What about him?" Tiny replied that he was fine. He added that he took the required amount. Emma admitted that she was unsure. She said with doubt that he understood because of his age, but there was not a person in the world who could not use extra funds. Tiny asked her where she thought this money came from. He said he wouldn't need that much. All the people looked into the safe in surprise, looking at the shine of gold. Tiny thought that he had never seen so many coins. He thought in his mind that if only this could become his. Tiny again addressed the people, telling them to listen to him. He said if they do something bad to take it all for themselves or tell Lord about the money. Lunar Wolf began to growl menacingly, baring his sharp teeth. People fearfully pressed their hands to their faces and chests. Tiny at this time added that his friend would tear them to pieces. He approached Emma and advised her that if she plans to leave Phil's, he recommends heading to Diane. He told her not to forget that she needed to move in groups and take a mercenary from the guild. Emma asked excitedly, "What? Should they leave?" She pointed her finger at him and asked the question, "What about him?" Tiny turned to the side and said that he had one more thing to do. Emma frowned sadly and called his name. She told him he was strong so he could take care of himself. She said they would do as he said. Tiny looked at her with a smile. Emma added that they would go to Diane. She asked him to visit her whenever he wanted to rest. She asked him, "Okay?" Tiny smiled warmly and thanked her for this. He said that from that day on, the red light district in Phil's was closed for business. Tiny was pulled out of his memories by the voice of a guard, who said that the new leader was called. Tiny came out to meet them and loudly pronounced his name, complimenting the guard's speech. The second guard asked in surprise, "Is it a child?" The first guard also asked how long has he been here. He said that Lord lives here. He said that ordinary people like him shouldn't hang around here. The second guard suddenly asked a question. How did he know the name of the new leader? Tiny said, so now he was the new boss. Lunar Wolf began to tilt his head down towards the guards, baring his teeth in order to greatly scare them. The next moment the guards ran away from the gate. Lunar Wolf looked forward at the vacated gate with a grin. Some time later, Tiny looked up boredly and sighed. He thought that now wherever he went, the same reaction would await him. Tiny looked with an exhausted look at the Grand Master of the Knightly Order, Phil's Kron. Kron kept his hands in his pockets and said with a warm smile, he had heard about him from Ram, but he was younger than he thought. Tiny asked the question with displeasure, is it customary here to make guests stand while he examines them? The butler began to tremble all over in shock as he looked at him. Kron angrily told him not to be insolent to anyone. He reached his hand towards the hilt of his sword, frowning in anger. Tiny told him that he could do the same. He added that he should not behave too stupidly and as if he were more important than Lord. Kron asked even more furiously, what? Tiny looked up gloomily and said that he was here as a guest in this house. He said threateningly that at the same time he was trying to raise a sword at him. He asked him a question, is he crazy? Kron continued to frown deeply and exclaimed that nothing more could be expected from a man with his past. He added that he is direct and tries to offend everyone with his words. Tiny, with a bored look, suggested that he was most likely trying to offend people with his words. Kron froze in place, discouraged, and again, out of anger, reached for the hilt of his sword. Tiny thought that he was the worst person in the entire knightly order. Kron pulled out his sword as fast as he could and shouted that The butler suddenly put his hands forward, blocking Tiny's body, and called Kron by name. He added that the Lord was expecting his guest. Kron clenched his teeth angrily, looking down furiously. Tiny exhaled calmly, closing his eyes. Kron said, putting the sword back in its sheath, which is true. He asked for forgiveness for his behavior. Kron turned back to him and told him to mind his manners. He said that Lord, unlike him, was a strict person. Tiny confirmed this and said as he said. Kron clenched his teeth angrily again, looking back, and thought, if only he would let him, he would finish him off right away. Kron, Tiny, and the butler walked quickly down the red-carpeted corridor. Kron approached the door and loudly announced that Tiny had come from poor places. Timon Volfiles told him to come in with a grin. Tiny entered the open door and asked forgiveness for that. He suddenly fell silent, looking at Timon Volfiles. Tiny thought stunned, asking the question, was this Lord? Tiny got down on one knee, put his hand on his chest and said respectfully, it was an honor for him to meet Lord Files. Timon Volfiles asked in surprise, where did he learn manners? Tiny replied that he had been practicing a little to be worthy of being in his presence. Timon Volfiles leaned back on the sofa, spread his arms wide, smiled approvingly, and said that he was good at pretending to be a knight. Tiny looked at him excitedly and thought that he would not be so easy to get used to. He asked himself in surprise, is this really the Lord he knew? The image of a fat, unkempt man sitting imposingly on the sofa surfaced in his memory. Tiny remembered that Lord Files was addicted to drugs. He mentally asked in surprise, is this what he looked like before he became addicted to it? Tiny decided that appearance is not important, because inside he is still the same aristocrat. Whatever the reason, the ledger that was sent by Asgard von Valentia to finish him off in his stead. It will distract his attention for now. Timon Volfiles looked at him condescendingly, stretched his lips in a malicious smile, and said that Tiny did not honor Kron with such courtesy. Tiny slowly got to his feet and asked in surprise, is it possible to treat a lord and his servants equally? He smiled naively and, holding his hand on his chest, said that he would also like to enter the service of Lord Files. Kron became furious and asked the question, what? Timon Volfiles smiled cheerfully and asked the question, does this mean that he considers Kron his rival? He concluded that their young guest was aiming far. Timon Volfiles frowned and asked if he was really young. Perhaps he has the blood of gnomes or elves. Tiny said that this is nonsense. This year he turned only 13. Kron widened his eyes in shock and asked again, 13? Timon Volfiles leaned forward slightly, opened his mouth in surprise and sighed. He smiled and said that it didn't matter, especially if he came to them. Timon Volfiles got up from the sofa and took a step forward, saying, however, he asks to serve him, and in doing so caused too much damage to his property. Timon Volfiles looked down at him sternly, waiting for an answer. He glared angrily and clenched his teeth tightly. Timon Volfiles said through gritted teeth that he would like to hear his explanation. Tiny calmly looked him in the eye and replied that it was for his own good. Lord Files asked incredulously, for his own good? He said irritably that he thought Tiny was pretty smart, but he doesn't understand how the world works. Kron grabbed the sword from its sheath, looked questioningly at Timon Volfiles, and said that if he wanted, he would get rid of it in an instant. Tiny looked down and asked, did they know that Asgard von Valentia began to fight the distribution of substances and corruption? Kron widened his eyes excitedly and asked what? Tiny ignored his question and said he was sure they were aware that Chloe von Valentia had visited their property some time ago. Her people told him about it. He just wanted to clean everything up for them before it became a mess. Tiny smiled smugly and boldly looked ahead. He thought it was true. Therefore, even if Lord Files decides to check his words, he will not find anything. Timon Volfiles closed his eyes and thought hard, touching his temple with his index finger. He said thoughtfully that he had heard about it. During their youngest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, they planned something big. Kron looked at him puzzled, holding his sword with his hand. He angrily shouted that the boy was lying to him. Valentino is full of brothels, so why them? Timon Volfiles angrily interrupted his speech, ordering him to watch his words. Kron bowed respectfully, placing his hand on his chest, and asked for forgiveness. Timon Volfiles turned sharply and said approvingly, although his approach is primitive, but if what he said is true, he should be rewarded. Tiny bowed respectfully and thanked him. Timon Volfiles said that he still needs to make sure of something. As it turns out, he has a spirit under his control. Timon Volfiles sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, and lit a pipe. His eyes flashing angrily, he asked, was he the one who stole it from the Volf's spiritual stone? Tiny looked down, puzzled, and asked himself, how did he know? Lunar Wolf. His eyes widened in realization. He remembered the image of the purple heart and mentally asked, is it a circle made of demonic energy? He looked closely at Timon Volfiles, surrounded by a violet-blue aura, and asked in shock, is he a dark magician? Demons never lend their power without sacrifice. A second-level magician is either a lunatic who has killed hundreds of people, or sacrificed the lives of dozens of people. Tiny remembered how one of Arena's killers asked, puzzled, what should they do with her, since she was already dead? The second killer answered with a smile that he did not know. There are all sorts of necrophiliac perverts. Even if a corpse is sold for organs, you can make good money. He then remembered the Rander's brothers, who were cheerfully discussing how the Mana owner's corpse could be sold at an inflated price. Tiny looked ahead in shock. He realized that Timon Volfiles was buying corpses from the invaders. He mentally wondered if there was a dark magician behind him supporting him. Volf idiot, he thought, bowing his head respectfully to Timon Volfiles. Kron stood nearby and watched him. Timon Volfiles, losing patience, reminded that he was waiting for an answer. Tiny looked at him excitedly and said that he didn't understand his question. Timon Volfiles angrily gave the order for Kron to act. He instantly pulled his sword out of its sheath and prepared to carry out the order. Tiny mentally analyzed the situation and realized that things were bad. With his current strength, he won't be able to defeat both of them. Tiny called Lunar Wolf. A blue energy wolf appeared in the middle of the room, covering Tiny. Kron, holding a sword in his hands, backed away in fear. Timon Volfiles, looking bored, put his head on his hand, and said that he was truly the ruler of the forest. Seeing Kron's confusion, Timon Volfiles cursed in disappointment and said that he was a useless stump. Since everything turned out this way, nothing can be done. They need to get a new test subject. Tiny looked at him excitedly and mentally asked, "Test subject? Does he want to use it instead of Volf?" Timon Volfiles, addressing Kron, asked the question, "How strong is the boy?" Kron replied over his shoulder that he would soon reach level 2. Timon Volfiles asked in surprise, "Does he mean that Tiny is equal to the knights?" Kron theorized that he was either from a noble family, where he had been trained to use mana since childhood, or a genius. Timon Volfiles demandedly asked, "Is this so?" Kron looked closely at Tiny, glowing with blue mana, and said that there was no way he could learn this on his own. Not a single thread of mana leaks out, and the circulation is quite stable. Holding the sword in front of him, he added that someone taught him this. Timon Volfiles asked the question with interest. What would he say to this? Tiny looked in front of him, puzzled, and mentally asked, "Is it worth coming up with someone who taught him?" They probably wouldn't believe him if he insisted that he trained himself. Tiny said confidently these were his late parents, before he arrived in Phil's. Timon Volfiles asked in disbelief, "What?" Tiny excitedly added that he had been learning this breathing technique since he was a baby. Holding his hand on his chest, he took a deep breath and exhaled, saying that gradually his strength increased and he realized that this was special. Timon Volfiles looked at him in disbelief, raised an eyebrow, and chuckled. Tiny thought he would need luck to find out if it was true. He grinned maliciously, remembering how many refugees passed through the city gates at that time. Timon Volfiles accepted refugees from everywhere so that the invaders could profit. There is no way for him to figure it out. Tiny spread his arms to the sides with a cheerful smile and said that the fact that he is standing in front of him proves the veracity of his words. Timon Volfiles looked at him thoughtfully. Lighting his pipe, he said, "That's right. He believes." Tiny was relieved that it was easier than he expected. His eyes flashed angrily, and he added that he would still clarify the details. Tiny mentally asked in surprise, "Is he?" Timon Volfiles smiled slyly and said, "Let him live here for a while." Tiny lowered his hands down in confusion and clarified by asking the question, "Is he?" Timon Volfiles sternly said that he killed Volf and things went south. He needs to place the blame on someone. Tiny excitedly widened his eyes and mentally asked, "Guilt? Should someone take charge of this? Are we talking about one of the members of the organization that Volf mentioned? If Timon Volfiles is afraid of him, then it must be some kind of scary dark magician." He concluded that it was dangerous. He was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of Timon Volfiles, who said with displeasure that he was not answering again. Tiny looked at him excitedly. Timon Volfiles asked a question with a smile. Did he want to serve with him? Then his proposal should please him. Tiny bowed his head respectfully and said if this is his order, then he obeys. He unobtrusively inquired, asking the question, "Will this be his guest of honor?" Timon Volfiles, with a sly expression on his face, said that this was exactly the case. In his presence, let Tiny watch his manners even more carefully. He, without raising his head, thought that he still had an advantage. For about 3 days, the Duke's people will find out whether the ledger is real. 3 more will be spent on collecting a punitive army, and then 10 on the way to Phil's. As a result, it will take 15 days. If guest Timon Volfiles arrives after this, then everything will work out. Tiny inquired, asking when his guest would arrive. Timon Volfiles raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked why he needed to know this. Tiny explained to understand how much time he has to study etiquette. Timon Volfiles laughed cheerfully and said, "In a week. So don't let him down." Tiny frowned angrily, pursed his lower lip and mentally cursed. Over time, exercising his fists, Tiny thought that the guest would arrive in a week. He was warming up and thinking that he only had 2 options. The first is escape. The invaders should have already escaped. He needs to follow their example if he wants to get out of here. He imagined how he would quickly ride a lunar wolf, holding onto its fur and moving away from the guards. It will be easy for him to get around the Lord's people. However, he will be put on the wanted list, and then meeting the Sword Emperor Asgard von Valentia will be problematic. Tiny rotated his hand in a circle, stretching his shoulder, and thought that he needed to get something from him. Therefore, you should avoid anyone who is capable of causing him trouble in the future. Tiny punched his fist into the air in front of him. He thought excitedly that the mere thought of escaping made him angry. He may not have sufficient strength now, but looking for a way to defeat his enemies has always been his method of resolving issues. Tiny slowly walked forward, throwing powerful punches into the air in front of him. He thought intently that the second option concerned a guest who would arrive in a week. Tiny wondered, will this be an official visit? He remembered the words of Timon Volfiles, who said that he would visit them. He spoke about him as if he were some kind of high-ranking aristocrat. But then why wasn't there a commotion in the house? This aroused suspicion. Tiny assumed it was a secret visit. Whoever is behind Timon Volfiles can't just show himself in public. Tiny furiously punched the air with his fists and thought that before the guest arrives, a loud event must happen in the city for people to pay attention to this place. He suggested that in this case the meeting would be postponed or cancelled. The risk is big, but that's his approach to business. Tiny, sweating profusely, kicked upward and mentally concluded that the plan would work. He noisily lowered his foot to the floor and added that he needed to become stronger. Standing in a fighting position, he generated energy circles of mana around himself. He looked decisively to the side and mentally added that he would have to defeat Timon Volfiles and his knights. His stomach growled, telling him he was hungry. Clutching his stomach, Tiny headed towards the exit and asked the question, is it time for him to eat? After some time, the cook poured soup into the plate of one of the knights and spilled it past. The knight indignantly told him to watch where he pours it. He looked over his shoulder and asked where the cook was looking. He looked in front of him in shock, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. They both looked in shock at the piles of empty pots and roasting pans. The knight asked in surprise, how did such a baby fit so much food? Is he a dwarf? Tiny sat at a table laden with empty plates and ate a piece of meat with appetite. The knights in the dining room looked back at him in shock. The knight heard that dwarves have an appetite like orcs. Tiny opened his mouth wide and brought a bowl of soup. As he ate, he thought that the dissonance with the manadal was corrected every time he ate. In other words, he only needs to eat well for his mana to increase. The knights watched in shock as he gobbled up the food with lightning speed, leaving behind a mountain of empty plates. Tiny happily realized that he didn't even need to take any medicine or herbs. Tiny heard Grant's voice behind him, who asked, is this him? Tiny, with a piece of meat in his mouth, looked back at him over his shoulder in surprise. Grant frowned disdainfully and asked the question, is he a homeless child who learned etiquette from dogs? Tiny indifferently confirmed this and continued chewing the meat. Grant, crossing his arms over his chest, asked displeasedly, what? He, towering significantly over Tiny, asked irritably, how about being respectful in the presence of an adult? Tiny pointed a bone in his direction and mockingly asked, respect? To him? He's picking on the child. Grant angrily asked what? Tiny couldn't understand whether Grant was trying to make him laugh or challenge him to a fight. He poked him with a bone and said let him decide for himself. While Grant was trying to recover from such insolence, Tiny tapped his armor with a bone and mockingly ordered him to answer. Grant became furious and swore angrily. He shouted furiously that he would beat him up, and he angrily hit the table with his fist, breaking it into small pieces. They were watched by Gren, who was sitting at a table nearby. He said calmly, turning to Grant to calm down, it's just a child. Kron put his hand on his shoulder. He demanded that Gren shut up. He turned his head to the side in surprise and looked at him. Tiny stretched his lips in a mocking smile and glanced sideways. He told Grant to continue. He angrily asked what? Tiny, smiling cheerfully, pointed at himself with his thumb and asked, "Is he curious how strong he is?" Grant said irritably, "He's as hopeful as he seems to be." Tiny mentally thought that he would soon understand this himself. He stood up from the table and walked away, thinking, to be more precise, Timon Volfiles would understand this. After all, he is the one behind this. Over time. In the backyard. Tiny and Grant stood opposite each other, and a crowd of knights awaited the upcoming battle with interest. Among them was Gren, who raised an eyebrow in concern. Kron's lips curled into a smile, filled with anticipation. Grant flexed his fists and through clenched teeth told Tiny to act. He will personally put him in his place. Tiny condescendingly looked him over from head to toe, asking with his eyes, "Is he unarmed?" He asked out loud, "Is Grant sure he won't regret it?" He asked again in surprise, "Will he regret it?" Then he laughed. Grant demanded that Tiny take out his sword. "He'll deal with it in a second." He saw that he was not afraid at all. Tiny, looking bored, put his hand on his neck and answered indifferently, since he himself asks so. Tiny, with his hands in his shorts pockets, kicked the air, sending a stream of mana into Grant's right leg. He shuddered and became covered in sweat, experiencing pain. He looked up and howled in pain through clenched teeth. Grant clenched his fist. With an angry cry that Tiny was a freak, he swung his hand and hit him. Tiny ducked down on one knee and dodged the blow. He channeled a stream of mana into his leg and swung to strike. Tiny landed a hard blow to Grant's left leg, causing his leg to buckle. He rolled his eyes angrily and groaned. He mentally asked himself, "What? Is he definitely level 1? His leg was red and throbbing in pain. Grant looked down, looked at his crippled legs and cursed angrily. He furrowed his brows and thought desperately that he couldn't lose like this. Tiny looked up at him in surprise and thought that he was not simple. Grant raised his clasped hands above his head and, flashing with a furious look, shouted that Tiny is a freak. He swung his arms down, intending to hit Tiny on the head, but he deftly slipped between his legs. Tiny turned around and sent a stream of mana into his hands. Grant looked back warily over his shoulder. Tiny jumped high above him and stuck his leg out in front of him. He jumped on Grant's neck, tightly wrapping his legs around his neck and his arms around his head. Grant mentally asked when did he have time. Tiny pressed both hands, glowing blue with mana, on his head and told him not to be afraid. He won't kill him. Grant mentally prayed that he wouldn't do this. In the blue sky, where a flock of blackbirds flew, the crunching of cervical vertebrae was also heard. Tiny, dusting off his hands, said smugly that this was nothing for him. Grant lay motionless on the ground in front of him, with white smoke rising upward. The people watching the battle gasped in shock. Gren asked in surprise, "What happened now?" Grant lost to the boy. People looked at Tiny in fear. He looked menacingly ahead, meeting Kron's gaze. Kron quickly turned in the opposite direction. Tiny deliberately defeated Grant in front of everyone, without relying on the lunar wolf's strength. He looked smugly as the knights carried away the helpless Grant, and thought that not everyone could do this. Now Timon Volfiles will not dare to drive him away, which means there is a high probability of success of his venture. Tiny widened his eyes excitedly. He looked ahead and could not focus his eyes. Everything around was blurry. Tiny began to fall back, exhausted. He lost his balance and began to fall, thinking that this was expected. Tiny asked excitedly, did he overdo it? He remembered how he squeezed Grant's head with his hands and used mana. Tiny thought that there was no other way. This was the only way to overcome the difference between their levels. Had to use mana when it caught him off guard. Tiny regained his balance and stayed on his feet. He thought that in his previous life it would have been difficult for him. Then the physical recovery of the manadal occurred faster, but there were situations when it slowed down. Now that the mana body has perfectly united with his body, this will not happen. Tiny stood up straight, put his hands on his hips and smiled joyfully, closing his eyes. He looked at his hand glowing with mana with a smile and said that even additional training was easier. Tiny looked at his fist and concluded that he could become stronger than he was before. After a while, a butler holding a bottle and maids walking along the corridor carrying food. Tiny's guesses turned out to be correct. Timon Volfiles really was behind what happened. He was sitting in the spacious dining room at a large table, on which the servants were carefully placing dishes of food. Timon Volfiles admitted that he underestimated him. In front of him, standing on one knee and bowing his head respectfully, stood Tiny. He thanked Timon Volfiles for his trust and for putting him to the test. Tiny took a seat at the table and looked at the plate with a piece of meat that the maid was handing him. Seeing the interest in his gaze, Timon Volfiles said with a smile that this steak was made from veal. Holding a smoking pipe in his teeth, he added that there were still a lot of dishes, let him eat his fill. Tiny smiled cheerfully and said that this was plenty for breakfast. Timon Volfiles put his smoking pipe aside, looked at him cheerfully and said that this was strange. It seemed to him that his superhuman strength, capable of throwing away a knight, was due to a good appetite. Tiny, holding cutlery in both hands, cheerfully explained that he was simply being too careless. Timon Volfiles noticed that he was being modest. He looks forward to seeing what he will become in the future. Timon Volfiles said with regret that they did not have a teacher who could teach a genius like him. Tiny said that he knows that most of the knights who were mentioned raised themselves on their own, without teachers. Timon Volfiles looked at him with interest and chuckled incredulously. Tiny carefully cut a piece of meat using cutlery and said that ultimately all their power comes from God. Timon Volfiles smiled approvingly and asked, did he study history? Then he added with a smile, he sees what else, table etiquette. Thoughtfully touching his chin with his hand, he said that Tiny was clearly not a commoner. Tiny deftly brought a fork with a small piece of meat to his mouth and thought that he had learned everything in a past life. Timon Volfiles said with a smile that in the Empire and in neighboring states, dark-haired and dark-eyed aristocrats are rare. He added with a sly expression, if you consider that place, then he has some ideas. Tiny mentally asked with a spoon in his mouth, what place? Timon Volfiles said, he is beginning to understand what the man meant. How unexpected. Nobody knew that it would be so valuable. Tiny apologized in surprise, making it clear that he did not understand what he was talking about. Mentally, he asked himself, what kind of nonsense is this? Timon Volfiles said that that man would explain everything to him. He was very happy when he heard about Tiny yesterday. Timon Volfiles held a smoking pipe in his teeth and looked at him. Tiny didn't understand anything, but he knew for sure that this freak would become a drug addict. That's obvious. He assumed that Timon Volfiles were content with the power of the circle, but it was impossible to predict when the demon would ask for it back. In a past life, that person turned away from him and took the circle. Timon Volfiles stretched his lips in a sly smile, raised a glass to his lips and said, let him wait for them to meet him. This is such an incredible person that Tiny cannot even imagine. He'll probably put it to great use. Tiny put his hand to his chest as a sign of respect and thanked him for the valuable opportunity. Over time, Tiny looked menacingly ahead. He trained in fist fighting. In front of him stood a wooden simulator for practicing strikes. Tiny thought that that person and organization was bothering him, but there was no point in dwelling on it now. He decided to continue with the plan. Timon Volfiles is in the second round, and Kron is a second-round fighter. He is a little stronger, but they are similar in level, as far as it is possible to determine when comparing a magician and a mana user. Tiny, sweating profusely, did push-ups and thought that it was precisely to achieve the second stage in his past life that he had spent a lot of time. Now it will be easier. He will definitely get there. Feeling tired from the exercise, he huffed and puffed, but continued to train. Tiny decided that 6 days would be enough. 3 days later, on the training ground, Tiny, glowing with mana, looked at his fists and happily thought that his body was still small, but he had become much stronger. Wooden punching machines were broken and smashed. He punched the air in front of him with his fist and thought that his flexibility had increased along with the weight and strength. He began to move better than in his previous life. It wasn't until he started working on the basics again that he realized that being big was a problem. In his previous life, he wanted to become big and strong. Mono body, which was connected with the subconscious, reacted to this by disturbed harmony with his overly inflated body. Tiny happily realized that now he doesn't need to become so huge. This does not affect the strength in any way. He heard voices behind him. The two knights froze in fear at the sight of him. One of them said in a whisper that this was the same monster that hit Grant in the leg. The second knight suggested in a whisper that he should come another time. They turned around and quickly walked away. Tiny, crossing his arms over his chest, grinned smugly and thanked them for finding their way without him having to explain where they belonged. Tiny continued to go to training and eat a lot, so after 3 days everyone lost interest in him. Tiny noticed that Kron was walking towards him. He knew he would find him there. Tiny looked up at him in surprise and asked the question, "What's the matter?" Kron commanded him to follow him. He turned and walked forward, adding over his shoulder that Timon Volfiles had ordered him to be armed. Tiny looked at his sword hanging from Kron's waist. He thought happily that it was time. Over time. Kron said Timon Volfiles thinks highly of Tiny. They stood together in front of the wooden door, which the armory was trying to quickly open. Next to the door stood 2 knights armed with spears, guarding it. Kron haughtily said to be grateful. Tiny looked around with interest. His gaze fell on the armor, which looked expensive, but it would not suit him. He turned his gaze to the wall where the swords were, and thought with displeasure that among the weapons there was nothing like a mace or a battle axe. Tiny exhaled in disappointment and thought that there was no hope for additional income. He smiled, waved his hand to attract attention, and asked if he could have a sword similar to the Kron sword. Kron reached his hand towards the hilt of his sword and mockingly asked, "Does this look like trash?" This is a precious artifact called sorrow. This was done by the famous blacksmith Rogers. Kron looked with delight at his sword, which glowed blue with mana. He told Tiny not to look beyond his level. Tiny thoughtfully asked himself how much blood and sweat went into creating one such sword. He said out loud, "If it's a matter of level, then it suits him better." Kron asked irritably, "What?" Tiny mockingly explained that a talented warrior should have a good weapon, for the well-being of Timon Volfiles as well. Kron was furious at such insolence. He angrily asked the question, "Is he running into trouble?" His scream could be heard outside the armory room. The guards looked at the door worriedly. Tiny confidently asked a question. If he didn't like his words, then why don't they have a fight and find out who is stronger? Tiny grabbed the tip of the sword with his hand. He said with a sly expression on his face that if he loses, then Kron can cut off his head. Kron frowned angrily. His eyes turned red with rage. He screamed with furious force, dripping saliva, that Tiny was an idiot. Suddenly, a very loud noise was heard outside the door. The guards guarding the entrance looked at the door in shock. A voice was heard behind the door apologizing to Kron. The same voice added that he would behave much better in the future. One of the guards pressed against the door, trying to eavesdrop on as many sounds as possible. The door opened slightly and Tiny looked out with white eyes. He came out of it, leaning his elbows and breathing heavily. The guards looked at him in surprise. Tiny's entire body was covered in bruises and abrasions. One of the guards quietly asked the question, "Did Kron treat the child this way?" Another guard added that when a person is small and yet talented, problems begin. He suggested that the rumors were true. Another guard quietly asked, "What rumors?" The second guard told him that the commander did not trust this boy. He added that it was not surprising that he was so concerned about him, since this child was rumored to be the next commander. The maid clenched her hands into fists out of worry and said quietly that he shouldn't have acted like that. She added that the boy was still very small. One of the guards asked a question, "Has the commander gone crazy?" The guards and maids decided that they would continue to behave carefully and not get on his nerves. Tiny, meanwhile, helped himself make his way through the corridor, leaning on his sword wrapped in bandage. The maids standing in the corridor looked at him with undisguised excitement. One of them ran towards him, putting her hands forward, and asked the question, "Who beat him like that?" Tiny replied, Kron told him he would give him a weapon, so he went to get it. He said that's how it all turned out. The maid exhaled with excitement. Tiny walked past them. One of the maids asked him to go to his room and rest. She added that he should let them know if he needed anything. Tiny thanked them. After some time in another place, Timon Volfiles was sitting on a chair, holding his hand with a glass out to the side. The butler began to pour liquid from the vase into the glass. Timon Volfiles asked a question, looking at the glass, what happened to the victims? The butler leaned towards him and said that they were at his disposal. Timon Volfiles asked the question, were these corpses from the wolf group again? The butler confirmed yes. Timon Volfiles frowned and looked ahead gloomily. He thought that the boy had completely changed the life of the invaders. He told the butler that he could go. The butler bowed and replied that he was obeying. Timon Volfiles said thoughtfully that he would not understand him, but for now he would ignore such trifles. He thought that in a couple of days, as soon as his pedigree was confirmed, the path to success would open to him. He imagined scarlet blood dripping from Tiny's finger straight onto his palm. Timon Volfiles looked at the glass of wine that began to shake in his hands and thought that there was only one problem. He began to think further if it turned out that he was not from this family. Then not only Tiny, but he too, will be the leaders of the wolf. He continued to reason that they would then have to pay a terrible price for this. This won't happen. Given Tiny's manners and knowledge, he is sure that he is not from a respectable family. He can't defeat a knight at such a young age just by being talented. This was only possible if he learned that family's secret technique. Timon Volfiles thought that more important than this, he had dark eyes and hair. Meanwhile, he sat down on the bed and exhaled tiredly, saying that this was strong evidence. Timon Volfiles lay down on the bed, covered himself with a sheet, and put his hand under his head, saying that he was looking forward to the day of meeting that person. Suddenly a strange sound was heard. Timon Volfiles did not pay attention to this. Later the sound was repeated and became even more prolonged. Timon Volfiles frowned. The sound repeated and became even louder. Timon Volfiles mentally asked the question, was this warning magic? He stood up on the bed, starting to press hard on his face with his palm, and asked the question, is this a servant? He said how noisy he is. Suddenly the loud sound happened again. Timon Volfiles looked to the side, snapped his fingers, and said that he would simply sacrifice him. The sound sounded even louder again. Timon Volfiles continued to sit on the bed, rubbing his head vigorously. Someone began to approach him at high speed towards the bed. Timon Volfiles opened his eyes and noticed that it was Tiny, who put his sword forward to attack. Tiny pierced his chest and blood began to spray in all directions. Timon Volfiles began coughing desperately, looking up in fear. Tiny looked at him and said that this was his heaven's punishment. Timon Volfiles began to shake all over. He asked a question in a weakened voice, rolling his eyes. How? He started coughing very loudly again. A purple aura appeared above the wound and the sword, spreading throughout the entire atmosphere. Timon Volfiles' hand fell weakly onto the bed into a large pool of blood that soaked the fabric. Timon Volfiles lay dead on the bed, bleeding. Some time later, someone screamed very loudly. This scream was heard outside the palace. The maid, with undisguised horror, pressed her hands to her face and looked forward. Her body was shaking with fear. She looked into the room and said that Lord Ram asked a question, stunned. Is he a dark magician? He said with fear that this could not be. Gren stood next to Timon Volfiles' bed and said that the priest had already entered. He said he would report to the parish that he noticed demonic energy. Gren added, looking ahead gloomily, that the Imperial Investigation Department would be heading here soon. He was a knight of the Order of Fills. The knight looked at him and asked a question, "But why is the body in such a state?" He explained that he had been dead for a couple of weeks. Gren explained, looking at the decaying faces of Timon Volfiles, and said, "Many say that the dark magician caused the corpses to rot as soon as he died." One of the knights looked down in fear and said that this was an abomination. Ram exhaled and crossed his arms over his chest. Gren remained silent, looking down. He mentally asked the question why Timon Volfiles made this choice. He mentally added that he had traded his bloodline and the honor of being an aristocrat of the empire in order to be killed rather than exposed. Gren adjusted his armor and said that you can't learn anything from a dead person. He explained that they only had one problem left. Gren looked at the sword and said that this sword is similar to the one Kron wields. One of the knights exclaimed that it couldn't be him. Ram protested in disbelief that he should not make them laugh. Another knight asked a question. Did that capable boy personally meet with the Lord? He asked the question. Hadn't they discussed him becoming the next commander? He said that the commander must have been angry when he heard this. Gren asked a question, putting his palm forward. What? He asked. Is that the whole reason? He said that it was impossible for him to go crazy because of this. He mentally asked the question. But even if so, where was Kron now? Gren put his hands on the sides and said that we couldn't leave everything as it was. He commanded that they conduct a small investigation. After some time, the knights stood in front of the maids, interrogating them. The next people they questioned were the guards. Gren looked around thoughtfully. He began to remember all the workers in the palace and thought that they saw Tiny and how Kron beat him. He turned around, saying that everyone was pointing to the same person. Gren ordered that Tiny be called here. Some time later, Tiny sat on a chair, looking down sadly, and began to explain that yesterday he followed the commander because he asked him to choose a weapon. Gren exhaled angrily, resting his face on his hand. Tiny began to explain further. He did not expect that he would suddenly begin to beat him. He said that, of course, they never gave him the weapon. Gren sharply leaned his elbows on the table, hitting him with his palm. He pointed his finger forward and shouted that they had already inspected the vault. He added angrily, they found traces that the captain had been there, but he left. He said that, however, no one on the estate saw him. Gren's face turned red with anger, and he added that it simply disappeared after meeting him. Gren angrily asked Tiny, did he really not see him anymore? Tiny started crying and said no. Gren asked him again, is this correct? He asked again whether he had noticed anything special in his behavior. Tiny responded that Kron was unhappy with Lord's decision to hire him. He began to stroke his bruised cheek and said that after that they did not meet with him. Gren rested his chin on his hands and thought that his story matched the words of the servants. He said that everything was clear to him. Tiny excitedly asked him the question, what will happen to him? He conveyed Lord's words that he would provide him with a future. Gren frowned and remained silent. The next moment, he said, holding his chin in his hand, to come here tomorrow morning. In the meantime, let him leave here. Gren kicked Tiny out the door, slamming it loudly. Tiny turned back and thought that since he was a local knight, he must have been a vile person. He asked the question why he doesn't remember his face. He mentally guessed, asking the question, did he forget? Tiny remembered how he fought with the knights of the palace, and mentally objected that he had not. He clearly remembered how he completely defeated them. Tiny Demolition looked at the door, thought it was strange that he called him, because he had been testifying for a long time. He decided that he could not let his guard down. Some time later, Gren handed him a bag of coins and a token with an inscription. Tiny asked a question in shock, taking it in his hands, a mercenary token and money. Gren crossed his arms over his chest and said that ordinary people need to be a mercenary or a merchant to move freely. He said that he would give him a recommendation. He said quietly, even though it was just a mid-level mercenary token. Tiny mentally thought that he just wanted to make one for himself. He wondered out loud why they gave him this. Gren said if he goes down the wrong path, he will waste his talent. He showed his thumb with a smile and told him to go to sea. He added that this was advised to him by a person who had gained life experience. Tiny frowned and mentally suggested that perhaps he would like to advise the same to himself. Gren, meanwhile, laughed and told him not to thank him. Tiny began to mentally reason further. If he left these places, then it was clear why he didn't remember him. Tiny grinned and thanked him. He said that he was also thinking about leaving here. Gren asked him a question. Is this true? Tiny looked down thoughtfully and thought that since a dark magician had appeared, the imperial family would get down to business. Let him stop the movement of this person by his action, but the investigation detachment from the duchy most likely will not come. Tiny was holding a Chloe von Valentia ring. He toyed with it and mentally decided that he needed to go there himself. Gren said with a satisfied smile that it was great. He advised him to remember it when he achieves success. Tiny immediately asked him a question. What is his name? Gren leaned his hands on the table and angrily asked the question. What? Doesn't he know his name? Gren immediately exhaled calmly and said that his name was Gren Liberty. He said that he could just call him by his name. Tiny replied with a smile that actually, he said he should remember his name. Some time later, Tiny walked along a deserted street among houses. He looked back at the palace and said that now that Lord and Kron were not around, it would be very difficult for him. He added that he was even a little ashamed of him. Tiny remembered leaving the office. Gren then desperately pressed his palm to his forehead and said that they needed magicians who specialized in tracking traces to reach Kron. He thought they were finished. Tiny said mockingly, he is leaving the problem unresolved. He added quietly that there was nothing more to be done about it. Tiny reached into his pocket, taking out a token, and said that with this mercenary token, it would be possible to rent a horse from the guild. Suddenly, he noticed a strange blue glow to the side. This was the lunar wolf, who happily began waving his tail. He barked in greeting. Tiny asked him a question. What? Does he want him to ride it? He said that the road is long and difficult even for him. Tiny remembered how the orc mockingly shouted the question, does a man want to ride on the back of a dire wolf? An orc was riding a wolf and shouted that he would be turned inside out in less than 10 minutes. Tiny crossed his arms over his chest and thought that only creatures like orcs, who have a lost sense of balance, could do this. Lunar Wolf tried to object and barked several times. Tiny sat on the back of Lunar Wolf and said in surprise that okay. He bent his knees, looking down, and said that he was smaller in physical form. Tiny remembered Astina, who was standing on top of the eagle, and thought that the spirits take the largest form. In the physical body, their size depends on the level of the summoner. Tiny began to press his palms to the fur. Blue mana came from it. Tiny began to look around in shock, noticing how the space had acquired a completely dark hue. Lunar Wolf growled in surprise. Tiny continued to look forward in surprise and mentally asked the question. First, they need to synchronize their souls and feelings. Tiny closed his eyes, trying to concentrate, and mentally thought that this is it. He suggested Lunar Wolf for them to try. Lunar Wolf and Tiny closed their eyes. Tiny thought he was a second-level spirit summoner. It was a connection of souls. Tiny and Lunar Wolf gradually seemed to begin to connect their bodies with each other. Lunar Wolf stood glowing with blue mana. Tiny made a surprised sound and said that his body. Lunar Wolf moved his leg. Tiny gasped in surprise, opening his mouth. Pronounced muscles appeared on Lunar Wolf's chest. Tiny remembered the words of Astina, who asked him a question. What else can a summoner do after becoming stronger? She said it all depended on the level. She added to her explanation that its characteristics would be reflected in the spirit's physical form. Tiny looked at Lunar Wolf enthusiastically. He was stunned to think that he had become stronger and stronger. He mentally asked the question, is this how the summoner's characteristics are affected? Suddenly, the Lunar Wolf suddenly began to run. Tiny leaned down heavily, not expecting such a sudden movement. He grabbed the fur with his hands, trying to stay on the Lunar Wolf. Tiny noticed that all his senses were greatly heightened. He thought the movement was Lunar Wolf, his sight and sense of smell. All this helped reduce the travel time to Envender. Lunar Wolf continued to run rapidly in the forest. Tiny thought that what was even more important was that he would be able to travel long distances faster than before. He thought, suggesting that he might even get to Korun, where the first disaster happened. In his previous life on the continent, numerous misfortunes happened one after another. It was like a harbinger of the appearance of the Demon King's army. This greatly drained the strength of humanity. Tiny began to mentally reason further that it all started with the disappearance of a divine object in Korun. He added that he needed to prevent this from happening first. All the jewels of humanity that the goddess gave them. 7 more great divine items. This was all supposed to be the last stronghold, but in a past life it was stolen. Tiny thought that he would grow stronger by preventing all misfortunes. He decided that he would fight the Demon King's army with people who were fully prepared to fight. Lunar Wolf continued to quickly cover the distance through the forest. Tiny thought that the first misfortune would happen in the kingdom of Korun. He began to think further that he would go there as soon as he dropped into the Asgard von Valentia estate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, people stood next to the signboard and asked the question, "Was Lord killed?" Someone else said, "Many said that a dark magician was behind this." Someone else asked a question, "Won't this have a bad effect on them?" Another voice objected to him, saying no. One of the guys crossed his arms and said they better be careful. The second guy told him that they would hide for a while. They began to disperse in different directions. Meanwhile, elsewhere, black magic was in the air. Irina in the cloak of a dark magician approached the guard. The guards put their spears forward and asked him the question, "Who is he?" Irina waved her hand, moving all her fingers, and told them to mind their own business. Black magic began to emanate from the guards' heads, and they fell to the ground. Irina walked past them and entered the doorway. The rooms in the palace continued to glow brightly due to the lights being turned on. Gren stood in an empty room, reading something on sheets of paper. Suddenly, through the door, he heard strange sounds. Gren stood up to tense his whole body. He turned around sharply, holding out his sword, and angrily asked the question, "Who is he?" Irina began to fearlessly walk towards him and said that she had one question. She told him, snapping her fingers, that he would tell her everything he knew about Lord's death. Gren opened his mouth in surprise, and black energy began to emanate from his forehead. He humbly began to say that everything had begun. Irina listened attentively to his story. She asked the question, "Where is his body?" Gren replied that they put him in a coffin and left him in his chambers, as they were ordered. He said it was for the Imperial Family Investigation Squad. Irina put her index finger up and said that it was good. She said that he would fall asleep now and wake up in an hour. Some time later, Gren opened his eyes and exhaled in shock. He leaned his elbows on the pillar and asked in surprise, "Did he doze off?" Gren put his hand on his head and suggested that he had been working a lot lately. Suddenly one of the guards exclaimed that they were in big trouble. He added that Lord's body had disappeared. Gren opened his eyes in shock. He turned to the side. Gren, cursing, thought that this was a very important piece of evidence indicating the intervention of a dark magician. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the Phil's estate, Irina walked among the dense forest. She ran her hand over the blade of the sword that had recently pierced Timon Volfiles. Irina thought that the owner of the sword was dead by the time it was thrown away. He concluded that the freak who got rid of Wolf was to blame. Irina introduced Tiny and confidently thought that this dark-haired boy was involved, because he disappeared immediately after the incident. Irina looked to the side warily and thought that he would pay for ruining the plans of their organization. Meanwhile, at the gates of the western castle, Lucentia, a huge crowd of people entered the gate and were animatedly talking about something. Tiny walked among them. He looked around curiously and thought that Lucentius had many guests. He walked among the fruit stalls and noticed that everything was calm here. He began to think further that this could change if that person began to act first. Tiny breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was time for him to buy some equipment. He emptied a few coins from the bag and thanked him sarcastically for this gesture of goodwill. He added that this was not enough. Tiny looked at the shadow that appeared on his palms. He looked up. Someone asked him a threatening question. Did he have money? Timon and Eric were holding knives and swords. Eric began to pull the sword out of its sheath and exclaimed even more menacingly that they were addressing him. Timon licked the blade of the sword and asked a question. Maybe he will give it to him of his own free will, as long as they ask politely. Tiny asked them a question. What about them? Timon and Eric made a surprised sound. Tiny began to flex his fists and threateningly asked them a question. Do they have money? In a past life, there was one unwritten rule in the courtyard. If in an alley he is surrounded by a huge shadow, then he must immediately hold his breath. Tiny remembered how he pulled out people's corpses. Someone's voice addressed him and said that if he kills so many people, his soul will become corrupted. The man stood in front of him and said that the day would come when he would be overcome with guilt. He asked him a question. Maybe he will show mercy. Tiny leaned on his knees, starting to get up, and said that everything would be fine. The man began to stutter, which was a little earlier. Tiny cut him off and said that he had never killed people before. The man froze in place, stunned. Tiny smiled crazy and said that he got rid of a lot of freaks. Suddenly, a red bag flew up. The two men were knocked to the ground. One of the people turned to the deity. Someone else asked the question, did the Rufus family, which is considered the strongest, lose? Tiny turned to Eric and Timon from the Rufus family and asked them a question, are they strong like knights? He said that they are not even up to the level. Eric and Timon, their bodies shaking, tried to get up from the asphalt. Timon called him a freak. Eric swung his sword and shouted angrily that he would cut out his tongue. Timon began to scream angrily, trying to attack. Tiny threw one of them back with a slight movement. Eric began to fly at Timon, knocking them both off their feet. Eric and Timon began to fall back with a loud scream. There was only fear and excitement on their faces. Tiny suddenly kicked Timon in the head. He threw it back as far as he could. After some time, Eric, Timon, and other people were thrown onto the asphalt and lay lifeless. Tiny reached down, taking the bag from Eric. Eric muttered through his teeth that his boss would not leave it like that. Tiny began to pour coins out of the bag with an anticipatory smile and said with delight that he had a lot of money in his bag. Eric raised his trembling hand up and said that he would not let him go. Tiny, meanwhile, said that he would find a good use for this. He thanked them mockingly. Some time later in the forge, the blacksmith said that this armor was made from an iron bull that lived in the southern mountains. Tiny at this time was holding the weapon in his hands, looking carefully. The blacksmith said, clasping his hands together, that this would deflect most arrows. Tiny said that these two weapons were quite smart. He swung with a sharp movement, trying to hit the void. One of the men near the forge said that they couldn't come close. Another guy suggested to him that they could watch from afar. He heard she was beautiful. Tiny approached the blacksmith and asked a question, is there going to be some kind of event here? The blacksmith asked him a question, but he didn't know. He explained that Chloe von Valentia would be making the rounds. Tiny froze in place, stunned. He thought that Chloe von Valentia was the first to show him what love was. Tiny remembered how in a past life she took off her ring and gave it to him. She was the first to show him hope. Tiny thought that even if it all ended badly, but thanks to hope he was able to get out of Invender. He thought they both changed his life. If she knew how he lived, she would think that he followed his sister's wishes. Tiny thought that, however, he remembered that in a past life, Chloe von Valentia laughed very loudly while standing in front of him. She immediately apologized with feigned seriousness, exhaling into her fist, and said that he was quite large for a person with that name. Chloe von Valentia coughed, lowering her head. The next moment she began to cover her face with her hands and laughed even louder again. Tiny took his fists, lowering his head down in displeasure. Chloe von Valencia said with shame that she was really sorry. Tiny came back from the memories and thought that she didn't remember him. He began to run quickly and thought in his mind, but since they would meet earlier in this life, she would definitely remember him. He decided that he should ask her to help her meet the Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the voice of Edmund von Lucent said that Lucentia was one of the largest cities in the central region. He added with a satisfied smile that this is what he specializes in. Chloe von Valencia answered without interest that she understood. Edmund von Lucent was the eldest son of Lord Lucent. Edmund von Lucent and Chloe von Valencia were surrounded by knights. Edmund von Lucent went on to explain that Lucentia has the largest market in the area. He proudly added that they also had their own salmon. Edmund von Lucent hastened to add, but was abruptly interrupted by Chloe von Valencia. She firmly said that she was not interested in the business side of the issue. She asked whether she could visit the Poor Lands. Edmund von Lucent, stunned, asked the question, "What? Why does she need to go there?" Chloe von Valencia said that these residents were also their subjects. Edmund von Lucent began to laugh nervously, looking excitedly to the side. He immediately turned around, starting to walk forward, and with a stutter said that it was good. He said, waving his hand for her to follow him. Chloe von Valencia looked at him in surprise. She mentally asked the question, why did he react this way? She thought that he was the heir and had received proper education, so he should know the discipline of the empire. Chloe von Valencia remembered how Asgard von Valencia told her to keep an eye on the people from the Poor Lands. He said that only when their lives become better, then everything in their lands and in the country will also improve. Chloe von Valencia began to think further and asked the question, was her father strange for sticking to the values they were taught? She thought if she could, she would like to change people's perception of Poor Lands. But at her coming-of-age ceremony, her fiancé was announced. That is why she will soon not be able to lead her usual lifestyle. Chloe von Valencia looked up and mentally asked the question, maybe she should go to the temple. She thought that they had been wanting to take her in for a long time. Chloe von Valencia exhaled tiredly and began to mentally reason further that, however, her father would most likely be upset. She knew he wouldn't want her to be alone for the rest of her life. Suddenly someone screamed. Another voice asked the question, where did this baby come from? Chloe von Valencia looked to the side in surprise, feeling curious. She saw knights running towards Tiny, trying to scare him away. Tiny froze warily in place, looking at them angrily. Edmund von Lucent excitedly asked the question, what's wrong with him? Where is he from? Someone yelled at Tiny to get out of here. Tiny reached into his pocket, starting to look for something. He immediately put his hand forward and shouted that Chloe von Valencia gave this ring to him personally. Chloe von Valencia looked at this in shock. Tiny came up to her, knelt down, and said that she asked to find her. He said that even if he was late, he would allow him to express his respect to her. Vivian angrily asked him a question, coming forward. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Chloe von Valencia continued to look at it in surprise and mentally said that this is the same. She took the ring in her hands and said that this was really her ring. Vivian angrily asked the question, is this her ring? Chloe von Valencia said it was very strange. She gave it to a child from a poor land. Tiny opened his eyes in shock. Chloe von Valencia looked at him contemptuously and asked the question, how did he get it? Tiny looked up in shock and thought with excitement, asking the question, what? Suddenly the knights put their swords to his throat. Tiny looked at this dumbfounded. The knights pinned him on both sides, not allowing him to move anywhere. Chloe von Valencia looked at him angrily, clenching her fists. 3 knights surrounded Tiny's neck with swords. He froze in place, afraid to move. Vivian grabbed her sword with her hand and covered Chloe von Valencia with her body. She angrily ordered him to answer. Tiny thought desperately that they had met too soon. Rumor he said that they would find it hard to believe, but he is that child. Chloe von Valencia, crossing her arms over her chest, asked in disbelief, what? Vivian looked at him suspiciously. Tiny, seeing their reaction, thought that he had grown up too quickly, so they wouldn't recognize him. He pointed his index finger at his head and said that he was the only child in this city who had dark hair. After thinking, he added with excitement that throughout the duchy, Chloe von Valentia. Thoughtfully, she touched her lips with her fingers and asked the question, "How is this possible?" He was much smaller and dirtier. He even had difficulty speaking. These words struck him to the heart. Tiny thought it was because of that Volf freak who was bothering him. Chloe von Valentia pointed at him with the index finger of a shaking hand and added with excitement. His body was thinner. He looked pitiful, but cute. Tiny remembered with affection that she always liked small and cute things. In this case, having planned something, he smiled slyly and put his hands in front of him, activating the flow of mana. Chloe von Valentia exclaimed enthusiastically, looking at the cute wolf cub that appeared in her hands. She was overwhelmed with feelings. Having experienced a surge of tenderness, she asked in surprise what this cutie was doing here. She lovingly pressed the wolf cub to her chest, who disdainfully turned his muzzle away from her. Vivian said with excitement that it was a spirit. They don't know anything about him. Tenderly hugging the wolf cub, Chloe von Valentia said that spirits only get along with those who have a pure soul. Tiny turned away with a smug grin and said that it was true. Vivian examined him carefully and noticed a weapon hanging from his belt. She thought with displeasure that she could not believe it. He has weapons to fight and spirit. Chloe von Valentia asked with interest the question, "What is his name?" Lunar Wolf exhaled noisily, resigned to the situation. Tiny said his name is Lunar Wolf. In Western language it means wolf. Vivian noted in shock that he even knows Western language. Chloe von Valentia said it was a great name. Tiny smiled. Chloe von Valentia said with a smile, she did not expect him to change so much after just a couple of months. Then he couldn't even be given 10 years. She remembered his name translated as small. He confirmed that his name is Tiny. He is 13 years old. He began to grow rapidly after awakening his mana. Vivian stood warily between them, holding the hilt of her sword. Chloe von Valentia exclaimed with joy, "That's right. This is the same name." Vivian excitedly warned her that he was very suspicious. She covered it with her body and, holding a sword in front of her, angrily asked who he was. "Does he have half human blood in him?" Chloe von Valentia widened her eyes in shock and called her name with condemnation. Vivian sternly said that it was her duty to protect Chloe von Valentia. She excitedly tried to object, but was interrupted by the voice of Edmund von Lucent. He put his hands on his hips and said menacingly that he also considered this boy suspicious. Better to lock him up and investigate. Chloe von Valentia looked at him condemningly, hugging the lunar wolf tighter to her, and indignantly called out his name. Tiny said calmly, he doesn't expect everyone to trust him. He asked the question, when Chloe von Valentia gave him the ring, did she say she would help him? Edmund von Lucent trembled with indignation and asked the question, how dare he ignore him? Chloe von Valentia confirmed Tiny's words with a serious look and asked the question, does he need help? Tiny inquired, asking if she could arrange a meeting for him with Asgard von Valentia. The knights and Vivian pointed their swords and spears at him. Vivian angrily shouted that he was a freak. She asked the question, how dare he? Vivian assumed that he was out of his mind. Tiny looked at them fearlessly and asked in surprise, do they think he can harm him? He is one of the continent's 7 superhumans and uses aura. Tiny smiled slyly and said that they were talking about the Sword Emperor. Vivian's face fell in surprise. Chloe von Valentia laughed cheerfully and confirmed that her father was the Sword Emperor. Asgard von Valentia is embarrassed to hear this title. Lunar Wolf was fast asleep in her arms. Chloe von Valentia reported that he recently became one of the 7 great knights of the continent. Tiny was excited to remember that this is not yet a well-known fact. He widened his eyes in surprise when he heard Vivian say with sycophancy that this title was perfect for Asgard von Valentia. He's a great man. News of his success reached even the Outback. Tiny was relieved that they didn't take it with aggression. He touched his chest with his hand as a sign of respect and said that he wanted to tell Asgard von Valentia about what happened recently in Phil's. Chloe von Valentia was intrigued. Tiny added that he was personally there. After a while in the living room, Chloe von Valentia sat on the sofa, stroking the lunar wolf sleeping peacefully on her lap with her hand, and asked in surprise, "Did this really happen?" Vivian sat modestly in a chair next to her, holding her hands on her knees and looking at her with a guilty expression on her face. She quietly confirmed this. Chloe von Valentia crossed her arms over her chest in irritation and asked the question, what else is she hiding from her? Maybe Tiny didn't tell everything. Vivian looked away guiltily. She was afraid that Chloe von Valentia would get involved in dangerous things. Vivian looked at her and excitedly assured her that nothing else had happened. Just what he said. One of the lords of the empires turned out to be a dark magician, but someone else killed him. Chloe von Valentia anxiously asked herself, who is the killer? She said out loud that Tiny's testimony was important information because he was personally present there. She looked up and said, "It's good that he himself wanted to meet her father. They will immediately leave for the main estate." Vivian looked at Lunar Wolf with hostility and asked how long would Chloe von Valentia carry this spirit around with her. Lunar Wolf was fast asleep, his ears drooping and whining pitifully. Vivian worried that he might harm her. Chloe von Valentia picked up Lunar Wolf, showed it to her and asked in surprise, "Is this cutie?" Lunar Wolf raised his voice and barked. Vivian felt a surge of tenderness and said that he was cute. She shook her head sharply from side to side and desperately shouted that she should not let her guard down. Chloe von Valentia asked, asking where Tiny is. Vivian said with uncertainty that Edmund von Lucent said that he had business with him and took him away. Lunar Wolf became alert at these words. Chloe von Valentia asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" She was scared when the Lunar Wolf disappeared, leaving only a cloud of white smoke. In one of the city alleys, the voice of Edmund von Lucent was heard, who said that finally they could talk normally. He asked the question, "What is the name of the spirit summoner?" Tiny fearlessly told him his name. Edmund von Lucent asked with displeasure, "Is he being familiar with him?" Tiny annoyedly said that they would miss it and asked a question. Did he say that he knew about dark magicians? Edmund von Lucent mockingly asked how he knew about them. He said that because Tiny was acting arrogant. Tiny concluded that this was a lie. Edmund von Lucent desperately grabbed his head with his hand, frowned and said that he continued to be insolent. He is an ill-mannered child. He doesn't know how to behave at all. Edmund von Lucent raised his hand, intending to hit him. Tiny grabbed his hand and blocked the blow. Edmund von Lucent angrily asked the question, "Did he stop him? What about him?" He desperately tried to free his hand, which was shaking from tension. Gritting his teeth and bulging his eyes from the strain, he realized with disappointment that he could not escape his grip. Edmund von Lucent raised his other hand and shouted that if he disrespects him one more time, he will make Chloe von Valentia take responsibility for it. He angrily asked the question, "How dare he harm an aristocrat?" Tiny let go of his hand and scratched the back of his head in surprise, asking again, "An aristocrat?" Edmund von Lucent sighed with relief. Tiny said that this is a strange title. He added, "Let him do as he wants." Tiny smiled slyly and beckoned him with his index finger. He said cheerfully, "Let him first show what he has prepared." Something maintains his confidence during a meeting with him. Edmund von Lucent looked worriedly at his hand, which was bruised from Tiny's fingers. He mentally thought that he was an idiot. Edmund von Lucent, having planned something evil, grinned maliciously and said, "Let him follow him." He called Tiny an arrogant commoner. After some time, Vivian was sitting on a horse. Earlier, Chloe von Valentia frightenedly ordered her to go to Tiny now. Vivian was fast on his horse and thought that Chloe von Valentia was taking too much care of him. She realized with excitement that since the spirit had disappeared, it meant that it was far from its summoner. She asked herself in bewilderment how Edmund von Lucent could take Tiny outside the castle. Vivian stopped in front of the guard, who pointed her in the direction. She rushed headlong in that direction and prayed for the horse to gallop faster. She was riding on a horse, furrowing her brows and clenching her teeth in excitement. Vivian hoped she wouldn't be late. At this time, Edmund von Lucent and Tiny stood in front of the entrance to a beautiful snow-white house. Edmund von Lucent looked with a malicious grin at Tiny, who was indifferently picking his nose with his finger. A large man almost ran out of the door to meet them, who, spreading his arms, asked in bewilderment what brought the young lord here. Then, escorting the guests inside, he added that there was still time before the tax collection day, or did he come for the goods? They were met by the eldest of the Rufus family along with his subordinates, who were also puzzled by their arrival. Sighing tiredly, Tiny thought to himself that this was quite expected. Edmund von Lucent at first discreetly noted that he did not care about the product. Then, pointing his finger at him, he began to historically shout that he wanted to teach this ignorant commoner a good lesson. Rufus, looking to the side, asked in confusion, "What? Teach a child a lesson?" But then Edmund, taking a step forward, gives him a resounding slap in the face, continuing to shout. He should not be insolent to him. He was told to teach a lesson, not to argue. Being at a loss, Rufus agreed, saying that he understood everything. He then gave a strict order to the second and third most important men in their gang, Eric and Tillman. They must teach this boy a good lesson. However, having come forward quite confidently, they almost immediately froze in place as soon as they saw Tiny. He also crossed his arms over his chest and looked at them, and after a few seconds of silence, he greeted them with a wide, but not sincere smile. Eric and Tillman, remembering him, panicked. Rufus, starting to get angry, barked at them. What are they waiting for? However, the next moment they both fell at his feet and began vying with each other to say that this was the same freak they were talking about. They really ask you to avenge them. Then Rufus, grabbing the mace, headed towards Tiny, almost growling along the way. Today is not his day. He shouldn't have crossed the line. Edmund von Lucent, who was watching from the side, immediately clenched his fist with glee, thinking that now this guy will wipe the arrogant grin off the face of this idiot. He's finished. But as soon as Rufus swung his weapon, a chuckle was heard, and at the same time Tiny hit him backhand, throwing him far back and forcing him to smash several steps of the snow-white stairs. All this time the smile did not fall from his face, but everyone else, seeing what had happened, could not contain their surprise, but could barely exclaim, "What was it?" Tiny, calmly spinning his mace in the air, asked in a bored tone, "Is that all?" Edmund immediately rushed to Rufus, and crawling up to him on his knees asked him to come and protect him. Tiny, heading after him and exuding demonic energy, not in his own voice, clarified, "Is he asking to protect him? Let this guy just try it." This amazed them so much that the very next moment they were overtaken by an attack and forced to fall unconscious. Tiny didn't seem surprised and just asked what was the matter. Edmund von Lucent seems to be the head, but he didn't last long. Then he announced louder that that was enough. From this, the rest of the subordinates shuddered, and Tiny, turning at them, grinning ominously, asked what the guys were going to do. They felt a strong trembling throughout their whole body. After some time, Vivian burst through the open doors, loudly calling Tiny, but immediately froze. All members of the Rufus family were unconscious, and only Eric and Tillman put the huge safe on the floor on which he was sitting. Her gaze slid to Edmund, who was very impressed by what he saw, and Tiny. He jumped off the safe and asked why she came. Vivian explained that the princess ordered her because she was worried about him. What even happened here? Tiny, ignoring the question, put the book in front of her, saying that here is a list of bribes. She, having accepted the thing, still asked what it was. He continued, noting that they were involved in human trafficking. The laws of the empire did not frighten them at all. Even an aristocrat like Edmund von Lucent cannot surpass such proof. Vivian was so taken aback by the overwhelming information that she barely said what he had been living on all this time. The next day, Chloe, being with them on the road and sitting in the carriage, said that Edmund von Lucent was expelled from the Count's family for his misconduct. It seems that he was engaged in human trafficking for quite a long time, so the Count was completely disappointed in him. She feels that the relationship between their families will become much more tense. Vivian, sobbing inconsolably all this time, began to ask her for forgiveness. But someone immediately asked, is this really her fault? She and Chloe von Valencia looked at each other, and Tiny calmly continued, of course not. Vivian called out to him in embarrassment. Chloe exhaled and laughed, exclaiming that she knew it. She turned to her in confusion. Then Chloe von Valencia explained that her father always said that attitudes towards merits and crimes should not be influenced by the status of their owner. Then Vivian still asked in bewilderment why the princess looked at her like that. Chloe, at one point becoming dissatisfied, she was indignant that she should have broken Edmund something so that he could not escape and hide from punishment. Vivian was not impressed, and even with boredom noted to herself that it sounded cruel. But Tiny, on the contrary, with a smile on his face, thought that from that moment a relationship would begin. They, the famous young daughter of the Sword Emperor and a talented female knight, team up. Sometimes they will be like sisters to each other, and sometimes like mother and daughter. They have a special relationship. Vivian will remain by Chloe's side, even if the situation in her family changes. It seems to him that she likes to be an older sister or mother for the princess. Chloe von Valencia suddenly called out to him, asking what he was thinking about. Tiny, looking away at the view outside the window, noted that Edmund von Lucent was proudest of himself. Now, when one name is not enough to get rid of his sins, and his own family is persecuting him, he received the most suitable punishment for himself. Vivian jumped up from her seat at such a speech and, pointing her finger at him, screamed, "The princess must hear what he says. How can a child think like that?" But Chloe, raising the lunar wolf in front of her, laughed, on the contrary, saying that the owner of this thinks correctly. Moon agree. Tiny, hearing her, immediately repeated, "Moon?" Chloe von Valencia explained that the name of the spirit was difficult for her to pronounce, so she just decided to go with the moon. "This guy likes that name, doesn't he?" And the lunar wolf barked loudly in response. He suddenly clarified that she no longer suspects him. Chloe noted that she had heard stories about a dark-haired boy in files. They say that he destroyed the underground organization and freed all the victims. Then, with a wink, she added that he had done a great job today too. His actions are impressive. Tiny, also looking warmly in response, realized with relief that he was glad that she believed him. But suddenly Chloe von Valencia poked him in the shoulder, sternly explaining that from now on he must report such things to her in advance. Did he understand everything? Tiny readily assured her that he understood everything. 3 days later, as night fell, the carriage stopped, and Chloe immediately rushed to find out what had happened. One of the knights, confused, tried to explain that the whole point was that there was an elf here who was asking for a ride. She immediately repeated in shock, "Elf?" When they all got out of the carriage, a girl appeared in front of them, taking off her hood and introducing herself. She is an attendant of the World Tree. Her name is Irina, and she greets the owners of the crew. Could she ask them to accompany her for a while? And while Vivian and Chloe von Valencia were delighted with their new acquaintance, Tiny was in shock looking into her flickering eyes, thinking that she was a dark magician of the fifth circle. Elves are descendants of fairies, famous for their beauty. Their kingdom of Elfenheim is located in the far west. In the kingdom of Aslan, located in the Middle East, they are extremely rare, but most residents are friendly towards them, since elves are natural summoners of spirits, known for their purity, kindness, and peacefulness. Tiny, standing aside, noted with caution to himself, who would have thought that such a pure creature would turn out to be a dark magician of the fifth circle? Chloe von Valencia, on the contrary, was quite friendly and asked if the girl was heading north to the kingdom of werebeasts through the Duchy of Valencia. Irina still good-naturedly clarified whether this kingdom seems like a pleasant place to them. After all, it is in disagreement with Aslan. Chloe clarified that this is not the case. It's just very far away. Then she explained that she was going there for training. Her goal is to explore the world and collect stories from different places. As soon as Chloe von Valentia heard this, she immediately perked up, noting that she knew what she was talking about. She's talking about training 11 knights, the elite among the elves, right? With a smile that never left her face, Irina replied that everything was correct. She is very knowledgeable. By the way, is this her spirit? With these words, she pointed to the lunar wolf. Chloe was very surprised at first, asking how the girl realized that it was a spirit. Then, pointing to Tiny, she noted that the owner of this was a boy. Then Irina rather mysteriously noted that she had heard that there were practically no summoners among people. Anyway, he, also hearing these words, excitedly thought that this elf knew everything even before coming here. He never thought that she would be a big shot. But if so, then he cannot rush into battle now until they coordinate their actions. Having assessed the current situation, Tiny turned on his acting game to the maximum, and with a childish sparkle in his eyes, he exclaimed that he had never seen an elf. This behavior stunned Vivian and Chloe von Valentia. They tried to bring him to his senses, simultaneously asking what he was doing. However, Tiny barely paid attention to them, again thinking the same thing. Fortunately, she knew nothing about what abilities the lunar wolf had. Only the one who entered into a contract with it knows this. But still, how does she manage to hide such an amount of demonic energy? He saw the black and purple stones sparkling inside Irina, while she calmly noted that their meeting was fateful. Maybe the boy wants her to show him some magic. With that, she created a bright flame in her hand, which made Tiny wonder if she could even release mana. At the same time, he also remembered that earlier his comrade Argon tried to convince him that he had learned to distinguish between them. Otherwise, their losses would have been tens of times greater. Tiny realized that he should have listened to him then. Then, looking around, he also counted that there were 12 third-stage experts with them. 1 stage for swordswoman. They say that circles for magicians are the same as stages for mana users. To defeat someone who is 1 level higher than the fighter, you will need 5 people. This means that in order for him with his 2nd stage to defeat a magician of the 5th circle, he will need 100 people like him. If he fights with her, he will die without a chance. He needs to attack unexpectedly, timing the moment. Luckily, he has an ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, the lunar wolf jumped from Chloe von Valentia's arms to Vivian, causing Chloe to ask with resentment in her voice if she was tickling it too much. But she, already playing with the spirit, asked if she could hold it now. Irina was also touched, saying that it was very cute. She would like to hold it in her arms too. Tiny immediately took the lunar wolf from Vivian to give to her, saying that she could do it. She immediately clarified, does he allow her? He confidently confirmed his words. And then Irina, holding out her hands to the wolf, noted that she would not refuse this. She will be careful with this. But the next moment there was a sound like an explosion, which shocked all the knights. The lunar wolf sharply increased in size and bared its toothy mouth, together with Tiny trying to destroy the dome that Irina instantly erected. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain, and looking to the side she saw how a sword belonging to Vivian was stabbed into her side. The men, standing in a stupor, asked in horror, is this demonic energy? She is a dark magician. Irina said in a trembling voice that they were freaks. When did they understand? Chloe von Valentia thought with determination in her eyes that she had done the right thing by trusting Tiny. Earlier, when she was holding a lunar wolf in her arms, it carefully pricked her hand with its claw, which meant that in front of them was a high-level dark elf magician. Vivian should attack her. Chloe was then extremely surprised, and looking at him, she also poked the spirit gently in the stomach, thereby conveying that this could lead to a conflict between the races. He understands what position she occupies. Then Tiny also carefully waved his finger in the air, explaining that this girl supports File's lord. If they don't attack suddenly, they will be in trouble themselves. He will take responsibility and give his life if necessary. Such a statement was very unexpected for Chloe von Valencia, but at the same time she decided on this plan. Then Vivian, smiling brightly and holding the lunar wolf, asked if she could really hold it for a little while. But then it put its paw to her face, which also became a signal for action. Now she and Tiny tried to attack her at the same time, but Irina, clenching her teeth tighter, found the strength to push off the ground and fly into the air. He exclaimed with irritation that they did not hit her heart. Then Vivian abruptly gave the order to pay attention to the shield. They must all attack together. The knights, rushing to attack, also began to control each other, saying that they needed to protect the princess. Tiny also did not stand aside, and, jumping high, struck the protective dome with a mace, which caused cracks to appear on the surface. Vivian by this moment had also approached Irina, which is why she sent powerful streams of energy in their direction, simultaneously shouting that they are all arrogant parasites. This can't be. How did they guess? He mockingly noted, repelling her attack. Is there any difficulty here? She reeks of vile power. Irina immediately realized that it was all because of this freak. Then, accumulating streams of magic around herself, she continued to shout that the boy was just an idiot. Tiny, having landed, realized what she was going to do, and when Irina concentrated a dense clot of energy in her hands, the next moment there was a bright explosion that forced everyone who saw it to cover their faces with their palms. Seeing one of the swirling streams of magic heading towards him, Tiny crossed his arms, deciding to do so. He was then surrounded by iron divine armor and an iron body. Although it broke from a powerful blow, it managed to protect him, even throwing him back. Quickly getting to his feet, he nevertheless noted to himself that he was using this technique for the first time in his new life. He barely succeeded. Vivian again turned to the knights, announcing that the elf's shield was weakened. They must kill the demon servant. However, Irina, throwing the men back with a new shock wave, ordered the freaks to step aside. Tiny jumped onto the lunar wolf and rushed into battle, shouting that they should help. Having rushed past Irina, he hit the shield with his mace, which she could not help but notice. Behind them appeared Vivian along with a knight, who also tried to strike her, but managed to dodge and fly to the side. Irina screamed that only one person was to blame for what was happening, but she would kill them all. She, the base, jumped up for the next attack and replied that the elf should stop telling jokes. Tiny also added that she is hoping in vain. The next moment they both struck simultaneously, which is why Irina even closed her eyes, but again bared her teeth and shouted at them that they were freaks. Splashing out her anger, she did not notice how he ended up behind her, and, swinging wide, powerfully attacked her, causing her to fly down, hitting her and provoking a loud bang. Vivian immediately gave the order to the soldiers to advance. Irina, rubbing her sore head, again began to exclaim, "How dare the freak do this?" Tiny, heading towards her, noted that they never wounded her. She actually said that she doesn't accept defeat. With these words, Irina struck the ground with her palm, releasing a new release of magic in powerful streams. One of them, flying past the warriors, headed straight towards Chloe von Valencia standing to the side. From such a surprise she froze in fear, but at the last moment Vivian came to her aid, who, having repelled the blow, again turned to the knights, ordering them to hold their positions. Suddenly, looking up, she also stopped in confusion when she saw a bright purple beam of energy. It came from Tiny, who was flying through the sky and silently thought that he was able to completely block the fire. Thanks to the modification technique, the iron divine armor is now better than in the previous life. Vivian continued to stand in place, not understanding what she should do next, and then, crossing his gaze with her, he realized what she should do. He will do his best to tear her apart. Together with Vivian, Tiny, he again headed towards Irina, and attacked her with renewed vigor. The next moment he realized that they had succeeded. There was another bright explosion, and the two of them were thrown in different directions. Tiny's fall was softened by Lunar Wolf, but it was still quite painful. Having slightly opened his closed eyes, he saw Irina, who was now left without a dome and was holding her bloody side. Rushing straight towards her with it, Tiny noted that he was able to do it. He needs to do it again, and further, Vivian helped him in this. Irina, seeing them approaching, again accumulated energy within herself, which she threw out, screaming, "How despicable, pathetic people dare to do this." Vivian, screaming in pain, wondered how this elf still had so much strength. But again her gaze settled on Tiny, who, sitting astride the lunar wolf, was heading into a new attack, thinking that he had very little time left. Swinging his weapon, he hit Irina with all his might, and Vivian immediately ordered the knights to finish her off. They boldly rushed forward, but they were stopped by the fact that Irina soared up, which is why even Tiny got angry, displeasedly saying that she ran away. Their enemy is fleeing. They must catch her and kill her. Irina, frozen in the air, flashed her red eyes and said loudly, "In honor of his will." The next moment, a huge silhouette of a creature appeared behind her, with sparkling slits in its helmet, and he immediately realized that this technique was the last resort of demon followers. They sacrificed themselves to enhance their own mana. This is definitely a fiery sacrifice, creating ever new flows of energy. Irina screamed for everything here to burn to the ground. The blows fell first on the warriors, and even Tiny had to run back. Looking around, he realized that the knights were at their limit. They now need the power to finish her off. With this, he turned to Chloe von Valentia, declaring that they had bought enough time. Mentally, he added with hope that now it was her turn. Chloe immediately activated her powers, and as soon as she concentrated, a warm glow surrounded her. Shaking her hands up, she announced that there would be light. The power granted through repentance and blessing is sacred power. A person who repented, was baptized, and became a priest, from that moment on will begin to have anti-demonic power. But there are those who have it from birth. They are messengers of God, saints, heroes, or in the rarest and most special case, those who become priests. Chloe von Valentia, having accumulated more power, releases bright streams that collide with dark demonic energy. The knights, watching all this, ask questions. How did this happen? Is this their princess? Tiny, on the contrary, looked at them with a grin and noted that she hid her strength even from her own guards. The almighty Sword Emperor was afraid that she might be taken to the church. He had never seen a priest stronger than Chloe. It seemed to him that she should have been weaker now, but no, her level was quite high. When the blow reaches Irina, although she tried to protect with her dome, nothing worked out for her, and the powerful streams, breaking through her protection, created a huge release of energy. Having fallen to the ground, she tried to catch her breath at the same time and screamed that it was impossible. She can't lose to idiots like them. However, now it was Tiny's turn, and as he came closer, he hit her on the head with his mace, noting that everyone around was in shock, so he had to finish her off. Chloe von Valentia immediately shouted to him that he shouldn't have done this. When did he ask why? She explained that they should have questioned her. Tiny hiccuped in realization, but then she noted that even though she was a priest, she could not sense her demonic power. She wanted to ask why this elf did this. He cleared his throat and sincerely asked for forgiveness. However, Chloe continued to think out loud. Her divine power will not heal this girl, right? Tiny noted kindly that in this case they would only be able to finally be convinced of her death. Sigh heavily, she noted that they had no choice anyway. Suddenly Irina's body hissed and, evaporating, began to turn into gray acrid smoke. He, looking at this, only noted to himself that this is what the death of a high-level dark magician looks like. Unexpectedly, the knights gathered together enthusiastically turned to Chloe von Valentia. Is she a priest? This is incredible. This made her exhale heavily again, noting that her secret had been revealed. And for what? But he knew, right? Tiny, meeting her gaze, asked why. She explained that he was the only one who was not surprised to see her strength. Then he admitted it. Chloe was surprised and asked with sincere bewilderment where it came from. Not even all her relatives know. Tiny seriously explained that she couldn't say it yet, but one day she would find out everything. She actually confided in him right away, causing him to scratch the back of his head thoughtfully, wondering if she would just back down that easily. Then Tiny reminded that he would take responsibility for what happened to the Dark Magician. Because of him, they were in big trouble. Chloe von Valencia, however, without losing her positive attitude, and even clarified with a smile, "Is there a problem like the one that will follow what happened with Edmund?" Frightened, he frantically asked what she was talking about. "She doesn't think his actions put her at risk." Chloe, in an instant, replacing her good-natured smile with a cold and almost steely voice, said that it was the duty of aristocrats to get rid of demons. If she died, it would be only because of her weakness. She has no reason to blame the child for this. Tiny listened to her and closed his eyes and realized that she was the same as before, and again becoming the usual Chloe von Valencia to ruffle his hair and clarify. Was he worried? This is very nice. He's finally acting like a child. Noticing the frowning expression on Tiny's face, Vivian grinningly asked if he doesn't like being called cute. He sharply confirmed this, but he himself thought, he's an adult, why would he like this? Then she suddenly added that the boy was really just a baby. Tiny turned around, with wide eyes, and immediately asked what she said. Vivian, coming up to him and also beginning to gently pat his cheek, explained that children his age do not like to be called cute. It turns out he has a human side too. Trying to remove her hands from his face, he said displeasedly that he did not want to hear such things. And while the two of them were arguing, Chloe von Valencia, turning again and paying attention to the handful of ashes on the ground, reminded them that they needed to quickly report what had happened to their father. They must send him a message from the nearest town. After some time they came to the main gate of Fiven. Tiny was quite relaxed and did not pay attention to the ongoing crowd, noting with pleasure that he knew that the Sword Emperor doted on his daughter. However, Chloe, who was standing next to her, was extremely embarrassed and, covering her face with her hands, bashfully exclaimed, "Why did her father do this?" The townspeople, watching them, noted with surprise that it seemed that the rumors were true, and all because the Order of the Blue Wing Knights stood right in front of them. He, looking at the sparkling armor, noted that power emanated from them. They are worthy to be called the elite of the Duchy of Valencia. Everyone in the group has at least the rank of expert. There is no one stronger in the empire. Suddenly, one of the men, whose armor shone with gold, fell right in front of them and announced that he was the vice-captain of the Order of the Blue Wing, Garen Clement. All his 103 comrades are with him. They all need to show respect to their Princess Chloe now. At his command, the men immediately knelt down, following his example. She immediately began to wave her hand, thanking him for coming and for the knights coming with him. They can all stand up. Garen, being the god of speed, carried out her order and noted that he was glad to see her in health. Her father was very worried about her. Chloe von Valencia clicked her tongue in displeasure, noting that she wrote in the message that everything was fine with her. He had no need to meet her. Garen Clement politely reminded her that the Dark Magician had attacked her after all. If they were not ready to set out immediately, her father would personally come in their place. This completely puzzled her, which is why she immediately clarified what he was talking about. He noted with slight confusion that the whole point was that about a month ago, the family jewel, Tempest, suddenly disappeared. This came as a big shock to all three, and Chloe hastened to say that her father always wore this. Garen agreed, that's the problem. When he woke up in the morning, the jewel was no longer there. Tiny was struck by an electric shock from this news. He immediately wondered how this was possible. Then he even clarified that this, by chance, is not an artifact. Chloe von Valencia agreed with him, saying it was likely. He was puzzled by her uncertainty, and she explained that it was a secret that only priests knew, so she could only assume that it was a powerful artifact. Tiny, sadly lowering his head, replied that everything was clear to him now. Chloe seemed to know why it was missing. Puzzled the others, which is why they immediately tried to ask him where from. But Tiny asked to be allowed to meet with the Duke. He himself will explain everything to him. The crew set off again, and Garen couldn't help but wonder how this child could know the reason. At the same time, he also asked the knight who was walking next to him, who was this child? The man clarified with a smile, does he mean Tiny? Garen Clement realized that he had heard this name again. The brown-haired man continued that this boy is incredible. His contribution to the victory over the dark magician is very great. From what he heard is that this child will soon become an expert. This made Garen even more shocked, causing him to exclaim, at such and such an age. He mentally continued that even the 7 great knights of his age were not so talented. He's a genius. No, he's a monster. He is obliged to bring him into his family. But suddenly it dawned on him, and repeating the name again, he surprised the knight, who immediately clarified that something was wrong. Garen Clement explained that he remembered that this was the person who sent the letters from files. The colleague would also be surprised by such information, but he added that this name is very rare, and he is sure that this is the same boy. During the ride, in a carriage bouncing on the rocks, Chloe was most impressed by the view of a large field covered with fragrant flowers that opened before her. Tiny, after observing her reaction, asked if she likes lilies. Chloe von Valencia immediately exclaimed with delight, of course she loves them. Her deceased mother and father loved them too. They even called her that in childhood. He agreed that this name would suit her. Vivian suddenly spoke up, noting that the love story of the Duke and his wife was very famous. She is the only woman he has ever loved. Has the boy heard of this? Tiny answered hesitantly. He thought he heard it. Although at the same time he remembered the words of Asgard von Valencia, who, back in his past life, admitted that he did not like lilies that much. This is the most important part of the secret that he must not forget. Now smiling contentedly with his thoughts, Tiny noted to himself, it is not surprising that the Sword Emperor kept this a secret. He most likely does not remember his past life. But since he asked him to find himself as soon as possible, then he is sure that he has a way to make him stronger. He must meet him, start training, and find a way to become an aura master. His main goal is to gain greater strength, because without an aura, he will not be able to even leave a scratch on monsters with the level of a corps commander. In this life, he will definitely break the hands of all of them. Finally, the crew arrived at Valentino, the place where Valencia Duke's main castle is situated. It is one of the few huge cities of the Aslan Empire. First of all, the knights were delighted, who, having fallen to their knees, did not cease to rejoice. They were on their native lands. Chloe turned to Tiny and asked if he had been here before. He replied with a smile that this was his first time here. She immediately focused her attention on his phrase, repeating her words, now? But they were interrupted by a continuous noise, and all eyes were immediately drawn to one direction. Asgard ran towards them, loudly sobbing and screaming. Opening his arms for a hug, he did not bother to ask, his daughter, she wasn't hurt? Tiny was very puzzled to see these tears, although Chloe von Valencia just rolled her eyes in displeasure. Moments later, Asgard von Valencia fell to the ground, running past her and tripping. In a trembling voice he asked why she was doing this. Chloe, losing patience, exclaimed that people were looking at them. A father must not forget about dignity. She really asks him about it. But he immediately, with the same pitiful expression on his face, asked whether it was wrong for a father to worry about his daughter. Chloe von Valencia insisted. She won't fall for it. He shouldn't push for pity. He better apologize to the knights he disturbed. Finally getting up and putting himself in order, Asgard cleared his throat and loudly announced that they had all done a good job. Thanks to them, his daughter returned unharmed. He asks them to accept his gratitude not just as the Lord of Valencia, but as the father of a daughter. He's already organized a party for them, so they should enjoy it to the fullest. The knights, as if on command, bowed their knees again, promising that they would do just that. Finally, Asgard von Valencia noticed Tiny and asked in surprise who this child was. He turned to him and realized that the Duke still didn't recognize him. Chloe, displeasedly crossing her arms, reminded, "She wrote about this child in the report. He will act as a witness in the case of the Dark Magician." Asgard was a little embarrassed, and scratching the back of his head, explained that so much had just fallen on him that he no longer remembered anything. Suddenly Tiny, approaching him, announced that he had to say something. "It concerns the Tempest." His act almost horrified those around him, and even Chloe von Valentia no longer seemed so irritated. But Asgard von Valentia, looking down at him, said in a deep voice, which felt like a bolt from the blue, "What a brave boy." Tiny even had to sit down a little from the spiritual pressure that had piled up. But at the same time he still grinned and realized that the Sword Emperor also had a lot to learn. He can't believe it. His skill is at the level of an aura user. Even Astina, who is also one of the 7 greatest knights, has long reached the level of aura exceeder. And as of now, Jirik must be facing the bottleneck to become an aura exceeder. But he will overcome this pressure, using the strength of spirit accumulated in a past life. Having made this decision, Tiny immediately began to exude even stronger energy and confidently noted that he could tell everything right here. This surprised Asgard, who could hardly answer anything clearly. Then Chloe von Valentia, running up to him, hastened to say that this child is ignorant due to his age. But Asgard von Valentia had already noted with confidence that this was not the case. This boy would not have behaved this way out of ignorance alone. Now it was her turn to be perplexed, and Asgard, on the contrary, declared that he would talk to this impudent person. Soon, the two of them were in his office, and sitting down at the table, Asgard von Valentia began. "So does the guy know about the disappearance of the Tempest?" Tiny, standing opposite, confirmed this. "He even has an assumption." Asgard noted with interest that he was ready to listen to this. He suddenly fell into thought for a few moments, noting that Tempest was one of the few ancient words he knew. It means time or opportunity, and since the treasure disappeared a month ago. Then Tiny continued his thoughts, but now out loud, "Perhaps it has the power to turn back time." Asgard von Valentia, without taking his gaze off him, noted that the guy could continue. He noted that everything will begin with an incident that will happen in 20 years. Then Tiny tried to tell in as much detail as possible about everything that he himself had once experienced, and he finished only with the onset of the golden sunset. Leaning back in his chair, Asgard admitted that the guy's story was too well organized. A child wouldn't have come up with that. Guardian of the World Tree and the first hammer of the dwarves, he even knows the name of the great warrior of the Orc tribe. Tiny sadly noted that they had all been comrades for a whole year. Leaning over the wooden surface again, Asgard rubbed the bridge of his nose, clarifying, "Are these comrades his enemies, with whom he has been fighting for a long time?" Then, standing up, he repeated, "Tempest means time and opportunity. She can transport only one person into the past, taking the life of a Superman as a sacrifice." Descendants used this very carefully and wisely. This information was passed down from generation to generation along with the item. To be honest, he never believed it was true. It turns out that everything was in vain if the guy doesn't deceive him after all. However, he can hardly believe that he made such a decision then. Did he rely on the guy's talent and send him past? Tiny's face suddenly stretched out in surprise, and Asgard von Valentia, pacing around the office, continued that if he returned, he could benefit from the experience of his past life, preparing the forces of humanity to fight against the army of the Demon King. But instead he sent the boy and not himself. At these words, that same spiritual pressure appeared around him again, and his eyes sparkled with a piercing blue light. Asgard von Valentia asked in shock why he sent the boy and not himself. Tiny reported because that's what he'll become. He will constantly talk about saving talent and other nonsense. He twirled his finger at his temple and admitted that at that time he thought that Asgard von Valentia was suffering from senility. Asgard von Valentia frowned with displeasure. He walked around the room excitedly, putting his hands behind his back, and said that everything was clear to him. He suggested that there was no way to know in advance how far back in time someone could be sent. Tiny said that he used a power on him that he wasn't even sure he had. Asgard von Valentia sat down on the chair and put his hands on the armrests. He asked the question, where does this confidence come from if he has never done anything like this? Asgard von Valentia suggested with a smile. He told him something like he would be sent back to the moment when the influence on his soul was the strongest. Tiny was dumbfounded by these words. Asgard von Valentia added where his personality was formed. Tiny looked at him in despair, trying to cope with the surging feelings. Asgard von Valentia suggested that the future him predicted this. Tiny clenched his teeth in rage, remembering the murdered arena. He realized that this was why he had traveled to the day his sister died. Asgard von Valentia clenched his hands into fists and asked the question, is he wrong? Tiny tried to cope with anger and despair by clenching his fists. He said Asgard von Valentia was right. Tiny mentally admitted that this was not the Sword Emperor's fault, and unclenched his palms. He understood that he should be grateful just for being able to see her again. Asgard von Valentia said he had one last question. Tiny looked at him questioningly and asked which one. Asgard von Valentia asked if in the future he only asked him to look for him. Tiny had to tell him something to gain his trust. Tiny rolled his eyes thoughtfully. Remembering, he said that his daughter's childhood name was Leela. They chose this because he and his wife liked this flower. Asgard von Valentia frowned with displeasure, put his elbows on the table and rested his chin in his hands. He sternly said that everyone knows about this. Tiny added that he doesn't really like it. Asgard von Valentia separated his palms. Tiny added that he said this is the most important part of the truth. Asgard von Valentia bowed his head and sighed in shock. Clutching his stomach, he laughed cheerfully, leaning back in his chair. Having calmed down, he grabbed his face with his hand and admitted that he could say such a thing. This is true. Hiding his face in his hands, Asgard von Valentia said that even after her death he could not admit it, so he did not tell anyone. Cursing, he stood up from his chair, hit the table with both hands and admitted that it was all true. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tiny asked, does he believe him? Asgard von Valentia clenched his fist in a victory gesture and said joyfully, now he understands why his family's jewel was stolen. Right from his hands in his chambers. Tiny looked at him in surprise and said that he was glad to hear this. He mentally asked with interest, is it because he went back 20 years ago that he is more capricious than then? Asgard von Valentia demanded that despite this, he still needed special proof. Tiny's eyes widened in shock. Asgard von Valentia ordered that the Knight Royer be summoned to him. Tiny looked around in fear and looked at the door. The voice of the butler was heard, who obediently announced that this order would be carried out. Tiny excitedly asked the question, for what? Asgard von Valentia looked down at him menacingly and said, he was convinced that he had really returned from the future, but he was not yet completely sure about himself. Asgard von Valentia asked sternly, did he say his name is Tiny? Is he one of the 10 future great knights? If so, then let him show it. Tiny looked at him in bewilderment. Asgard von Valentia demanded that he show him a future ability that he would appreciate. Tiny grinned smugly. A little while later, they walked together along the bridge, covered with a red carpet. Tiny frowned at Asgard von Valentia and thought that this was somehow dishonest. He asked to find it, and now he is testing it. Tiny looked out from behind Asgard von Valentia, smiled slyly, and mentally asked if he should play a prank on him. He asked a question. He was curious. What would the future be like? Asgard von Valentia, without turning his head, answered that very much. Tiny ran fussily from one side to the other, wondering what to do. He cheerfully asked the question, can I tell him a little about his family? Asgard von Valentia firmly refused and said that he did not need such information. Tiny, not believing his ears, asked what. Asgard von Valentia said that he was interested in the foreshadowing of disaster. Apart from this, let him not tell anything to either him or his daughter. Asgard von Valentia stopped at the bridge railing and looked down. His attention was drawn to a man with glasses who was shouting loudly. Tiny asked in bewilderment why. Asgard von Valentia replied that people grow through mistakes and mistakes. From the bridge he watched a man in glasses who was examining some object with great interest. Asgard von Valentia said he was proud to have raised a daughter who would not despair or break in the face of adversity. He looked back and excitedly asked Tiny not to take away her opportunity to develop. Tiny thought about his words. With a bored look, he stretched his hands behind his head and said that he knew very little about her. Nothing at all about his family. Asgard von Valentia looked at him dumbfounded. Tiny, not noticing his reaction, said that at that time he was trying very hard to save himself, so he was not interested in his affairs. Asgard von Valentia was shocked to the core. Not believing his ears, he mentally asked, "What?" Asgard von Valentia shouted angrily, "Don't let Tiny say that he doesn't know where their world will go next." He grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him from side to side several times. Tiny desperately said that he only knew which incident would cause a huge commotion. Asgard von Valentia asked indignantly, "Is that all?" Tiny, not understanding, asked what else he wanted to know. Asgard von Valentia angrily said that in the future there will be people who will unite the army he was talking about. He must know what happened before. Tiny widened his eyes in confusion, not knowing what to answer. Asgard von Valentia grabbed his head with both hands in despair and shouted that this was madness. He grabbed Tiny's ear with his fingers and pulled. He shouted through his tears that he was in pain. Tiny grabbed his hand and tried to free himself. Asgard von Valentia menacingly advised him to quickly remember before he destroys him. Tiny's voice was heard throughout the area. He desperately shouted that the stupid old man would tear his ear off. After some time they stood in the arena for jousting. Asgard von Valentia, holding the papers in his hands, asked the question why there was almost nothing there. Tiny looked to the side excitedly and whistled some kind of melody. Asgard von Valentia angrily asked the question. More than 10 misfortunes happened, but he only remembers these? He asked through clenched teeth, "What about the others?" Tiny, trying to hide his excitement, smiled and said, in addition to this information, he heard about other events either from gossip or from his comrades. Asgard von Valentia approached and loomed over him, blazing with angry eyes. He asked a question, "Does he have more valuable information?" Tiny turned away in fear and looked to the side. He mentally decided that he would try his best to grow up as quickly as possible. In a past life, they communicated with each other as equals. Asgard von Valentia looked at the report again, exhaled in disappointment, and said that the only useful thing there was that a hero and a saint appeared according to prophecy and went to war. His name is Cromwell, and he is 20 years old. Asgard von Valentia worriedly said that we need to quickly find him and train him. Tiny smiled uncertainly and tried to say something. Asgard von Valentia looked at him sternly and asked the question, "What?" Tiny said excitedly that the hero was 20 years old at the time. At the moment he is a baby. Asgard von Valentia furiously crumpled the report in his fist. His aura turned into flashes of lightning. In despair, he grabbed his head with both hands and asked the question, why did the Lord decide to test him like this? Should he blame his future self for this? Or is it better to beat this child who is of no use? The butler bowed respectfully and reminded that Asgard von Valentia called the Knight Royer. He'll be there soon. Asgard von Valentia angrily barked at him to bring Drexler instead of Royer. Let him say that he needs to teach someone a lesson. The butler, perplexed, asked to repeat it. After some time, the vice-captain of the Blue Wing Order arrived. Tiny looked with interest at the tall and powerful knight. Drexler was in stage 5 and had the highest rank. Drexler appeared before Asgard von Valentia and said that he was calling him. He held a huge hammer in his hand. Asgard von Valentia said that he was glad to see him. Drexler bowed respectfully in response. Asgard von Valentia pointed his thumb at Tiny and expressed a desire for him to give the guy a check. We need to see if he has any bragging rights. Drexler widened his eyes in shock and asked the question, will he have to fight with the child? Asgard von Valentia confirmed this. Drexler wondered in bewilderment why he called the vice-captain to deal with such stupidity. Did he do something wrong and is now one step away from relegation? Drexler continued to escalate, thinking that if he lost his salary, he would not be able to maintain his estate. Anxious thoughts like flashes of lightning pierced his head. He was brought out of his thoughts by the stern voice of Asgard von Valentia, who called him by name. Drexler stood at attention and prepared to listen to orders. Asgard von Valentia, crossing his arms over his chest, frowned at him and said that he had thought too much again. This is his weakness. He will give him an important task. It is necessary to fight Tiny and carefully test his abilities. Drexler readily responded that it would be done. He looked at the little boy in front of him in surprise and mentally asked what Asgard von Valentia was up to. His eyes widened in surprise. He took a close look at Tiny's mana, which was glowing around him in neat energy waves, and determined that he was at the second stage, bordering on the rank of expert. Drexler noted that he appears to be about 10 years old. He wondered how he managed to get so pumped up. Tiny pointed his finger at the hammer and asked with interest which blacksmith forged this for him. Drexler asked in surprise, "What?" Tiny fussily walked around the hammer from all sides. He said it would be better if it were bigger. Then he pointed with his finger and said that a hole should be made in the headboard and the handle should be extended an inch. Drexler looked pitiful as he tried to understand what was happening. Asgard von Valentia, who was watching them from afar, commanded Tiny to concentrate. He looked at him over his shoulder in surprise. Asgard von Valentia sternly said that if he did not take this seriously, he would break their agreement. Then he looked at Drexler and strictly ordered him to give it his all, but not to kill him. This is the main thing. Drexler looked at him doubtfully. Tiny asked in surprise, what does it mean to violate? Asgard von Valentia looked at him indignantly and said that the current one did not promise to help him. Everything will depend on this fight. Tiny thought he was a petty old man. He asked out loud if he needed to beat Drexler. Asgard von Valentia replied that it doesn't have to come to that. He showed his index finger and said that you only need to strike the enemy one blow. If Tiny can land even a hit, he will acknowledge his victory. Drexler called out to him in shock. Tiny grinned maliciously and noticed that he said it himself. After some time, the Drexler hammer and Tiny mace touched the floor of the tournament area. They stood opposite each other, waiting for the signal. Asgard von Valentia looked at them with frowning brows. He thought Tiny's way of using mana was unique. He studied it with interest. His mana body stood next to Tiny. Asgard von Valentia, judging by the lasso, concluded that this guy is a genius. He peered intensely at it and wondered if there was something else. Since he brought Tiny back from the future, it means he managed to overcome the limit and become an aura master. Asgard von Valentia looked at Tiny, who was picking his nose with his finger, and came to the conclusion that since he ordered this guy to go back in time, then he had outstanding talent. He excitedly asked himself what could he see in him then. Asgard von Valentia ordered Drexler to try his best. Tiny looked forward resolutely and realized that he needed to prove himself once again. He summoned the lunar wolf spirit and cheerfully summoned Drexler to start the fight. Tiny sat astride Lunar Wolf and said that if he doesn't want to attack first, then he will take the initiative. Drexler smiled cheerfully and noted that he had spirit. He turned to the side and raised his hand to strike. Apologizing for Tiny not having a chance, Drexler swung his huge hammer forward, but Tiny, riding Lunar Wolf, jumped over it. Drexler was surprised to realize that he had dodged. Tiny held a mana glowing mace in his hand and approached him. He struck Drexler and rode on. Lunar Wolf turned around and bared his teeth menacingly. Tiny, holding his fur with his hand, looked at his opponent and said irritably that there wasn't even a scratch left on him. Tiny asked excitedly, "Does Drexler specialize in defense as well as attack?" Drexler held a hammer in his hands and said with a gambling smile that this was interesting. He swung his hammer over his head and told Tiny not to worry. He would hold back the force so that he would survive. The Drexler hammer glowed brightly with golden mana, creating magic circles around it. Drexler hit the hammer, but Lunar Wolf with Tiny on his back jumped high into the air. The hammer hit the floor with force, illuminating everything with a bright flash. Tiny decided that he would beat him in speed. He activated his mana, which sparkled with white lightning. Lunar Wolf moved with lightning speed under the ceiling, flying from one column to another. Drexler looked up, mouth agape. He channeled mana into the hammer and cursed angrily. Drexler slammed it hard onto the floor. The floor became covered with cracks, glowing with a golden light, and began to collapse. Tiny barely had time to jump away from the column, which collapsed into pieces, and exclaimed excitedly. Tiny looked away. He froze in fear, his eyes wide open and his teeth clenched tightly. A hammer flew upward at a short distance in front of them. Lunar Wolf jumped to the side. Tiny looked over his shoulder and was shocked to think that Drexler was wielding a hammer, which was longer than a bastard sword, with one hand. This means that he usually has a shield in his other hand. Tiny concluded that his defense is better developed. Drexler ran after him and angrily asked how much longer he was going to dodge. He swung his hammer angrily, leaving a trail of gold in the air. Lunar Wolf with Tiny on his back dodged the blow by jumping over it. Drexler turned around, glared at him, and said he was a good runner. Asgard von Valentia watched them with his arms crossed over his chest. He realized that Tiny was reading his opponent's movements. Drexler furiously swung his hammer from side to side, but Tiny deftly dodged the others. Asgard von Valentia concluded that he had not lost his past experience, accumulated over 10 years as a knight. The boy is talented, but it was too early to make a decision. Asgard von Valentia frowned and mentally asked if he was capable of anything else. He angrily barked at Drexler, asking how long he was going to embarrass him. Drexler became furious, his eyes flashed with angry fire, and his teeth clenched tightly. Tiny became wary. Drexler let out a furious war whoop and charged into battle. He jumped high and swung his glowing hammer at Tiny. Asgard von Valentia realized in horror that he intended to use a spiritual weapon. He decided that he had to stop him. Asgard von Valentia excitedly screamed at the top of his lungs, calling for Drexler. Tiny smiled slyly, planning something. He jumped off the Lunar Wolf and flew up, glowing brightly with a blue light. Tiny flew towards the spiritual golden hammer, holding a mace in his hand. Asgard von Valentia widened his eyes in shock, looking up, and asked the question, "Is this serious?" When the blue spiritual energy and the golden one met, a powerful explosion occurred in the air. Asgard von Valentia froze in shock. Tiny began to scream loudly, flying back from the explosion. Asgard von Valentia angrily shouted that he was crazy. Drexler Ainen began to land down in fear and shouted an apology. He added that he had completely forgotten. Asgard von Valentia leaned towards Tiny and angrily shouted that he told him to demonstrate his talent. Drexler Ainen also began to run up to Tiny. Asgard von Valentia added that, but not courage. Tiny started coughing loudly. Later he said weakly that he had won. He pointed with a shaking hand at Drexler Ainen. Asgard von Valentia looked to the side in shock. Drexler Ainen looked down in shame and said what it was. He began to remember the stages of the battle when Tiny and he were approaching each other at a fast speed. Tiny then brought his mace closer to the hammer. The next moment, blue mana began to flow out of his hand in a huge stream, destroying the shell of the hammer. Tiny let go of the club, pushing it straight towards Drexler Ainen, and began to fly down. Drexler Ainen tried to dodge Tiny's weapon, but it scratched his cheek. He thought that he had managed to do it at the last moment. Asgard von Valentia turned his back to Drexler Ainen and thought angrily that this was where he was aiming. He immediately shouted angrily that he could have died. He asked the question, "Why do something so crazy to win a fight?" Tiny began to get up. not paying attention to the strong shaking of his body, and said that he was not dead. He added that he even won. Asgard von Valentia angrily asked the question, was he so reckless in his previous life? Tiny looked at him with a grin and asked the question, why is he asking such obvious things? Asgard von Valentia furiously shouted the question, what is obvious here? Tiny replied in a calm voice, if he hadn't behaved like that, he wouldn't have achieved anything on the streets. Asgard von Valentia fell silent, realizing Tiny's behavior. Tiny at this time firmly said that he was obliged to win at any cost. He looked up with a smile and said that it was thanks to this approach that he managed to survive. Tiny pressed his hand to his chest and said what was more important was what he thought about it. Asgard von Valentia began to climb up, leaning on his knees. Tiny asked him a question, did he live up to his expectations? Asgard von Valentia frowned and answered yes. He crossed his arms and said that if it were him, he wouldn't do that. Asgard von Valentia looked down thoughtfully and thought that he from the future believed in him, seeing how reckless he was. Asgard von Valentia closed his eyes with bitterness. Later he said that he would keep his promise. He added, he will give him what he needs most now. Tiny smiled gratefully and said thank you. The next moment, he began to fall unconscious. Drexler Ainen called out to him, jumping on the spot. Some time later, Tiny woke up in the king's bed, exhaling tiredly. Asgard von Valentia stood over him. Tiny looked at him and asked the question, where is he? Asgard von Valentia calmly replied that he recovered faster than he expected. He turned his back to him, clasped his hands together, and said that they had a lot to discuss, so let him follow him. Tiny soon followed him and asked the question, how long did he sleep? Asgard von Valentia replied that it was almost half a day. Tiny asked a question in surprise. He asked, did he call a high-class priest to see him? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, calling Asgard von Valentia. It was Chloe von Valentia, who said dissatisfiedly that she had prescribed him more rest. She asked a question. He just woke up. Where is he leading him already? She asked the question again. Did she hope he wasn't going to hurt him again? Asgard von Valentia looked angrily at Tiny and said that this idiot had gotten himself into trouble. He asked the question, and would he harm the savior of his daughter? Tiny looked to the side in surprise and mentally asked the question, is he the savior of Chloe von Valentia? He began to think further. Until now it seemed to him that everything was the other way around. Chloe von Valentia approached him and, putting her hands on her hips, displeasedly asked a question. Does he know that he just woke up, having previously had one foot in the grave? Tiny's lips began to stretch into a grin. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, as Lord said, it was all to blame for his excessive ambitions. Chloe von Valentia opened her eyes in shock. Tiny at this time apologized with a sweet smile for making her worry. Chloe von Valentia awkwardly began to smile as she stroked his head and told him not to be so serious. Asgard von Valentia leaned towards Tiny's ear and threateningly asked him what kind of look was that. Tiny opened his mouth in fear. Asgard von Valentia grabbed him by the shoulders and said, although he is still a child, he is already well versed in beauty. He warned him if he courted his daughter. Chloe von Valentia called his name loudly, starting to shake with anger. Tiny smiled a little tensely and said that he was just surprised when he called him Chloe von Valentia's savior. He said that last time he didn't catch the dark magician and didn't save her. Asgard von Valentia looked at him in shock, beginning to get very worried. He mentally asked the question, so this is a new event for him. Chloe von Valentia raised her hand to the side in surprise, as if trying to reach someone, and asked the question, what does he mean? Asgard von Valentia told her not to think about it. He explained that he would tell her everything later if she was interested. He said that for now let her concentrate on the coming-of-age ceremony, because it would be soon. Asgard von Valentia added that he had prepared everything, and she would definitely like it. Chloe von Valentia's mouth opened in surprise. Later, she bit her lip with sad feelings and said that it was good. She obediently turned around and began to walk away with slumped shoulders. Asgard von Valentia and Tiny watched her closely. Tiny remained silent, frowningly looking ahead. Some time later, Asgard von Valentia sat at the table and said that he forgot to give him important advice. He said that from that moment on, the fact remained that he had returned to the past. He said that it should be kept secret. Tiny explained that he wasn't going to go around shouting about it. Asgard von Valentia said that the priests in particular should not learn anything. Tiny continued to listen to him carefully. Asgard von Valentia went on to explain that the flow of time and space was the core of the faith propagated by the Creator. He explained that even the goddess, the mistress of all things, cannot resist this power. A common man who goes against the established order will be called a blasphemer. It is for this reason that their family hides the tempest. Tiny immediately asked the question, so the goddess is not the creator? Asgard von Valentia replied that of course he could not know about this. He said that this information was even removed from the scriptures in the temple. He began to explain further that the real scriptures were handed down only to the ancient families. Tiny exhaled in shock. Asgard von Valentia leaned his hand on the table and said that they needed to minimize the number of knowledgeable people. He began to give an example that only the 10 great knights he was talking about could know about this. Tiny exhaled even more surprised. Asgard von Valentia said that of course he should not say a word to the prophet of God. Tiny smiled, crossed his arms over his chest, and said great. He added that he had no plans to leave them behind. Tiny readily clenched his fist and said that he would make them even stronger. He added that he would use the abilities he had mastered in the future. Asgard von Valentia leaned on the table with anticipation and exclaimed that this was excellent. He asked the question, what were these abilities? Tiny immediately abruptly stopped their conversation. He frowned and looked ahead, asking the question, what was with the thing he wanted to give him? Asgard von Valentia froze in shock, making a thoughtful sound. Tiny said that he must have a conscience. He added that he should first give what he needed. Tiny demandingly extended his hand forward. He added otherwise. Asgard von Valentia frowned angrily. The veins on his face stood out. Tiny asked him a question, or has age made him senile? Asgard von Valentia punched him in the head and shouted that he was impudent. Tiny offendedly reached out with his hands to the bruised place on his head and asked him a question, why did he hit him? He cursed, calling Asgard von Valentia an old man. Asgard von Valentia began to straighten his tie and smiled contentedly. Later he began to carry Tiny by his clothes and angrily said that he must first of all be taught manners. He began to pat his cheeks. Tiny started crying in pain and exclaimed that he just let it out. He asked a question. Does he understand that he is an adult at heart? Asgard von Valentia said with displeasure that this was even worse. He pushed Tiny with a sharp movement. Asgard von Valentia said, since he promised, he will have to fulfill what he said. Tiny screamed as he fell. Asgard von Valentia looked at him and said that he would share with him the special knowledge of the head of the Valentia family. Tiny looked at him dumbfounded. Asgard von Valentia asked him if he had ever heard of gravity. A sly smile appeared on his face. Some time later, Tiny breathed out sleepily. He continued to sleep in place, inflating a huge water bladder. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head and shouted angrily that they hadn't started yet, but he was already asleep. Tiny looked down in fear. He immediately stood up and shouted with resentment to stop beating him. Asgard von Valentia told him to listen carefully then. He began to explain that the secrets of their family were represented by 4 techniques. The first technique was mana training. The second is a defensive and attacking sword technique. The third technique for obtaining internal skills in the 3rd stage. The 4th technique was to obtain special skills to achieve the 7th stage. Tiny clenched his fists in anticipation and asked a question. Just 4. He exclaimed that it was not for nothing that their family was considered the best. Asgard von Valentia nodded his head with pride and said exactly what. He winked and said with a smile, He said that he uses striking weapons, which means he does not need the attacking technique of a sword. He asked the question, "Is this correct?" Tiny confirmed this, waving her hand, and said that a fragile sword cannot compare with a strong hammer. Asgard von Valentia displeasedly asked him a question. "Is the sword fragile?" "What?" Tiny turned his head to the side and said that he was interested in something completely different. He was interested in incredible defensive power. With this, his defense attacks will be perfect. Tiny clenched his fists in anticipation, looking to the side with a sly smile. Asgard von Valentia said that of these secrets the most important are. He added that the technique of obtaining internal and special skills. Tiny made a thoughtful sound and said, "Oh well." Asgard von Valentia began to explain that right now he would teach him one of them. He clarified and said that techniques for obtaining internal skills. Tiny asked in surprise, "What?" He began to scratch his chin with his claws and asked again, "Is it a defensive technique?" Asgard von Valentia smiled, confirming this. After a while, Tiny screamed very loudly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the wick on the wax candle burned brightly with a red flame. All the dark magicians were gathered at the table. One of them reported that Irina is dead. The chief mage, who was sitting on the side of the table, reported that she was the blade that pierced Elfheim's heart. He began to explain further. She was a resource that could not be lost so easily. The dark magician announced that one child was the expected heir of the Morse family. The rest of the magicians opened their mouths in shock at this news. The chief dark magician ordered them to collect data about him. He added that they should make sure that the kingdom did not know anything about it. All the magicians exclaimed, pressing their hand to their hearts, that this would be done. The chief magician put a glass of wine on the table and exclaimed that that's right. He immediately put his index finger forward and angrily warned them not to make a mistake. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tiny sat with several bumps and abrasions. He said with resentment that now the task in Karun was most important. He asked a question, is he offering him the technique of acquiring internal skills? Asgard von Valentia clenched his fist menacingly and said what exactly. Tiny admitted that he already knows which skill suits him. He added that, as in the previous life, it will be an explosion in the third stage. Asgard von Valentia started waving his index finger from side to side and said that he analyzed everything while carrying his limp body after the fight. Asgard von Valentia pointed his finger at Tiny and said that he may be a child, but he weighs more than many knights. He asked a question, did he use some kind of secret to do this? Tiny thoughtfully said yes. He immediately tried to object. Asgard von Valentia began waving his finger from side to side and advised him to think about this. He asked a question, in his previous life, did he wear very heavy equipment? Tiny looked up, puzzled, and said, as far as he remembered, it really was incredibly weighty. Asgard von Valentia concluded that his body is more fun. He explained, and the more energy there is, the more difficult the movement becomes. He asked the question if he knew why. Tiny replied no. Asgard von Valentia began to explain further that some magicians call this law of the universe gravity. He added that if he mastered it, the heavier his body was, the faster and stronger it would become. Asgard von Valentia explained that the amount of energy will increase. Tiny made a sound with a guess. Asgard von Valentia put his hands on his torso and asked him a question, is he impressed now? He later added, looking up, that the result of an expert who mindlessly chooses an internal skill cannot compare to this. Tiny looked at him and mentally asked the question, what? Asgard von Valentia, meanwhile, continued to discover that everything has a force that moves it. Tiny thought dumbfounded. The more he listens, the more he likes it. He mentally tried to object. Asgard von Valentia explained further. It was a matter of mass, because the higher the weight. Tiny, with a dumbfounded look, stopped his speech and asked the question, what kind of nonsense is this? Asgard von Valentia clenched his teeth in displeasure, raising his hand. He asked the question, what? Asgard von Valentia put his hand to his forehead, squeezing it tightly, and exclaimed to listen to him already. He began to explain that there are forces that press on them from above. Tiny asked the question, is this a force that is pressing on them? He asked if he had too much of his expensive alcohol. Tiny said that if this were so, then all the people would have already huddled to the ground. He asked a question, didn't he? Asgard von Valentia began to slowly lower his hand down and exhaled with fatigue. He put his hand forward, starting to clench his fingers, and asked a question, so he will tell you why objects fall from a height. Tiny replied that it was because there was such an order. Asgard von Valentia angrily exclaimed, what exactly? He asked the question, why exactly is this happening? Tiny looked back, rolled his eyes, and said that's what's going on. He asked the question, why is he carping? He said quietly that he was very strange. Asgard von Valentia frowned desperately, clenched his fist, and said displeasedly, he didn't even try to understand what he was telling him. Tiny asked him a question, why is he complicating everything? Asgard von Valentia asked in surprise, what? Tiny, looking bored, began to pick his ear and said, if he doesn't understand something, then he should just put up with it. Asgard von Valentia looked at him furiously. He began to pull Tiny by the ears and shouted angrily for everyone to look, because this stupid person has his own views on life. Tiny began to scream desperately, waving his arms and legs, and shouted for him to be saved. Asgard von Valentia warned him that no one would help him. He exclaimed that now he would fly out of here on his own. Tiny asked the question, what? How will he fly out? Asgard von Valentia clutched Tiny's t-shirt, dangling him from a height. Tiny began to look down in fear. Asgard von Valentia said that he will have to learn from personal experience. Tiny looked at him excitedly. Suddenly his chest glowed a pale blue color. He asked in fear what? Was it a mana freeze? Asgard von Valentia angrily and firmly said that he would ask him again. He asked the question, why do things fall from heights? Tiny asked again in fear and with a stutter, gravity. Is this the point? Asgard von Valentia released Tiny, who began to fly down with a scared look on his face. He began waving his arms and legs in different directions, screaming heart-rendingly. Asgard von Valentia frowned and told him to feel it on his own body. Tiny desperately shouted that he was a crazy old man. He looked back in panic, noticing how the asphalt gradually began to approach. Tiny swore angrily. He desperately thought he was going to die. Tiny crossed his arms and began to use the iron divine armor. He cursed when he couldn't do it. Tiny shouted desperately, turning to Lunar Wolf. Lunar Wolf appeared below, looking questioningly at the shadow approaching him. He looked up, noticing Tiny flying straight towards him. Tiny laughed awkwardly. Lunar Wolf opened its mouth in shock. Tiny bumped into him and shouted an apology very loudly. Lunar Wolf began to howl in severe pain. Tiny was lying on Lunar Wolf, who put his paws in different directions. Dust spread from them in all directions. Lunar Wolf began to bark desperately. Tiny said with a relaxed smile that he was really sorry. Suddenly he noticed how someone's shadow fell on his face. Asgard von Valentia looked at him with a grin and asked the question, did he feel the great force of gravity? Tiny turned his head to the side with difficulty and said yes. He added that even every centimeter of his body. Tiny sarcastically noted that it was a very refreshing experience. Asgard von Valentia confirmed this and said of course. He added that a fall from such a height would not have killed him. He asked the question, does he think he can control gravity? Tiny, dumbfounded and frightened, asked the question, what? Asgard von Valentia suggested that this should be repeated again. Tiny shouted desperately, starting to stutter, that no. He added that a verbal explanation would be enough. Asgard von Valentia told him that he would get by. He explained that he learns much faster through practice. After a while, Tiny began to fly down again and angrily shouted that no. He added that the old man would finally explain it to him in words. Some time later, Tiny took a deep breath, eyes wide. Someone placed a hand against his chest, from which bright yellow mana emanated. Tiny got up on the bed and began to look around. He mentally asked the question, where is he? Chloe von Valencia pressed her hand to herself with a kind smile and said that he had finally woken up. She added with a smile that it was amazing. She heard that he had already become an expert. Tiny looked at her in surprise and mentally asked the question, is he already an expert? Tiny remembered how Asgard once again threw him down from the window, and shook. He wondered in shock, did it really work? Crossing her arms over her chest with displeasure, Chloe von Valencia sternly asked why he trained so hard. She understands that being her father's student is a great joy, but it's not worth it. However, he bit his lip and not daring to look into her eyes, wondering, was this all a training? She suddenly changed her mood again, and now happily clapping her hands, she said that it was great that he had become an expert. Everyone in the Order of the Blue Wing went crazy over this news. But her joy was interrupted by Tiny, who sharply asked, is it okay that she's here? Chloe seemed confused and froze, not continuing to clap. He explained that she probably had a lot to do with her upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Over the next few seconds, there was an awkward pause between them, and finally Chloe von Valencia replied that this was not entirely true. She just needs to work on her etiquette, so she doesn't have much to do. Tiny suddenly frowned sternly and noted that he was sure that she could handle it. She immediately clarified with what exactly. He suddenly grinned and answered with ceremony. Suddenly Chloe von Valencia gave him a resounding slap on the head. He exclaimed, what else? On this day she will be the main star. Then, regretting her action, she immediately added embarrassedly, is it noticeable that she is worried? He admitted, stroking the bruise, that it seemed to him that everyone she was close to had noticed it. Chloe first asked him again, but then abruptly announced, although there is nothing wrong with that, he's like family to her now. Tiny did not immediately understand her and asked what she said. She explained, smiling brightly, that since her father teaches him, then we can say that they are family. From now on he can address her as sister. It puzzled him at first when he heard the word and chuckled thoughtfully. Chloe von Valencia didn't like this and immediately asked what kind of reaction this was. It is an honor. She's actually the Duke's daughter. At these words, Tiny grinned, hiding his smile behind his fist, and then she again asked, what's so funny? Since they are now family, he must keep their conversation a secret. Nodding his head, he promised to do it. Chloe then exclaimed that she forgot to say that Drexler was looking for him. Tiny could not hide his surprise, clarifying, was he looking for him? There were several people sitting on the stands of the arena, including Garen Clement. All of them were dressed in uniform. Drexler Ainen, now standing on stage with a shield, addressed Tiny, noting that he had heard that the guy had become an expert. He confirmed this and asked why he was called here. Then, looking around at those present, he added that this did not look like ordinary competitions. Drexler suddenly threw his hammer on the floor and replied displeasedly that the guy might not pay attention to them. Should he say what he thinks about a rematch? Tiny, noticing his gesture, clarified, without weapons? At the same time, I also wondered, is this all because of the sparring last time? Closing his eyes, Drexler Ainen admitted that this was so. The fact that he lost his mind in a battle with a child is unworthy behavior for a knight. Then, activating his energy, he shouted that the guy could attack. He can fight the way he wants. It will help the child get used to the new power. Smiling slyly, Tiny warned that he proposed it himself, and he would not refuse. The next moment he jumped from above directly on Drexler, striking his shield with the first blow. This caused the ground under his feet to collapse slightly, but noticeably, and Drexler Ainen himself, with his brows furrowed and his teeth clenched, wondered how this was possible. Is this really the same guy from a week ago? Tiny clearly had no intention of stopping, and then jumped up again, rested his feet on the metal plate, and thereby pushed Drexler back, landing himself again and rushed to attack. At the same time, he swung his weapon and endowed it with energy, noting that even a light touch could lead to severe injury. The next moment, their forces collide, and the result is a large burst of energy, which again scatters them in opposite directions. Drexler Ainen, looking at his burnt palm, admitted that this guy has a strong fist. After that, he prepared for the next attack, and Tiny just ran up to him. But in just a few seconds he delivered several blows to different parts of the body. Drexler tried to keep an eye on him and wondered what was going on. He sped up. Tiny actually jumped up, put out quite a lot of force and attacked again enough to make Drexler Ainen fly back and leave deep marks on the stone floor of the arena. The man watching this quietly noted that this guy's mace looked quite heavy. He does this with all speed. Drexler grabbed his hammer again, and now that it was emitting red-hot magic, he noted that there seemed to be no point in holding back. Turning over his shoulder, Tiny admitted with satisfaction that this was what he had wanted in the first place. Drexler Ainen rushed into action, advising the guy to be on guard. At that moment, repelling any attacks, he realized that with each blow he was getting better and better. He needs to swing lighter and hit harder. Giving instructions to himself, Tiny attacked the shield again, but Drexler swung it with a frown, throwing it back. But he was not upset, and resting his feet against the column, he decided to wait a little, because when his mana body gets used to it, he will be able to release all the power. Then he again held the mace above his head and flew down, causing Drexler Ainen to freeze. And then Tiny used his first combat move, Lightning Strike. The explosion that followed was so powerful that it made the audience flinch, while Garen Clement, smiling contentedly, exclaimed, "This is the power of experts." Finally, when all the dust had settled and the two of them found themselves on the destroyed stage, Tiny, wiping sweat from his forehead, announced, obviously, that there was no need for them to spar anymore. He is very grateful for the help. However, Drexler, apparently, was not going to give up at all, and therefore answered with a smile, "The guy understands that he was giving in, right?" But he also stretched his lips in a smile and replied that he did that too. Drexler Ainen did not understand what he meant, and then Tiny, crossing his arms contentedly while the silhouette of a lunar wolf appeared behind him, clarified, "Did the vice captain forget? He is also a spirit summoner." Laughing, Drexler agreed with this, and, painfully rising to his feet, to the jubilant screams of the audience, announced that the guy had passed. He is glad to welcome him to the Blue Wing. However, Tiny took this with bewilderment, and immediately noted that he did not plan to join the Order of Knights. Didn't the Duke tell him? As soon as Drexler Ainen heard this, his eyes widened, and he howled with sincere chagrin, asking why. Then he tried to insist, but the guy even learned the secret technique of the Valentia family. Later in his office, Asgard von Valentia, standing in front of the sunlit window, admitted that he forgot to tell them. Anyone who is planning to travel the world should not join anyone. The guy did a good job and his expectation happened. Tiny, still standing opposite the table, remembered how quite recently he had to fall from a great height, and frantically replied that he thanked his lordship for his help. Asgard, slowly turning around, also announced that preparations to deal with the first disaster were almost complete. He still asked, "What does almost mean? What else is missing?" Asgard von Valentia explained that he would make an artifact for the guy, a warhammer. An artifact is a weapon enchanted with magic. They vary in value, but the cost can be equal to the knight's income for several years. Tiny tried to refuse, answering that the Duke shouldn't have done it. It would take a long time to make, right? However, Asgard noted that they have been doing this for several months. This shocked him, and he immediately exclaimed, "How did his lordship know that it would be needed?" Asgard von Valentia grinned and said mysteriously that it was a secret. But then he added that it was supposed to be a gift from Drexler for his long service. Tiny just sighed sympathetically in response. Soon he came to Valentia's best smithy under the name Rendal's Hammer. Dwarf Master Crafter Rendal himself was extremely surprised, and clarified with displeasure. The Duke wants him to customize the hammer for some child. The next moment, with furious indignation, he shouted that he would rather refuse the order and pay compensation. How dare the Duke treat his creation like a child's toy? However, even though Tiny was very uncomfortable at that moment, He always remembered how Hyman had told him in his previous life that the dwarf would always find a suitable owner for his weapon, even if he had to suffer losses. Smiling at this fact, he noted that they were very similar, and he just needs to be told that he is worthy of it. Further, Tiny actually tried to assure Rendall that he was better than a top-level knight. This statement made his eyes widen, and seeing the blue aura, he really wondered, at this age, is this boy already an expert? It doesn't look like a trick. What he saw was possible thanks to the dwarf's special skill called the Eye of Truth. A skill that, thanks to waves of emotion in the voice, separates truth from lies. Finally sighing and turning around, Rendall agreed, "Okay, looks like the guy isn't so bad." Looking over his shoulder, he added that he should wait a little. After some time, a sparkling weapon lay on the wooden table. Tiny, leaning over to take a better look at it, clarified, "Is it ready?" Rendall explained that this still needs to be adjusted to suit him and fix automatic recovery, attack enhancement, and defense magic. Then Tiny asked what about attack magic? He also clarified, aren't lovers of simple weapons interested in protection at all? But Tiny hastened to explain that this was not so. It's just that the hammer artifact is an unusual thing, even, he would say, rare. Only a fool would refuse the opportunity to have 3 magical functions. Then, looking away with displeasure, Rendall noted that he actually had a different hammer. Immediately after these words, an interested exclamation was heard, but he immediately added that it was made of compressed black iron and had a rune to increase its weight, which made this weapon difficult to carry. The person for whom this hammer was intended refused it because of the weight. The warrior's shoulder hurt. Tiny, immediately coming closer and starting to shake him by the shoulders, enthusiastically exclaimed that this sounds excellent. What other features does this hammer have? Rendall was confused by this behavior, but explained that there is also an automatic shock enhancement and self-healing function. Then he began to beg and endlessly ask to show it to him. Soon the two of them came to the right room, and Tiny was stunned by what he saw. The weapon looked impressive and shimmered with a blue glow. Rendall condescendingly explained that if the guy wants, he can hold it. However, it weighs more than 100 kilograms. Despite the warning, the next moment he easily grabbed it, although he agreed that it was really quite difficult. Smiling widely, he swung his hammer and hit the brickwork on the floor sharply, destroying it. Rendall, jumping on the spot from fear, shouted displeasedly, "The child here is now going to destroy everything." Tiny didn't listen to him at all, and even hugging the weapon, he exclaimed in the same loving tone. He knew it was cool, and while Rendall was indignant, considering him crazy, he, on the contrary, noted that the weapon was a little short for him, but similar to the nocturne that he used in a past life. Then Tiny turned and asked if the blacksmith could adapt the handle so that he could use it when he grew up. He was in no hurry to stop being angry, and reminded that he must pay first. Tiny grinned and replied that he could ask the Duke for double payment. Then, with the same adoration, he clarified what the name of this weapon was. Rendall, rejoicing that a double payment awaited him, thought about it and finally answered, "His name is Stamp." When Tiny came back to the office, Asgard von Valentia, sitting in his place and crossing his arms, asked in shock if the blacksmith had another hammer. But this is even better. Drexler will now have a chance to rejoice, too. Tiny noted that it will take about 2 weeks to remake the weapon for it. During this time he will train. He didn't even think that he could one day become a Superman. Asgard, opening his eyes again in surprise, noted that this was some kind of Western word. But Tiny, pointing to his hair, explained that because of his appearance, he decided to add foreign words to his vocabulary. Many say that he is from a clan of magicians. Having laughed kindly, Asgard von Valentia said that the guy is very interesting. He came up with a good idea. He was puzzled by such a compliment and immediately asked what the Duke meant. Asgard said a little sharply, but kindly, that he meant the use of foreign words. This way everyone will be more understanding about his stupid hair color. Grinding his teeth in displeasure at what he heard, Tiny noted to himself that this old man still had a disgusting character. Asgard von Valentia, turning to the window thoughtfully, said that by the time 2 weeks had passed, his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony would have taken place and she would have left. He asked if the Duke still wanted to announce this. Resting his elbows on the surface of the table, Asgard asked again, "Does the guy mean relations with the royal family?" "Of course. Can he call off his engagement to the crown prince?" "Tiny reminded me that he will die the very next day after the wedding. Why is all this? Next summer, all direct heirs of the Aslan royal family will die during the second disaster. Because of this, the strongest kingdom will disintegrate due to internal strife. The princess will become a widow, and she will be called the unlucky crown princess." Asgard von Valentia confidently stated that since he knew everything, he could prevent it, and so the couple had nothing to worry about. Then he tried to insist, saying that he also knew that the second robber prince would also die. Then, remembering how Chloe announced that he could call her sister, Tiny almost shouted that in his past life the Duke could not help her, and even now they don't know any details. Asgard, closing his eyes, seriously replied that his daughter is a bright child. Her character and abilities are brighter than her appearance. People don't realize this. He lowered his eyes to the floor and shared that sooner or later they would find out. The Duke will help, but in the end she will have to settle the affairs of the kingdom alone. When he met her, she did not turn out to be happy for him. Rising from his seat and striking the wooden surface with both palms, Asgard von Valentia declared that he would choose a better path for his daughter and for the world. He needs to prevent this, or he is not who he is. Tiny did not remain silent then, and promised that he would not interfere. But if something went wrong, he would save Chloe himself. But in the next moment something hit him painfully on the head, and Asgard, hanging from above, shouted displeasedly how friendly he called his daughter. Did the boy have feelings for her? A note flashed through Tiny's head that when it comes to his daughter, this old man goes crazy. Then he shouted for the Duke to stop everything immediately. Asgard von Valentia actually admitted with an awkward chuckle that he had gone a little overboard. Then, approaching Tiny's window, he saw festively dressed couples walking straight towards the palace and couldn't help but wonder why so many people had gathered. Asgard explained that this was because the coming-of-age ceremony was about to take place. There is nothing left before this event. They put all their heart and soul into the preparation, so it should work. The cheerful conversations of the guests could be heard outside. Genus Freewell, Blue Wing Grandmaster of Night Order, watching them through the window, noted that many more guests had arrived at the ceremony than expected. As expected of Valentia's reputation, he will do his best to make this celebration a success. However, Asgard von Valentia seemed very puzzled by something and answered a little distantly, "That's going to be a lot of work." He, without noticing this, also recalled, Rochester has also sent an envoy. That someone is their third son who is known to be an full idiot. Asgard chuckled thoughtfully again, repeating this surname. Rochester Duke family, one of the powerful families of the Empire and a competitor of Valentia family. Then he repeated again, did they really send this worthless boy to their ceremony? In this case, Genus should remind him that he is in Valentia and at home. Genus Freewell reiterated that this is the same for everything. Asgard von Valentia noted with a satisfied smile. Well, he knew that he could rely on him. Suddenly something made him think, and he called out to Genus, who immediately turned around, hearing notes of alarm in his voice. Asgard clarified with a stern frown, does he, by any chance, have a disease that he hid? He looked rather puzzled by such a question, which is why he immediately asked, why is the Duke suddenly asking such a thing? Asgard von Valentia looked into his eyes, but quickly backed away, asking him to just forget about it. He then noted that Genus Freewell should not bother so much with the organization and ceremony. He calmed him down, saying that everything was fine. For him, the princess is like a niece. But he immediately stopped short and asked for forgiveness for his words. However, Asgard laughed and noted that he did not need to apologize. She indeed used to listen to him well before. She thought she actually had 3 brothers. But does Gina's really have no plans of getting married? His face fell in surprise as soon as he heard this, but then, without hiding his displeasure, Gina's Freewell replied that he had no such plans at all, and the Duke also promised not to ask about it again. Contorting his face, Asgard von Valentia sighed heavily and replied that he was sorry, he just forgot. Then Gina's could not help but notice that the Duke was behaving strangely. He explained that he was simply nervous about the upcoming ceremony. Gina's Freewell probably has a lot to do. He can go back to work and not have to worry about it. When the office was empty, tightly clasping his hands, Asgard remembered a recent conversation with Tiny when he told him that Gina's became captain after the death of his father. He looked dissatisfied with this information and clarified, "Is it strange?" The Duke struck confidently. He had never heard of this guy before. But the next moment Tiny asked with sincere surprise that he was already at the level of a contender. It's impossible that he doesn't know about it. Asgard von Valentia remembered this and wondered if Gina's Freewell would switch sides in the future. Since neither illness nor cancer will be the reason for dismissal, in a normal battle, a sixth circle mana user cannot die. It turns out that the matter is most likely in the second disaster. The mace fell heavily on the ground. Tiny, wearily wiping sweat from his forehead, could not forget the conversation about Gina's. He understands that it's not in vain that the old man is worried. There is a high possibility that he'll die on Chloe's ceremony. After all, so many people were involved in it. Suddenly he heard someone call him and turned around to see a happy Chloe von Valentia, along with a dissatisfied Vivian. Tiny asked in surprise, "Do they need to be somewhere else now?" Many ambassadors have already arrived. The fact that at such a moment Chloe takes the time to insult them. She noted with a sigh that she had tried to reason with the princess. Chloe von Valentia, still smiling widely, explained to the two of them that the room was too stuffy to stay there, and she needed to talk with him about something interesting, and even see the lunar wolf. He immediately activated his energy, and summoning it, asked if the princess wanted him to lend it to her. Being even more delighted, Chloe, just in case, clarified whether she could definitely take this one. And then, jumping along with the lunar wolf, she exclaimed that it would be more fun with her. Looking at the rather barking spirit, Tiny thought with slight jealousy, have they already become friends? Where did the old hostility go? Suddenly their calm was interrupted by someone's very loud voice, the owner of which exclaimed, completely out of place, "The Angel of Valentia? She is so beautiful." Then, bending his knee, the young man added that he also dared to note that she was the most beautiful girl he, Tibron von Rochter, had ever met. This made Chloe von Valentia and Vivian horrified. She immediately clarified, "Did he say Rochter?" Laughing falsely, he confirmed it. He's from the prestigious family that rivals Valentia in good faith. Pursing her lips, Chloe still politely said that she was glad to meet the young master. Tibron finally stood up and added that he was happy too. But he very much asks you to give him a little time so that their first acquaintance will be imprinted in his memory. Chloe von Valentia was taken aback by such words and carefully noted that he shouldn't be so obvious. Tibron von Valentia, completely ineptly, and even with a stupid wink, insisted, "Who knows, maybe they will become friends for life. They should talk a little." For this reason he even grabbed drinks. Tiny, listening to their awkward conversation in every sense, was angry and wondering what was wrong with this crazy man. How dare he offer a drink to an underage girl who was about to be engaged? Finally, Vivian could not restrain herself and stepped forward, who persistently asked Tibron to step aside. The princess cannot accept his offer. She needs to return to the guests. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked contemptuously, "Is this a female knight? How dare some girl get in his way? Graham needs to sort this out." He immediately loomed over her. Being a huge, strong man in armor, and in a low bass voice, he ordered that the lady should not interfere. Let the children chat. Vivian, however, was not afraid, and even objected, saying that what was happening was absurd. He also now walked straight up to Chloe, boldly declaring that his young master was sincere. He had been waiting for the chance to meet her for many years, and now he asks for forgiveness if the master was discourteous. Tibron von Rochter echoed these words and also exclaimed that he was asking for forgiveness and another chance. All this time, Graham's impudent wide smile did not leave his face, and Tiny, without taking his eyes off him, was nervous, thinking about how dare he grin? Some kind of suspicious guy. It seems that the time has come for him to shine. Having come up with another insidious plan, he approached Chloe von Valencia, and turning to her as a sister, with childish naivety asked, "Who are those weird old men?" She was at a loss, and Tibron, noticing the dark hair, asked who this boy was. Then, with a wave of his hand, he ordered Graham to get him out of here. But Tiny, as if he had been waiting for just this moment, ran up and, giving him an extremely strong slap in the face, shouted that he had mastered garbage collection best of all. Graham immediately rushed to the defense, but Tiny threw him back with a similar blow. Turning over in the air, they both fell with a loud noise and clouds of dust. This altercation was noticed from the window by one of the barons, who immediately asked what was that. That kid knocked out a knight with one hit. No way. Looking at Graham and Tibron von Rochter, who clearly would not regain consciousness for a long time, and at Tiny, who was smiling contentedly at his action, the man urgently asked who he was. At that moment, when Graham landed painfully on his back, he asked only one question: why did everything turn out this way? Earlier, when he met with a gray-haired man, he, looking at the night view outside the window, ordered him to take Tibron to the princess. They will cause a scandal in Valencia. He, in response to this, noted in fear that the Lord understands that this will also harm the reputation of his entire family. The man shared that Tibron will soon be expelled from the Rochter family. Graham's eyes widened in surprise, and the Lord calmly continued, saying that solving their main problem by losing only one useless person was an excellent exchange. The guy should accompany this idiot and keep quiet about their plan. He will still be waiting for news. However, now their plan was almost in jeopardy. The blonde, approaching his colleague, explained with some fear that he was a genius who could only appear in fairy tales. No, most likely he is a monster. In response to this, the man laughed, clarifying, "Does this mean the Duke of Asgard is raising a monster?" They should have met. Everything would be fine, but that old snake, Duke Alon von Rochter, really plans to continue to interfere with the royal family. The man suggested that perhaps he wanted to remain in their sight. Most likely, he must have wanted to stop Valencia from establishing a relationship with the imperial family. The brunette was impressed by this information, but noted that this attempt was very pathetic. It's not like Rochter can handle Valencia. It's been years since Duke Valencia became an aura user. The blonde also added that he doesn't want Asgard von Valencia to surpass him. Suddenly, they were distracted by an incomprehensible sound, and the colleague agreed, this must be so. First, they need to deal with these guys, and also it was a waste that they remained in stealth. However, the man, on the contrary, noted that he did not think that they should reveal themselves. At the same time, he immediately explained to his surprised colleague that they say, young masters of Valencia family love their youngest sibling like crazy. Fortunately, they are back now. The man, just in case, clarified whether it was true. Asgard von Valencia, sitting at his desk, addressed Tiny standing opposite him, starting from afar. He heard that Tibron von Rochter had caused a commotion. Thanks to this, he will not be caught for attacking an aristocrat. He, calmly eating the fragrant cookies, answered without much interest that it was good. The next moment Asgard suddenly jumped up from behind his table and began screaming loudly. Okay, the guy was just lucky. For God's sake, he should stay away. He doesn't need to swing his fists forever. The guy wants to go to jail before the Demon King's army arrives. Stuttering either from fear or from her mouth being full, Tiny replied that this was not so. Those guys were just behaving strangely. Sitting down with trembling hands, Asgard von Valencia unexpectedly agreed. Yes, that's right. Then he immediately asked, did the Duke expect something like that? Asgard suddenly, with devilishly glowing red eyes, declared that Tiburon received a beating for the deed. Soon he started burning again and started screaming. How can this idiot get closer to his daughter in shifts? He just has to catch your eye. Tiny, seizing the moment, finally left his office and wondered, is he really the same guy who told him not to be reckless? Suddenly he heard someone scream. Someone asked him to run quickly. Along with this, heavy sounds of footsteps were heard, and as soon as Tiny turned his head to the side, two embittered twins rushed towards him, simultaneously shouting, "How did this freak dare to look at their dear Chloe? They will teach him good lessons." He didn't have time to react properly, but it dawned on him that these faces were familiar to him. The next moment Tren was the first to try to hit him, but he himself flew far back, screaming in fear. Aaron, seeing this, was perplexed. His brother is an expert, and yet this boy pushed him. Having looked at Tiny and seeing the bright blue glow emanating from him, he immediately asked if he was by chance the famous child. Tren, shuddering, also added, "The guy who fought with Drexler?" Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, he confirmed that this was so. But Drexler Ainen gave in and did not use the soul weapon. Then they both admitted that the rumors were true. This boy is actually high enough to learn their family's secret, but it's a pity that they met at such a time. They now have business. Tren even patted Tiny on the shoulder, meaning that the child is truly amazing. Finally, they added that they will see each other again. Now the disgusting Tiburon awaits them. They will personally throw him out of their dukedom. He won't get off that easy. They will definitely finish him off. Looking after them, Tiny suddenly realized the name of one of them is Aaron. This is the name of the heir of the Valencia family. It is not surprising that one face seemed familiar to him. But who is this guy next to him? In the future, there was only one young master in their family. Will he really have the same fate as Genus? Soon, walking through the royal courtyard, he continued to be indignant. The Aslan royal family cannot be stupid. Members of the ruling family consider their Aslan family to be the most aristocratic, so they only allow those who have a great connection with them. Because of this, even in the Valencia family, few can communicate with them. This will lead to disaster in the future. Gritting his teeth, Tiny complained, "Stupid aristocrats with their stupid relationship with the golden dragon." But even now he was stopped by someone's laughter that came from behind. Two barons walked towards him, and the brunette, even smiling broadly, noted that it was better for the young knight to say such things when no one was around. He was wary of the appearance of a stranger, and therefore asked who he was. But at the same time Tiny suggested, "Is this an aristocrat? His disgusting fake face is made by magic." And indeed, despite all the smiling, the man's face shone like a flame, and he, continuing to smile widely, noted that he had forgotten to introduce himself. He is Baron Rendley von Narsa. He came here as a guest for the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. Having heard how the guy defeated the knight, he wanted to meet him. He's related to the Valencia family, right? However, Tiny coldly and directly said that he was a guest in this house and a debtor. Renly showed surprise on his face, which did not seem sincere, and at the same time noted what a short-sighted person the Duke turned out to be. He's interested in it. He sternly noted that the Baron was now on his lands, so it was not very kind for him to speak about the ruler like that. Rendley von Narsa was even confused by such a remark, but immediately laughed out loud and exclaimed, "The guy is right. Are they even now?" Tiny, watching such strange outbursts of emotions, wondered, what's wrong with this person? Rendley has already continued, they give each other advice like true friends. In honor of their friendship, he would like to treat the boy to lunch. What will he say to this? He crossed his arms dissatisfied and asked again, "What does this mean?" With a wink, Rendley von Narsa exclaimed that the guy shouldn't refuse. They should have fun and talk. Along with these words, he also showed a thumbs up, and Tiny really wondered if he should attack this crazy man and find out who he really is. But remembering the dissatisfaction that Asgard von Valencia had recently expressed to him, he still sighed and decided that, for now, he would just take a closer look at this man. However, the next moment Renly said something that he clearly shouldn't have. He heard that the young knight was quite close to the young princess. Could he arrange a meeting for them? But Tiny's response was a strong slap in the face, which he gave him, causing Renly von Narsa to flip in the air in a familiar manner and land right on top of his frightened blonde colleague. Tiny, dusting off his palms, grinned and resolutely thought, whatever. Renly von Narsa, meanwhile, flew past him and landed on his back a short distance away. Tren and Tiny followed up on this. Tiny excitedly began to shake off his shoulder and exhaled in fear. He awkwardly concluded that he would get a lot of punishment for this. Suddenly, someone swung a sword, trying to wound him in the shoulder. Tiny dodged this blow from Tren by bending his back backwards. He asked the question, "What?" Tren again swung his sword, which he held behind his head, and shouted that he was very impudent. His eyes shone with anger. Tren's sword made contact with Tiny's hand, which was bent into a fist. Tiny used mana to strengthen his body. Tren, meanwhile, angrily muttered through his teeth that he would tear him apart. He continued to press the blade of the sword hard into his hand. Tiny frowned deeply and through clenched teeth asked the question again, why would this happen all of a sudden? His whole body was shaking desperately. He suddenly paused in thought as he noticed something. He looked around completely at the entire space around him, which was filled with orange mana. Tiny mentally asked the question, is this mana territory control? He knelt down, trying to resist Tren's attack, and thought, wow. He mentally asked the question, did he have the level of an applicant? Tren muttered through his teeth that first he would cut off his hands. Tiny gritted his teeth in panic as he continued to push away the attack, and thought that his iron divine armor, it started to show cracks. Suddenly, a lunar wolf appeared behind Tren and began swinging its paws with a loud growl right at his back. Tren dodged to the side and muttered through his teeth that this was impossible. Lunar Wolf, meanwhile, jumped away from him. Tren said, since he has a mana wolf, it means he was a summoner. He frowned and looked away. Tiny jumped towards Tren and, raising his fist surrounded by mana, shouted that this was his chance. He hit that face with all his might. Tiny cursed, noticing how Tren remained standing in place. He pressed his fist to his forehead and thought that he had not moved an inch. Tren grabbed him sharply by the collar of his t-shirt, lifting him up. Later he tossed it aside. Tiny started flying back screaming. He landed on his feet and began to slow down for a few more meters. Tren was at his side again, starting to swing his sword. Tiny looked at him in fear and stunned. Lunar Wolf at the same moment began to quickly run towards him. He covered Tiny with himself, taking the blow of mana with a growl. Suddenly he was thrown aside. Tiny flew back and, turning his head to the side, called Lunar Wolf. The next moment he hit his back hard, landing on the asphalt, and screamed in pain. Tren noticed that he lasted a long time. Tiny clenched his teeth in fear, looking forward. Tren approached him again, starting to swing his sword. He said he would put an end to his suffering. Tiny put his hand forward, trying to defend himself. Suddenly someone shouted at him to stop. The shadow of the sword began to approach Tiny's face. Tren turned back angrily. Tiny also looked away with confusion. Renly von Narsa pressed his hand to the bruised area and shouted that it was his own fault. Some time later, Genus Freewell sat on the sofa and said that he wanted to see them. He didn't imagine it would happen like this. Tiny sat opposite him with his hands on his knees. He apologized awkwardly. Genus Freewell explained that he lightly used a lot of suspicion. He added that Renly von Narsa will forgive him. Genus Freewell brought the cup closer to him and said that this is why the matter will be postponed. He said that, however, he should know that Valentino is no place for fun. He added with a smile, if a person hides his magic identity, then he has permission to do so. He asked if he understood this. Tiny looked at him with excitement. He confirmed this with a tired look. He thought his energy was scary. He didn't even want to object. Genus Freewell explained that people expect a lot from him. Tiny looked at him in surprise. Genus Freewell said if he was a little more humble he would become great. Tiny looked back with displeasure and mentally asked the question, "Really?" Genus Freewell put his cup on the table and said that he had a lot to do, so he had to leave. Tiny immediately announced that he wanted to ask a question. Genus Freewell looked at him in surprise, starting to get up. Tiny asked the question, "Who is Lendry?" Genus Freewell put his hand forward with an awkward smile and explained that this was classified information. He apologized to him. Tiny asked a question, is he somehow connected with the royal family? Genus Freewell opened his eyes in surprise. He put his hand on his forehead and said doubtfully that he shouldn't tell him anything. Genus Freewell explained that this was logical, since his knight was at the challenger level. Genus Freewell sternly told him not to tell anyone. He asked a question, "Okay?" Tiny rolled his eyes and said yes. He already realized that it was connected with Chloe von Valencha's fiancé. He assumed, leaning against the sofa bed, that he was from the royal family. He said that it was, after all, a Chloe von Valencha ceremony. Tiny thought that this was actually an announcement of her engagement to the crown prince. A week later on the day of the ceremony, many people walked around the palace park, talking animatedly to each other. Genus Freewell stood in the hall, watching other people. He thought that Chloe von Valencha had not yet existed. He remembered his sister Chloe. Genus Freewell remembered holding her in his arms and reading a book to her. He thought that he would do everything possible for her to make today the best day of her life. Suddenly, someone said loudly, starting to chew loudly, that it was very tasty. Genus Freewell began to frown unpleasantly when he heard the terrible sounds. It was Tiny, who immediately bit into 2 fried legs and chewed the food loudly. Tiny asked the question, "What is this food of the gods?" Genus Freewell frowned and said with cold fury to calm down. He looked at the audience with a smile and asked him to eat more slowly. He explained that there was enough food for everyone. Tiny knocked over the plate and started eating the leftover food from there. He suddenly made a thoughtful sound. His cheeks were full of food and he said that he was eating slowly anyway. Genus Freewell laughed awkwardly. He looked to the side with displeasure and through gritted teeth told him to stop stuffing his mouth. His jaw would fall off. Tiny was stunned and loudly asked the question, "What did he say?" Genus Freewell began to step aside in fear. He put his hand to his heart and said it was nothing. He added that he should forget. Tiny narrowed his eyes and watched him carefully. Genus Freewell said it was because he was at an age when he needed to eat more to grow. Suddenly someone laughed loudly and said to the young knight that there he was. Tiny looked away with his mouth full. Renly von Narsa explained with a smile that Genus Freewell is a very busy person. He asked a question, so he wouldn't mind talking to him instead. Tiny looked at him, getting up from the table, and mentally asked the question, "Did he come too?" He said with feigned innocence that last time he behaved disgustingly. Tiny bowed, pressing his hand to his chest, and thanked him for being generous with him and being able to forgive him. Renly von Narsa laughed and said he shouldn't have made that request. He immediately said that his powers were impressive. Renly von Narsa added with a smile, hitting himself on the shoulder, "If he says something rude, then let him hit him again." He added that no one had done this to him for a long time. Tiny laughed and said with a sly smile that it was good. He mentally asked the question, "What is wrong with him? Did he love pain?" Suddenly the host announced for everyone to greet the star of the day. He stuck his hand out to the side and announced that Chloe von Valencha. Tiny, Renly von Narsa, Genus Freewell looked away. The presenter meanwhile added, "And her father." Asgard von Valencha was the first to enter the hall, looking at everyone with a frown. Chloe von Valencha followed him obediently. Later they began to climb the steps to the top. Chloe von Valencha smiled in greeting and waved. Genus Freewell exhaled in admiration, looking at her in love. Tiny glanced sideways at him with displeasure. Genus Freewell said that she is so stately and beautiful. Tiny looked at him with confusion. He mentally asked the question, can he really allow this freak to talk like that? Suddenly a man exclaimed, "Wow!" Everyone else looked at Chloe von Valencia in admiration. Another guy said that she is the angel of the Valencia family. Chloe von Valencia looked down sadly. Suddenly someone said in admiration that she was so beautiful. Chloe von Valencia closed her eyes in disappointment and thought that after today, she began to walk forward to the throne and added that everything would not be the same. Tiny watched her carefully. He mentally said her name, looking at her sadly. Tiny remembered how Chloe von Valencia smiled and suggested to him that from now on he should call her sister. Tiny put his palm forward, calling on Manhwa, and thought that in this life he would pray for her happiness. Gina's Freewell watched him in shock. From Tiny's hand, a lunar wolf rose to the top through the bright blue color, joyfully wagging its tail. All the people looked up in delight, watching him fly above. Lunar Wolf ran up to Chloe von Valencia, who was watching him enthusiastically. He moved closer to her face, starting to lick her with his tongue. Asgard von Valencia looked at him in surprise and said, "This is a Tiny's wolf." Chloe von Valencia started laughing loudly and exclaimed that she was ticklish. A moment later, she sat on the throne, holding the lunar wolf in her hands. She turned to the moon and told him to sit still. Lunar Wolf sighed sleepily. Someone asked the question, "Why is she with the dog?" Was this part of the idea? Asgard von Valencia and Aaron exhaled tensely, closing their eyes. Suddenly, the lunar wolf began to glow a bright blue color. Chloe von Valencia raised her hands to the side in surprise and made a thoughtful sound. Later, she looked at the huge lunar wolf that stood next to her throne. She turned to the deity out of great surprise. Lunar Wolf lay down next to her, resting his head on his outstretched paws. Chloe von Valencia began stroking his neck with a smile. People looked at all this in surprise. Suddenly one of them exclaimed that it was a spirit. Another man added that the angel is together with the divine creation. Rendley von Narsa asked with a satisfied smile, "Is this the real form of the spirit?" He said, "How elegant." Tiny looked at him with irritation. Rendley von Narsa thanked him with a smile for his brilliant performance. Tiny dissatisfiedly asked the question in his head, who does he think he is to thank him for this? He thought that this man was somehow suspicious. Tiny mentally added that he would like to hit him again. Asgard approached Chloe and said, "He knows what he has already said." He thanked her again for growing up so wonderful. Asgard von Valencia sadly lowered his gaze and said, if only her mother could see her now. He added that that would be great. Tears began to appear in Chloe von Valencia's eyes. She quietly turned to her father. Many people standing in the hall closed their eyes with bitterness and pinched their noses so that the sobs could not be heard. The man asked in surprise, "What are they doing?" Someone asked him a question in response. "He doesn't know the history of Lord." The man made a thoughtful sound. Tiny looked in their direction with irritation. Asgard von Valencia began to stretch the red ribbon forward. He placed it around Chloe's neck. People began to look at each other with happiness. The presenter put his hands out to the sides and exclaimed that now the main event is the ceremony. He added that it was time to introduce Chloe von Valencia's fiancé to all of them. Asgard von Valencia announced that he will become his daughter's husband. He pointed his finger in the direction from which yellow mana began to emanate and said that he was a man. A huge yellow ball appeared in the air, in the middle of which there was a bright light. One of the guests asked in surprise, "Is it a magical projection?" This one featured Bradley Van Aslan. He looked down with a smile and loudly introduced himself. He is incredibly happy that the angel of the Valencia family will become his companion. On this joyful day, he will not be able to be present in person. Vivian asked in shock, "Is this true?" She exclaimed that he was literally the reincarnation of the wise king. Tiny thought that whether he was wise or not, in his previous life he died in vain. Rendley von Narsa said with a smile that it was time for him to perform. Suddenly Tiny grabbed his hand, not allowing him to move anywhere. He asked the question, where was he going? Rendley von Narsa looked puzzled as he squeezed his hand. Tiny said dissatisfiedly. He very much doubts that now is the time for his speech. Rendley von Narcissus smiled, stroked his head, and addressed him as a young knight. Tiny asked the question, puzzled. What? Rendley von Narcissus said with a smile that he understood his concern. He said he didn't need to be careful about it. Rendley von Narsa advised him to try saying Narsa backwards. Tiny mentally asked the question, what? He clearly said that it would turn out to be Aslan. Bradley Van Aslan's hands began to glow with yellow mana, and he looked to the side with a sly look, running his hand over his chin. Bradley Van Aslan waved his hand and said with a smile that they would see each other again. He began to walk towards the Chloe von Valentia throne. Someone exclaimed for everyone to look, because it was His Highness the Crown Prince. Tiny exhaled in shock. Someone again exclaimed that he personally came to the ceremony. Tiny mentally asked a question, remembering moments from the past. Does he hit the Crown Prince in the face? He mentally cursed and thought doomedly that he had made a very big mistake. Tiny narrowed his eyes and mentally asked the question. Maybe let him die at the wedding next year. Genus Freewell looked at him with a smile and asked him a question. What was he thinking about? Tiny shook his whole body in fear and screamed. He immediately laughed in confusion and said that it was hot outside today. Genus Freewell told him with a smile not to worry. He looked to the side thoughtfully and added that His Highness had already forgiven him. Tiny looked at him in surprise. Genus Freewell, watching as Bradley Van Aslan took the hand of the shocked Chloe von Valentia, said that even if he was unhappy, he would be safe on the territory of the duchy. Tiny raised his head thoughtfully and made an incomprehensible sound. Genus Freewell, meanwhile, continued to explain that the one who went against the will of the Emperor, who chose Rochester, and insisted on this marriage, was the Crown Prince himself. Tiny understood everything. He thought that he wished to unite with Valentia. Genus Freewell suddenly remembered some news. He put his index finger forward and said that his lordship had asked him to tell him something. Tiny asked a question in surprise. So what? Genus Freewell said with a sly smile that the preparations were complete. He told him to come see him after the ceremony, some time later. Tiny stood in the night office of Asgard von Valentia. On his desk lay a token and paper with a seal. Asgard von Valentia scratched his mustache and thanked him for the spirit. He said he was able to calm her down a little. Tiny grinned and thought that these were all simple situations. He asked the question, is everything ready yet? Asgard von Valentia frowned and firmly said yes. He added that he still finds it hard to believe that Karun's divine artifact, Humanitas, will disappear. He added, imagining the tentacles of an octopus reaching out to the blue stone, that a sudden attack by magical monsters, krakens, would leave only ruins on the capital of Ordis. Asgard von Valentia asked the question, why of all the monsters, krakens? Tiny said, looking at the stamped paper, that they would have to find out. He asked the question again, what about the warhammer? Asgard von Valentia said with a satisfied smile that it was completed. He added that tomorrow he would go to the blacksmith. After some more time, Tiny found himself in front of Rendal. The blacksmith reported that the weight was greater, the efficiency was greater, and the hammer was self-healing. He adjusted all the mana waves to adjust it to him. Tiny looked with delight at the new war hammer that the blacksmith had made for him. He grabbed the handle with one hand. The blacksmith looked at him in surprise and said, be that as it may, this is strange. He thoughtfully asked the question, what is Tiny made of? Tiny happily looked up at his hammer and said that it suited him very well. The blacksmith, crossing his arms over his chest, told him to try to swing. Tiny looked slyly at the hammer. Putting his foot forward, he grabbed the handle with both hands and swung. Tiny said with delight that it was an amazing feeling. Over time, a blue stream of mana flashed through the air. Tiny, riding Lunar Wolf, swung his hammer and sent a stream of mana at the wild boar. He screamed. The flow of mana destroyed the boar's head, leaving a huge hole in its place. Tiny clenched his fist victoriously and shouted with delight, this is what you need. He smiled happily and said that the hammer was much better than he expected. Rendall deserves a big thank you. Lunar Wolf looked up and growled. Tiny looked at him in surprise and asked the question, "What is there?" Lunar Wolf ignored his question and quickly ran forward. Tiny wondered what was going on. He looked up at the sky and saw a round bright moon. Tiny said with a smile that it was because of the moonlight. Lunar Wolf jumped forward. Tiny asked cheerfully, "Is he jumping like a rabbit today?" Lunar Wolf confirmed his words with a cheerful bark. Tiny said with joyful anticipation that this was great. They will arrive in a week. He held the wool with one hand and held a hammer in the other. Tiny added, "To the port city of Anaxon, over time." The leader of the Black Knights rearranged the wooden figure on the map and announced that the boy had left the duchy. He is riding a spirit beast, and his speed is 4 times faster than a carriage. The Black Knights sitting at the table looked at each other in surprise. The leader asked the question, "Where is he going?" The Black Knight put his palm to his chest as a sign of respect and excitedly announced that this was the closest city towards Karan in Axon. The Black Knights gaped in shock. The leader, his red eyes flashing angrily, said that this infuriated him. He held a wooden figure in his hand and ordered the Black Knights to take the opportunity to get rid of him. Over time, in the forest, the Black Knights blocked the path of Tiny, who was riding Lunar Wolf. One of them said, "Let them call the tamer." Tiny looked down at them condescendingly, sighed irritably, and asked the question, "Who are these freaks?" The Black Knights frowned angrily and asked again, "Freaks?" They suggested that he did not understand the situation he was in. One of them heard that the boy had become an expert. There are 5 of them with the same levels, and he believes in his strength, having only one spirit on his side. The muscular bald guy and the archer unanimously said that children need to be beaten so that they come to their senses. The archer pulled the bowstring and took aim. They shouted menacingly that they would teach him manners. The Black Knights simultaneously rushed at him, holding swords and axes in their hands. The archer shot an arrow with a malicious grin. Tiny clarified with a bored look, asking the question, "Are they Black Knights?" At that moment the arrow approached his chest. He, without paying any attention to it, indifferently threw it aside with his hand. They froze in place in fear, mentally asking, "Did he just push the arrow away? Is this really expert level?" The Black Knights excitedly thought that this couldn't be true. One of them shouted not to be scared. He assumed it was an illusion. The Black Knights, holding their weapons in front of them, rushed to the attack. One of them, holding a spear, shouted that he was outnumbered. Tiny picked up the hammer and said that they were talking nonsense. Against stupidity, he prescribes a hammer blow for them. Tiny raised the hammer, glowing blue, over his head and grinned maliciously. He hit the Black Knight with a hammer in the stomach, who was running ahead of everyone, holding a spear in his hands. The others stopped in fear, their eyes wide. The Black Knight with the spear spewed out a stream of blood and thought that this was truly an expert level. He flew back and fell to the ground with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. Tiny looked at the defeated enemy and mockingly said that such a great Black Knight. He looked at them menacingly and added that they were parasites and minions of the demon. One of the Black Knights widened his eyes in fear and cursed mentally. The 4 Black Knights turned sharply and ran away. They shouted excitedly that it was completely different from how it was described to them. Tiny, riding a lunar wolf, followed them. The Black Knights shouted in fear that this was a curse. They need to run in different directions. Tiny, holding a hammer in his hand, sternly asked who allowed them to leave. He jumped to the ground and menacingly shouted wishes of death to them. Tiny raised the hammer above his head, which glowed brightly with spiritual power. He added that they were pathetic incompetents. Tiny powerfully hit the ground with his hammer and cast the Thunder Strike spell. The ground is cracked. The Black Knights ran forward with all their might, trying to escape. Flashes of lightning from the hammer caught up with them. They desperately shouted that they needed to run. The ground collapsed under their feet. The Black Knights, screaming heart-rendingly, fell down. Tiny looked carefully in front of him, trying to see something through a thick cloud of gray dust. When it cleared, he saw that the Black Knights were buried alive under the rubble. Tiny sighed with relief, smiled joyfully, and said that he did great. Looking over his shoulder at his hammer, he joyfully said that with this he would crush everyone and everything. He sat astride the lunar wolf and thoughtfully asked the question, how did they know where he was? He sadly said that at least one should have been left alive. Tiny heard a crash and became alert. Someone was hiding behind a thick tree trunk in front of him. The broken tree fell with a crash. Lunar Wolf and Tiny managed to dodge. They looked angrily in the direction from which the broken tree had come. Tiny irritably asked the question, what is this? A two-headed troll emerged from behind a thick tree trunk. Tiny, not believing his own eyes, asked in shock, is this a two-headed troll? The troll, his red eyes sparkling, opened his toothy mouth fearfully and growled. He stepped forward with a roar. Tiny clenched his teeth excitedly and mentally asked why a top-level monster appeared there. A tall and fat troll towered over him menacingly, swinging an axe. The level of monsters is determined based on how their strength correlates with human strength. If the monster is level 5, then it corresponds to a 5th circle mage or a superior level mana user who can handle it. Tiny mentally asked in bewilderment why a level 5 monster came after him. The evil troll growled and swung his axe. After some time, Tiny fearfully pressed himself against the back of Lunar Wolf, who was running away from the blow. The axe was rapidly approaching them. The monster tamer angrily ordered the troll to kill him. Tiny looked around excitedly to see who said it. The monster tamer held a magical staff in his hands, with which he controlled the troll. They were connected by a magical red aura. The huge troll missed, hitting the stone with his axe, crushing it. The monster tamer angrily shouted that he was just a worthless boy who was interfering with their organization. He, his eyes flashing angrily, ordered the troll to beat him until there was nothing left of him. Tiny was wondering where this troll came from, but it turned out that it was a monster tamer. He jumped from the lunar wolf to the ground and grabbed the handle of the hammer. Tiny extended his hand to the side and pointed his index finger at the monster tamer, ordering Lunar Wolf to grab him. Lunar Wolf jumped high and rushed to carry out the order, growling menacingly. The monster tamer grinned angrily and said that he wouldn't succeed. He swung his magical staff, creating red energy waves around him. The troll crossed his arms in front of him, demonstrating his strength and muscles, and let out a menacing roar. He, his eyes flashing angrily, swung his axe. The troll cut down many thick trees at the same time. Tiny barely had time to fall to the ground to escape. Thick trunks began to fall with a roar. Tiny looked at the stumps in front of him in shock and cursed. Looking sideways, he realized that the troll was furious. Tiny squatted between his legs and thought hard. The troll noticed him and hit him with an axe, but Tiny deftly dodged, crawled forward, and said that this was already pissing him off. Strength and regeneration are annoying abilities that are enough to turn a troll into a level 5 monster. Tiny quickly ran forward, dodging blows, and thought that the monster's rage had a limit. He needs to be patient a little and pick the moment. The troll took a deep breath through his nose, then, with a menacing cry, exhaled stinking air through his mouth. Tiny looked over his shoulder and realized that it was poisonous smoke. He glowed brightly with blue light and decided to use mana. But Tiny could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground with a sigh. The troll approached him and swung his axe over his head. Tiny was frightened and wondering what to do. He looked over his shoulder and realized there was no way to dodge. Tiny closed his eyes and activated his spiritual power. He swung the hammer around himself and sent a blue stream of energy towards the troll. He lost his balance and sat down on the ground with a crash. Tiny jumped high, holding the glowing hammer above his head. He landed on top of the troll and slammed his hammer down, using a large amount of mana. He screamed in pain and looked at his bloody hand. Tiny quickly jumped down. He climbed onto a thick tree branch and happily noted that the force of the blow had become more powerful. He added that it was amazing. A moment later, a furious troll stood in front of him and looked with red eyes. It glowed brightly with a red aura. Tiny looked at him with confusion. He asked himself in shock, is he already recovering? The hole in his hand glowed and closed. Tiny quickly jumped down. The troll pursued him, sending a stream of red mana. Tiny jumped from one tree to another with a sigh. Standing with his feet on a branch, he swung his hammer. He hit the troll using mana. He screamed. The monster tamer watched the battle from afar, hiding behind a tree in the forest. Where the battle was going on, the night sky was brightly illuminated with two colors, red and blue. The monster tamer gritted his teeth angrily and mentally asked, "How long will this idiot run away? The end will come for him as soon as the troll catches up with him." The monster cut down the tree in one fell swoop. Tiny barely had time to jump back. He rested his back against the rock and realized with despair that it was a dead end. A dark two-headed shadow was approaching him. Tiny got up from his knees, mentally cursed, and began to think intensely. The troll growled fearfully and raised his axe. In an instant, his muzzle stretched out in surprise, and he asked what? The monster tamer excitedly commanded him to stop. He asked irritably, "Has the rage mode already subsided?" Tiny grinned maliciously and suggested that the troll had reached his limit. Constant regeneration is very exhausting. The monster tamer looked out from behind the tree and asked, dumbfounded, "What?" So what was he trying to achieve? At this time, the lunar wolf attacked him, grabbing his cloak with his teeth. He knocked the monster tamer to the ground and, with a menacing roar, began to bite into him with his teeth. He screamed in fear. Tiny smiled approvingly and praised Lunar Wolf for his good work. He turned to the troll, swung his hammer, and commanded that Lunar Wolf continue to hold him down. Tiny raised his hammer above his head and let out a war whoop. He hit the ground with his hammer, creating a pillar of lightning. This strike was called a lightning strike. Lightning struck the troll and a powerful explosion occurred. Everything around became bright blue. When the smoke cleared a little, it was possible to see that Tiny was holding two huge green heads in his hands. He walked up to the monster tamer lying on the ground and said that it was time for them to talk frankly. After a while, Tiny, with a thoughtful expression on his face, touched his chin with his hand and asked again, "Does this mean their organization headquarters is located in the lawless city of the Alliance, and their head is the mayor?" The monster tamer, kneeling, shook his head from top to bottom in confirmation and said that this is exactly how it is. Tiny said emphatically that this was a lie. The monster tamer asked excitedly, "What?" Tiny suggested with a smile that if this were so, then a speech control spell would be cast on him. But he is quite talkative, even though he is a 5th level magical beast tamer. The monster tamer's face fell in surprise. Tiny asked a question, "Are they planning to steal the divine artifact Karun?" The monster tamer, sweating profusely with excitement, desperately shouted that this was not so. Tiny snapped his fingers with a smile and said that he believed in it. He asked another question, "What is the name of the person responsible for this task?" If the monster tamer answers the truth, then Tiny will let him go. The monster tamer looked at him in disbelief and asked a question. Will he definitely let him go? Tiny told him to think well. He asked a question. The monster tamer has heard about how people die when their skull is crushed. Tiny leaned over him and smiled slyly. The monster tamer fearfully confirmed this. Tiny said with an angry fire in his eyes, there was a higher chance of this happening to him than him finishing him off with his bare hands. The monster tamer looked at him fearfully and questioningly. Over time, Port City of Anaxon. In the sky above the green mountain peaks, city residents looked with curiosity at the bright flash from the explosion. Tiny walked towards them, indifferently whistling some melody. People asked in surprise, "What is this? Did someone set off fireworks?" Earlier, Asgard von Valentia smiled happily and announced that everything was ready. Tiny will be waiting at the pub in Anaxon. At the moment he was standing in front of the entrance to the establishment and asked the question, "Is this here?" After a while, he widened his eyes in shock and looked ahead. Tiny, not believing his eyes, mentally asked, "Will the Sword Emperor help him?" Placing his palm to his face and sharply waving it to the side. The man who at first looked exactly like Asgard von Valentia now appeared before him as a young man who with a smile informed him that they do not sell alcohol to children. Tiny was in shock, and with his mouth open, wondered what happened. His face changed, and not because of the mage's disguise. Does he not sense the presence of Mana at all? The visitors sitting at the tables and seeing his reaction laughed kindly, while he himself suggested, did he imagine it? Suddenly, these two men turned to him. The brunette noted that this was not a place for children. The brown-haired man added that this applies even more so to dark-haired people. The owner will lose all his clients this way. But when the next moment the lunar wolf appeared above them, uttering a menacing warning roar, both visitors were terribly shocked by this, and crouched down and screamed loudly. The spirit flew past, knocking their mugs off the table. Tiny, with his hands on his hips, tiredly noted that he always has to put everyone in their place. Then the owner's voice was heard again, who understood that the child was a summoner. Turns out he's the customer who made the special order. Having bowed, the man apologized and with a meek smile explained that he did not recognize him right away. The young man can follow him. All this was accompanied by puzzled looks from customers and staff. When they soon entered a small room, the owner, taking the token from Tiny's hands, said that it definitely belonged to his lordship. Valentia's secret organization, Blackwing. Not only are they proficient with a sword, but they are also unrivaled when it comes to finding information and making connections. And bowing again, the owner introduced himself. He is the commander of the Black Wing, J. Tiny immediately made a note to himself that he was in charge. He then also noted that he wanted to ask a question. As a leader, he should be at the blader level, but the presence of Mana is not felt next to him. How does a commander hide his abilities? He, to his great surprise, admitted that his Mana had not awakened. Tiny again opened his eyes wide and asked what, and then Jay again did the trick of changing his face to the appearance of an Asgard, at the same time saying that if he tried to hide it, it would be difficult for him to disguise himself like that. Does the guy agree? He, taking a step back in shock, again clarified, so this is the most common disguise. Jay, returning to his usual appearance, confirmed this, and then he realized that it means he had not imagined this before. Further, he clarified, doesn't the commander think it's a little risky? Jay grinned and replied that it was rather exciting. Tiny, still not over the strange feeling, said that he had interesting preferences. Jay advised the guy to think better about his task. Tiny was again not ready for such a statement, so he repeated the task. He said that the Mage of Sea Waves, who should have received the letter of recommendation, Gail Anderson, went missing. Tiny screamed in complete confusion. The magician is missing. However, at the same time he also remembered, Mage is a nickname given to a seventh circle magician. The fact that he bears the title of the Mage of Sea Waves should mean that he is particularly strong in the seas. Jay also shared that they lost contact with him while he was exploring the sea. 2 weeks have passed since his expected date of return. Tiny added that it is now obvious that it will be difficult for him to get a recommendation. He agreed, but announced that there was a plan B. Taking out another sparkling token, Jay noted that the guy could get to know his new personality. Tiny immediately took the item and said with a wide smile that the Sword Emperor had chosen the right assistant. Then he suddenly remembered, by the way, can the commander find out anything about Hustle? But Jay immediately asked who it was. Tiny that it is the demon follower who is responsible for the incident in Karan. This sounded rather harsh, but with a smile he added that he was sure of it, since the informant's head would explode if he lied to him. Jay already thoughtfully suggested that this name sounds like it belongs to either a beastman or an orc. But he will mean it. Suddenly they knocked on the door and began to ask the owner to come out. They are here. Tiny asked with interest, are they? Jay said mysteriously, it looks like it's time for him to go. A large fish appeared. He was still wary, But as soon as he went out into the main hall, he began to watch as even more people appeared at the tables. And then Tiny realized with displeasure. The big fish turned out to be an influx of customers. The guests laughed merrily and asked about their orders. When will their chicken be ready? Jay deftly maneuvered between the tables, delivering plates and taking away empty ones, shouting to the cooks that they still had orders. 3 other waiters standing to the side clapped their hands and apologized sobbingly, repeating that it was all because of the master. They even prayed that there wouldn't be so many of them. Tiny, watching everything that was happening, could not help but wonder why things were going so well in this fake pub. 2 days later, the ship Flaxen, lying at the pier, was ready to set sail, and one of the sailors shouted loudly about it. Suddenly someone in a brown cloak appeared in front of him and asked, "Is this the ship to Caron?" The man, with his hands on his hips, asked sternly if the little client could show him his identification badge. Then Tiny, who was that same mysterious stranger, took out a sparkling object from his inner pocket, which immediately created a hologram of the coat of arms in the air, which is why the sailor fearfully clarified, "Is he an aristocrat? He really asks you to forgive him for his discourtesy." But at the same time, the man also wondered why he was unaccompanied. However, Tiny overcomes his doubts by answering that everything is in order. He is just a former aristocrat. Then the sailor let him onto the ship, bowing and wishing him a good journey. He, going on board, remembered how Jay had earlier told him that there exists a noble family called Moors. It's a family that disappeared 40 years ago after being framed as devil worshippers. Black hair and eyes are direct characteristics of their direct descendants. They had no descendants, so they didn't go through the reinstatement process. From this point on, he'll become the son of runaway Moor's heir and his elf wife. With a sigh of relief, Tiny asked himself, is he an elf now? Even though he is a summoner, this is a bit overkill. Suddenly, he smelled something and wondered why he felt mana coming from the ship. The smell intensified, and he assumed it was the energy of evil, and not from 1 or 2 people. What are they planning? Do they really want to kill everyone here? While Tiny was spinning around, an unknown man approached him from behind, who abruptly pulled out a sword from the inner pocket of his jacket and was about to stick it right in his head. But in an instant, activating his energy, he stopped the stranger and broke his arm, forcing him to scream in sharp pain. The rest of the passengers immediately turned around at the noise and began shouting in bewilderment, "What is this?" Blood. 2 sailors tried to approach Tiny, and stretching their arms forward in warning, they exclaimed, "What is the guy doing? He must let him go now." But Tiny just looked down, and noticing the dagger, he immediately kicked it into the air and kicked it at the right moment, causing the weapon to pierce the attacker's chest. The men fell into a stupor from this, and the blonde rolled his eyes and fell dead. The next moment, mysterious dark streams suddenly began to emanate from the body. Some people immediately began to feel sick from the smell, and someone began to ask why smoke was coming from his body. Some passengers exclaimed that they had heard of such a thing. "This is rotten smoke. He's a demon follower." Having heard this, one of the sailors approached Tiny and, extending his hand, thanked him for the fact that the guy got rid of the demon that was hiding in succession. But they will need to settle some things officially. The guy should follow him. However, Tiny, sharply grabbing his hand, smiled contemptuously and repeated, "Officially." Like that. Then he jerked the man's limb and, with all his might, knocked him to the floor, forcing him to collide with his colleague. Then Tiny continued to throw the sailors from side to side, knocking down the rest of the people, like pins in a bowling alley, while he counted, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. The passengers, unable to bear such a bloody spectacle, rushed away screaming, "This child is a murderer." But when one of them stopped and turned back, he asked the rest of the people to do the same, explaining that the incredible had happened. They were all followers of the demon. The unfortunate victims also emitted a poisonous odor. Finally, Tiny completed his reprisal, and turning to the side, he saw the captain coming down the stairs towards him. Frowning his eyebrows, he shouted in displeasure, "What's going on here?" Looking at the smelly corpses, the man did not understand how this was possible. But as soon as he saw Tiny, he immediately bowed his head and asked to accept his deepest apologies for having to face such difficulties. It seems that his subordinates were bewitched by a demon. He is very grateful for the assistance. Grinning in response, Tiny sarcastically noted what an amazing captain. He's a good actor. The man tensed, and he, taking out a hammer, attacked him too, forcing him to break the floor and fall into the hold. The passengers, coming closer and looking down, saw that treacherous currents were now emanating from the captain's body. Soon, upon arrival at the Karun Palace, he was introduced to King Emerd van Karun, and the servant said that all members of the ship's crew were in charge of the port of Flaxen for the past 5 years. 5 of the sailors were low-class demonic soldiers, and 2 navigators were expert class, and the captain was a blader class demonic soldier. Emerd clarified with surprise, blader class. Hundreds of alive people and thousands of corpses must have been offered to the devil. Tiny explained that the devil served by the devil worshippers are high-level demons who penetrate the dimensional wall to spread their authority. The offerings are rituals that strengthen the devil worshippers and at the same time, really a great power to the demons. They are like a parasite for humankind. Emerd van Karun admitted. Since he hadn't seen them for 30 years, he was too relaxed. He is very grateful to the beast tamer having the blood of elves, which prevented large sacrifices. He also heard that a follower had identified his spirit. Can he look at it? The servant turned to Emerd in fear, warning that even though he was an elf, it was very dangerous. Tiny, without listening to anyone, immediately summoned the lunar wolf and noted with a smile that if the king wishes, then he would only be happy to show it. Emerd van Karun was really impressed, despite his noble spirit exclaiming that it was great. Now, having seen it with his own eyes, he finally believed the guy. Afterwards, he also turned to his servant and knight, explaining that he would like to talk to this young man. They must wait outside. The men were indignant at such an order, and Tiny himself was no less puzzled, asking the question, private conversation with an outsider like him. What's going here? The knight did not give up, asking Emerd van Karun to cancel his order. How can he allow this to a stranger? However, he confidently explained that it would not take much time. At last the men gave in, and closing the door, the servant noted as the king wished. When they were left alone, Emerd said with all respect that the young hero should not worry about being heard. He lied about being a quarter elf, didn't he? Tiny was dumbfounded by this, and Emerd van Karun explained that he wanted to know the real purpose of his arrival here. He clenched his fists with dissatisfaction and thought, where did he go wrong? Emerd, as if he had heard this, carefully explained that having been in this position for so long, he had heard a variety of stories. For example, that elf blood cannot flow in a person with black hair. But the guy shouldn't worry, only members of royal families know about this. Tiny was ashamed and bowed his head and apologized for lying. He came here to hunt down the demon's followers. Emerd van Karun was horrified to hear this, and he continued that he must prevent the theft of the divine artifact and trouble in Karun. Emerd, thanks to his powers of observation, suggested that for the guy this kingdom is like a home, apparently. This actually made Tiny flinch in place and immediately wonder how the king knew this. He again explained that Karun has a neutral position. It is in the kingdom's alliance. They find it difficult to trust someone from another kingdom that is in conflict with the alliance. The guy may have good intentions, but he was hiding his identity, right? Tiny's surprise kept growing, and now he realized that it's not for nothing that the king is called wise. Emerd van Karun finally announced that it seems to him that he can trust the young hero. After all, he calls with a pure soul. Tiny exhaled with relief, and thought to himself that even a wise king could not protect himself from stereotypes. Since summoners control spirits who are the embodiment of magic, they naturally become enemies of demon followers, which is why the stereotype about the purity of their souls appeared. In a past life, everyone thought the same. He's even a little ashamed. Finally, clearing his throat, he asked if he could ask the king for a favor. Emerd readily clarified what service he was interested in. Then Tiny asked to be appointed guardian of the divine artifact. He will try his best to sort out the problem in Karan. After pausing to consider such bold words, Emerd van Karan agreed, answering that he approved of such a request and believed that the young hero would be able to catch the demon's followers. Soon a servant appeared on the red carpet, carrying in his arms a red velvet pillow on which was a sword and a shiny badge. Rising from his throne and going down, Emerd admitted that he was not a follower of empty rituals and ceremony, so they would omit it. Then, taking the golden thing, he handed it to Tiny, who was bending down on one knee, and said, "The young man has already proven his worth as a knight. In the name of the royal family of Karun, he appoints him, Tiny von Moors, as a knight, assigned with the duty to protect the divine artifact." He, accepting the offering and hanging it on his chest, thought that he was receiving the title of knight for the first time. And then, turning to Arena, he mentally promised her that he would start life anew. This time everything will be different. Before Emerd van Karan was about to leave, Tiny announced that he had something to tell. Emerd froze in place, waiting with interest for new information, and he briefly explained that someone named Hustle was behind the incident. This name is used by either orcs or beastmen. Does His Highness know anything about this? Obvious horror flashed in Emerd van Karan's eyes, but just in case, he asked if the young man was sure of this. Tiny, having noticed the changes, wondered to himself what kind of facial expression it was. But he further explained that the fifth circle saint said so before his head exploded. Emerd then only asked him to leave. He needed to think about the words of the young hero. The staff, emitting a rich blue glow, touched something. The next moment the protective dome was covered with cracks, and inside it appeared a creature resembling a huge octopus with terribly glowing eyes. The old man holding the staff was almost lying on the ground, and behind him the voices of people were heard. They noted that everything was as expected. It was perfect. But it becomes difficult for the Hail magician. Suddenly someone walked past him, and, rising to his knees, he tried to scream. But Hustle, who stood with his back to him, did not pay attention to this at all. He angrily said, "Child, he can see through the veil. He will not let his plan come true." Several knights were gathered at the royal training court. When they saw Tiny, they naturally began to whisper. It was he who killed the followers of the demon on Flaxen's ship. Is it really this child? However, they were heard and interrupted by Divine Artifact Protection Troop member Mason, who corrected them. He's part elf, so they should not underestimate him even if he looks young and gather around. After all, he didn't do dirty tricks and got the rank of knight, and such a phenomenal person got the sole authority to operate and supervise the troop. The men were displeased to hear that someone much younger than them was allowed such privileges. Tiny himself, sighing tiredly, wondered who they take him for. Earlier he asked Emerd van Karan if he could just appoint him. What if someone in the palace objects? However, he calmed him down, explaining that the guy need not worry. For hundreds of years Orthus's protection was done by Karan's army, not the divine artifact. Tiny also remembered that the divine artifact is now a simple symbol, and being the protector of this is a rather boring job. In simple terms, their squad consists of losers who have no chance to become stronger. Even if there had been no external confrontation, most likely there would have been a massacre inside. Then, turning to Mason, Tiny casually called him sir. Hearing this, he immediately asked again displeasedly, what did he call him? But then, Mason rather coldly announced, the boy should listen to him carefully. He doesn't care about the exclusive right he received and the like. The only thing that matters to them is the seniority system. But the next moment a lunar wolf appeared, which, baring its teeth, intimidated the knights. They immediately stepped back, and Tiny calmly explained that he doesn't know what they have with seniority, but who has the advantage is immediately clear. He is looking for demon followers and can use this as an excuse. Then, flashing his blue eyes, he turned to the man, hintingly asking, are they, by any chance, They immediately began screaming in horror that this was not true at all. Then Tiny smiled at them and snapped his fingers, suggesting that in this case they should try to serve them properly, okay? The knights immediately saluted, but at the same time he still could not understand. This strange reaction of the king interested him. Is it possible that he knows hustle? He was distracted by someone's laughter. The men, still not removing their hand from their temple, looked respectfully somewhere behind Tiny, and the man who approached asked, "Is he their new star?" "The one who captured the demon's followers. He is honored to meet the young man." Then, smiling and waving his hand in greeting, he introduced himself. His name is Truman. He is the captain of the squad for protecting the divine artifact. Tiny, seeing the blue glow emanating from his entire body, assumed he was just an expert. This is somehow weak for the captain. Truman shared that he heard that the guy voluntarily wanted to join their squad. Is he interested in a divine artifact? He perked up when he heard this and with a sly grin replied, "What if so?" At the same time, he wondered if this old man was really connected with the impending misfortune in Karun. Truman, to his surprise, noted that he had guessed about this. And if this is the case, then the guy came to the right place. It was after these words that Tiny found himself in the library, all the while wondering what was going on. Truman, placing stacks of thick books in front of him, explained that everyone says that the divine artifact is just a symbol. Holy power has only one purpose, and that is to drive away evil creatures. But it only acts within a kilometer radius and blocks demonic energy no higher than the first level. However, if the guy finds out more about it, his opinion will change. Tiny still didn't say a word, but he continued with the same zeal, and showing him various publications, joyfully exclaimed that he recommended getting acquainted with these books. Did the young man hear about the promise in the era of mythological times? Since ancient times, people have considered divine artifacts as jewelry. Tiny, listening to him without much interest, nevertheless noted that it was not surprising that demonic energy emanated from the old man. He was totally barking up the wrong tree. Thus, several hours passed, and when Tiny could barely keep himself from falling asleep, and his head almost touched the table, Truman finally read to the end. They are created by gods, even evil hands, and those who are under their influence. With these words, he slammed the book and announced, "They say, it is better to learn by doing." Tiny barely looked up at him and clarified what. But Truman stood up and motioned for him to come with him, only saying that the guy just needed to follow him. He will show the young man a real divine artifact. Soon, going down the stairs, illuminated by torches, they found themselves in the central part of the castle. Truman, stopping in front of the forge doors, suddenly clarified, "His name is Tiny, isn't it? Does he know why no one appreciates the work of the artifact protection team?" Tiny guessed because artifacts are perceived as simple symbols. But opening the doors, from which a bright light immediately burst out, Truman answered with a smile, "The reason is even simpler. The point is that it doesn't need protection." He immediately tried to look inside, but then they both finally walked into a spacious room, in the middle of which was the divine artifact Humanitas. Tiny couldn't restrain himself and immediately blurted out how huge and beautiful it was. Truman noted, however, that it is still not clear why it manages to float. There is a legend that a competent person will not even be able to touch the artifact. That's why it doesn't need protection. Okay, they should see if the guy has the skills to touch it. But as soon as he turned around, he was shocked that Tiny had already extended his hand to the Humanitas, which caused a small spark to appear, and he suddenly exclaimed, "This one has the 7th level." The next moment a voice was heard, a clot of light, which, it seems, is not capable of harming anyone from this world, has the power that can tear away everything that is alien. Tiny, not daring to withdraw his hand, wondered, is the barrier talking? Is he the only one who can hear it? Is it because of his distinctive sensitivity to mana? Then he asked out loud, regarding this radiance, so the barrier itself is an artifact. Can it even move? Truman immediately patted Tiny on the shoulder and barely said, "Did the guy just communicate with a divine artifact?" After a while, when they returned to the empty training ground, he said with delight, "The young man has a talent for surprising people. He spent many years in this detachment, but this is the first time he has seen this." Tiny, walking next to him and looking up at him, noted that this old man lacks strength, but at least he is proud of his work. The rest of the squad are not like him. Truman suddenly stopped, looked ahead and chuckled in surprise. They met a member of the kingdom's knightly order, Greg Simbo. He immediately asked what business he came for. However, Greg, passing by, rudely said that he had not come to see the captain. But, approaching Tiny, he asked with complete hatred, "Is he the so-called holy half-elf?" He, still feeling sleepy, noted that he is only a quarter elf. At the same time, Tiny added to himself that this was also a lie. Grinning contemptuously, Greg Simbo abruptly stood up in a fighting pose and repeated, "Elf? The hero who punished the dark magicians. How dare he lie in the royal palace?" And then, rushing to the attack, he shouted that he would immediately reveal his true identity. Tiny, remaining calm at first, just exhaled and said in a bored tone, "Of course, they can't just go ahead and believe him." Then he jumped sharply to the side, grabbed Greg by the arm and threw him over himself, knocking him over onto the stone tiles. Breathing heavily, Greg Simbo continued to be indignant through the pain. He is a stupid little boy. But Tiny, on the contrary, smiling and looking at him with an almost mad look, noted that apparently the knight was still able to speak. So far he feels good. After that, he grabbed Greg by the hand again and began to hit the ground, throwing him from side to side. While screaming in pain, he finally shouted that he recognized him. All this time Truman was watching them, and Tiny, remembering him, wondered if he should demonstrate good manners. Then, bowing to Greg Simbo, who, however, was already lying unconscious, he said that he had learned a lot from him. Truman, taken aback by this, only asked what it was. The whole scene that unfolded on the training ground was watched by someone from above, a man who noted with a grin that they had a rather interesting boy. Soon the knights came to the site and were quite warlike. The first of them, coming forward and threatening Tiny with a weapon, announced that his name is Robert Dumble from the Imperial Knights Order. Are the rumors that the boy have defeated Greg true? Now they will check what the child is capable of. But he did not even let Robert finish, and knocked him out with one blow. He was followed by Tannen Royer and Edgar Albert, whom Tiny also easily defeated with just one hit each. Then a fourth daredevil appeared, who also, armed with a sharp sword, introduced himself. His name is Randolph Granchus. He is commander over the Imperial Knights Order, and he wants to test the abilities of this young man. With these words, he rushed to attack, but when their weapons touched, Tiny, thanks to his hammer, threw Randolph back. Coming closer, he admitted that the commander is at least a little more useful than the others. He did him a favor, so it's time for Randolph Granchus return it. Does he know anyone named Hustle? But Randolph, almost losing consciousness, honestly answered that he had never heard of him. Tiny realized that after interviewing a lot of people, he still couldn't find the answer, and therefore, on the verge of despair, he said, "No one here knows about him at all?" Suddenly someone's loud laughter was heard. The man, coming closer, said, "This cannot be," as the young man mercilessly dealt with the commander. Tiny, raising his wary gaze, asked who else he was. At the same time, looking at the stranger, he also made a note to himself that he had a higher level, or the initial level of the applicant. The man apologized, and then, smiling broadly and waving his hand, introduced himself as Liam von Peterson, the Grandmaster of the Imperial Knights. This made an impression on Tiny, and he immediately became frightened, bowed and apologized for his rudeness. But Liam hastened to calm him down, explaining that the young man should not be so polite. An old man like him is just happy to see such a talented young man. Would he consider such an old man skilled enough to fight him? Tiny was surprised by this turn of events, and Liam von Peterson, throwing back the empty scabbard and extending his sword in his direction, announced that the prize for the guy amusing him would be useful information about Hustle. It would be enough. Tiny was shocked. but still squeezing the hammer handle tighter. He thought, did a person with the level of an applicant and useful information come to him? Liam, seeing that he was also preparing for battle, dusted off his armor and noted that he did not know whether the guy could cope with his level or whether it would be better for him to be more determined. But Tiny, on the contrary, smiled contentedly and activated his mana, only noting that he would have to be a complete idiot to refuse such a thing. Then, jumping up and abruptly starting the battle, he added, well, in that case, he will do everything with joy. Having covered a sufficient distance between them, Tiny delivered a strong first blow, forcing Liam von Petersen to bend his knees and even push through the ground. He also noted that if the Grandmaster underestimates him, then big problems await him. At the same time, he felt changes in the hammer and assumed that it had become lighter. Then, finding himself behind Liam, Tiny tried to trip him, but was almost immediately surprised to see that nothing happened, and the place of impact only hardened. Then he suggested, is this an attribute of the stone? Liam von Petersen laughed again, turned over his shoulder, and noted with a smile that the guy was here. He jumped back sharply, and while preparing for the next blow, he kept trying to understand how he did it. Is this a challenger-level defensive technique? He is strong and stable. Such a knight is ideal for battle. Liam, radiating a bright light, announced that he took back his words that this guy could not cope with his level. After that, he rushed forward, and Tiny barely had time to respond to the attack. Liam von Petersen, moving closer to his face while their weapons clashed, angrily remarked, they will have fun. He agreed in a tone similar to his, but how could it be otherwise? Then, pushing the sword away with a hammer, Tiny again helped them move some distance away from each other. But at the same time he replied that this man's technique was impeccable. All he lacks is experience and level. His name is Liam, right? Afterwards, he was now the initiator of the continuation of the battle, and at the same time he remembered that he should shift his center of gravity and attack with all his might. This is a pretty well-known fact. Tiny launched a series of attacks, but Liam von Petersen, having stopped them all, grinned and admitted that the guy cannot be called a genius. He is a monster. Monster. He, without ceasing to swing the hammer, thanked him for such a compliment. And when their weapons collided once again, Liam suddenly announced that they should finish now. With these words, he stamped his foot so hard that Tiny almost lost his balance from the resulting shaking. At the same time, the blade of the sword approached him, but he still managed to react in time and cover himself with ground. But the shock wave was stronger, and he was thrown back. Liam von Petersen, heading towards him and holding a weapon in his hands, from which strong energy emanated, asked if the guy would mind. It's too much for them to fight anymore. Not paying attention to the abrasions, Tiny agreed, thanking him. Also wiping sweat from his forehead, Liam replied that in the end he was even surprised. He is also grateful to the young man. As a token of gratitude, he will tell him the promised information. Tiny was delighted and relieved. Finally, after some time, standing in the throne room and looking at the man towering before him, he wondered with suspicion whether he really was Hustle. Liam von Petersen rubbed his forehead with his fist and laughed, saying that he did not expect such a level from him. He thanked him for the fight. Tiny threw the hammer behind his back and said with a grin that they had a good sparring. He thought that Curran also had talented people. Liam von Petersen sheathed his sword and said with a smile that he would tell the promised information. Tiny looked at him joyfully and thought that finally. Liam von Petersen began to explain that there is a man named Litman. He added that although he was a member of the kingdom's knightly order, he took orders only from His Majesty. Tiny put his hand on his chin in confusion and asked again, Litman. He asked the question, is this not Hustle? Liam von Petersen hung his head down and said that little is known about his work, but he was sure that he travels to different places, so he can know Hustle. Tiny dropped his hand to his chest in shock. Liam von Petersen continued to say that he thought he would get an appointment. Suddenly he fell silent, looking in surprise in the direction where strange sounds were heard. Tiny turned his head back warily. Mason opened the doors and turned to Tiny. He ran up to them, leaning on his knees and trying to even out his breathing. Mason said that His Majesty urgently wishes to see him. Tiny asked, stunned, "What?" Some time later, Emmerd Van Karen told him to say hello. He explained that he had found the person he was looking for. Tiny looked forward in surprise. Emmerd Van Karen explained, pointing to the side, that he was very familiar with the East Coast. His name was Litman. Litman smiled. Tiny asked the question in his head in horror. "Did you find it?" Did he ask to look for him? He remembered with displeasure Liam von Peterson's words that there was a man named Litman. Tiny took a step back, noticing how Litman was approaching him. He thought that Liam von Peterson was talking about him. Litman said that he was glad to meet. He leaned over with a smile and said he knows that he is a hero who killed the demon's followers. He asked the question, why did he need it? Tiny scratched his head in confusion and laughed. He said that it was an honor to meet him. Tiny cursed mentally. Emmerd Van Karen thoughtfully put his hand on his beard and quietly asked the question, why is he looking at him like that? Tiny began to squeeze his palms with horror and irritation and thought that if he wanted him to play along, then he should have hinted in advance. Litman called his name questioningly, Tiny. Tiny jumped back in fear and excitement, starting to get very worried. He began to stutter badly. Tiny raised his hand up and said awkwardly that it was because of his appearance. He put his hand to his chest and added with a nervous smile, he thought he might be from the East Coast. Tiny continued to say that His Majesty inquired about his wish. He replied that he would like to visit this place. He didn't expect Emmerd Van Karen to arrange everything so quickly. Litman smiled benevolently, nodding his head. He said that His Majesty does not hesitate when it comes to reward. Tiny nervously turned his head to the side and exhaled with relief. Litman began to say that every time he found a new path, he was generously rewarded. Emmerd Van Karen laughed sharply and called Tiny by name. Litman turned his head, looking bored. Emmerd Van Karen told him not to go east immediately. He advised that he first fulfill his promise regarding the demon's followers. Tiny put his hand to his chest and humbly replied that of course. Suddenly, he asked a question in his mind. Puzzled, why did he suddenly mention them? Tiny widened his eyes with a guess. He looked at Litman's back and mentally concluded, really. His eyes lit up with blue mana. He began to analyze Litman, but did not notice anything strange. Tiny lowered his head down, exhaling, and thought that he was okay. He mentally concluded that this was logical, because Lunar Wolf would rebel if he turned out to be a follower of the demon. Suddenly, the Lunar Wolf in his head began to bark loudly. Tiny opened his eyes in shock. He looked forward thoughtfully, continuing to analyze the space. He looked at Litman again and noticed a red aura above his head among the blue mana. Tiny mentally asked the question, is this a form made of mana? He said that this is both an animal and a man. Next to Litman's body was a large red shell showing another body. Tiny asked the question, is he a single whole? He remembered the words of Jay, who suggested that this name belonged to either an orc or a beastman. Litman suddenly turned in his direction, holding out his hand, and said what a confident answer. He added that he is very reliable. Emmerd Van Karen approached him and said that he was very proud to destroy the demon's followers. Litman froze in place, puzzled, turning his head in fear. He asked the question, what was he getting at? Tiny clenched his fist and looked thoughtfully at Litman's back. Litman at this time exclaimed that he had to leave tomorrow in search of Gale. Emmerd Van Karen ordered him to cancel. He frowned and added that dealing with the looming threat was a priority. He asked the question, does he agree? Emmerd Van Karen continued to say that now the most capable person he could entrust this to was him. Litman opened his mouth in shock, beginning to worry. He lowered his head and exhaled quietly. Litman the next moment pressed his palm to his forehead and said that he understood them. He admitted that he was worried about Gale. He bowed and humbly said that he would follow his orders. Tiny clenched his fists warily and thought that the energy of evil was not leaving him, but it was obvious to him. This man was Hustle. Some time later, in the night hall, someone asked a question, "How is it?" Tiny replied, "It didn't look like he was a demon follower." Emerd Van Kuren thoughtfully looked down, clasped his hands together, and said that he understood. He looked ahead and added that it was still better for him to make sure. Check him. Tiny asked why he didn't tell about it earlier. Emerd Van Kuren began to lower his hand to his chest that he had no choice. Suddenly, a bright yellow light began to spread from his palm in the darkness on all sides. Tiny said with the guess that this is an oath of mana. He asked the question, "Is this the reason?" Emerd Van Kuren nodded his head and said yes. The mana oath was an oath sealed with mana. Anyone who violates this will suffer a shock at the level of their circle. Tiny noticed how Emerd Van Kuren's heart was surrounded by 3 circles of mana. Tiny thought that the shock of the 3rd circle was not so dangerous. He immediately mentally added that it was not for an elderly person. He asked the question, why did he go so far? Emerd Van Kuren made a sound of surprise. Tiny began to reason that Litman had been faithful to him for many years. He added that this was only the 2nd time they had met. Emerd Van Kuren nervously stroked his beard. Tiny added that anyway. Emerd Van Kuren said that he comes from the Kuren family. He went on to explain that as relatives age, they develop a strange ability to foresee the future. Tiny asked in surprise what? Emerd Van Kuren began to tell. He had a dream that the sacred artifact would disappear and the monster would destroy the capital. He's seen this many times. Emerd Van Kuren said with a frown. Then he came and said that the artifact would disappear. Tiny froze in place, stunned. Emerd Van Kuren squeezed the chair with his palm and said that it would be better if this was a stupid old man's dream. He added that if there is a chance to prevent trouble, the eternal vassal doubted, he would only be happy. Suddenly Tiny felt the lunar wolf bark demandingly inside him. Tiny looked down in shock. Suddenly he turned back and angrily asked the question, what? He mentally thought Hustle. He added that he had just left the castle. Hustle, meanwhile, covered himself with a black cloak and walked out of the gate. Some time later, Tiny was sitting on a lunar wolf, quickly running out of the city. He clenched his tense teeth and thought that lunar wolf also did not sense the demonic energy. He thinks the real Hustle was someone else. He asked the question, introducing Hustle, but why did he up and run? Tiny angrily said that the answer is obvious. He added that he needed to get evidence. Some time later, next to the pier there was a huge wooden ship, onto which people carried boxes. One of the men ordered the others to be quiet. He asked the question, why do they think they work at night? Suddenly Hustle began to approach them from behind. All the men looked at each other in surprise. One of them put his sword forward and angrily asked the question, who is it? Hustle took off his hood with a sharp movement and looked at them carefully. The men asked a question, Hustle? One of them asked the question, why is he already here? They said they were expecting him tomorrow. Hustle began to take off his cloak and replied that something had gone wrong. He threw it aside on the boxes and added that the king ordered to stay with that boy. The man was surprised and asked him a question, what? One of them said that he had just recently arrived to them. Hustle irritably put his hands on his hips and asked a question, and what is he thinking about? He immediately shouted for them to stop talking. He added that they should prepare to sail. The men immediately began to quickly run to the boxes and exclaimed that that's right. Suddenly, a ship exploded behind Hustle. Hustle turned back, mouth open in surprise. All the other men watched in shock. The ship burst into flames and began to sink into the sea. Tiny stood on board the sinking ship. With a grin, he asked the question, what are they doing here in the middle of the night? He called them the minions of the demon. Tiny jumped up from the ship. The men, meanwhile, began screaming that they were being attacked. They added in fear that someone was on the ship. Tiny at this time landed down with great speed, hitting the ground with a hammer. All the men standing nearby began to fly up and scream in pain. Hustle looked at this in shock and fear. The man next to him asked a question. Did he take down 4 in a second? Tiny asked the question, putting the hammer on his shoulders. No one wants to give up? The man clenched his teeth angrily. Another one exclaimed in fear that he was a monster. Tiny called them pathetic nobodies. Hustle dissatisfiedly suggested that he may be called a saint, but he is only at the expert level. He added that he was quite exhausted after all these jumps. Tiny grinned widely. Hustle pointed his hands to the side and shouted at the men not to be fooled. He added that it was just a trick to buy time and restore mana. Tiny said with feigned fear and excitement that his plan had been found out. Hustle called him a moron. He said as he took out his sword, he didn't expect him to come alone. Hustle began to quickly run forward, holding out his sword, and shouted that this was a great chance to get rid of him. Tiny swung his hammer and, agreeing, shouted back at him to try it. With a sharp movement, he parried the blow of the Hustle sword with his hammer. Hustle at this time reached out with his other hand for another sword. He swung his sword with a sharp movement so as to wound Tiny in the side. Suddenly he looked ahead with confusion. Hustle asked in shock, did he stop the sword? Tiny stopped the blade of the sword with a hand glowing with mana. With his other hand, he began to swing the hammer and shouted for it to start working already. Hustle's hands began to shake from tension. Tiny contacted Lunar Wolf. Lunar Wolf appeared behind Hustle and began to quickly run towards him. Hustle looked back in panic. Lunar Wolf scratched his back and continued running. He suddenly braked sideways and growled loudly. Hustle said with hatred that he was a freak. He asked the question, how dare he hurt him? Hustle looked at Tiny and said that he would tear him into small pieces. He began to gradually move the blade of the sword away from Tiny's body and said if he could forcibly cancel the call. Hustle suddenly started running towards the Lunar Wolf and shouted that even a summoner like him would be surprised. Tiny cursed angrily, taking a few steps forward. Pushing off from the ground, he jumped high. Hustle, meanwhile, began swinging 2 swords at the Lunar Wolf. He shouted that he would get rid of him first. Hustle added, putting his swords forward, that he would then kill his master too. He hit Lunar Wolf on the back several times. Lunar Wolf began to growl furiously. Tiny called Lunar Wolf with fear and undisguised excitement. Some time later, Lunar Wolf began to walk quickly. He quickly ran up to Tiny. Hustle clenched his teeth and followed him with his gaze in confusion. He turned around and thought it was strange. He mentally added that he had done a lot of damage. Hustle asked how he kept the draft repealed. He continued to look forward tensely and thought that this Tiny. He looked angrily at him and the Lunar Wolf, which was blue mana. Hustle mentally asked the question, did he only protect the target's attack area to reduce mana consumption? He brought his swords forward to attack and told him that he was funny. He added that he should have died. Meanwhile, Hustle's assistants appeared in front of Tiny, waving their swords, and shouted that they were attacking. They added that they would help Hustle. Tiny swung his hammer sharply, breaking the heads of all the men who were screaming desperately. Tiny jumped onto the Lunar Wolf and looked to the side smugly. He shouted angrily that he was a crazy beast man. Hustle opened his mouth in fear. Tiny meanwhile turned to Lunar Wolf, telling him that he was low on mana, so let him control the movement himself. Lunar Wolf barked obediently. Hustle, meanwhile, assumed that the king told him about him. Tiny looked at him in surprise. Hustle added gloomily that the old man had no sense of gratitude at all. Tiny pursed his lips in displeasure and looked at him from under his brows. He remembered how in the castle he asked a dissatisfied question, has Hustle left the castle? Emerd Van Kuren said that he is a man with countless stories. He added, looking down, that beastmans usually inherit the skills of local animals. He explained that sometimes mutants are born. The beastmans kill such children immediately because they remind them of the tribe of mermaids who opposed their god. Tiny turned to him, puzzled, and asked the question, what is he talking about? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, realizing. Emerd Van Kuren meanwhile continued that he somehow managed to survive. He lived away from his homeland, hiding his identity. He needed his features, so he voluntarily took the mana oath. Emerd van Karen suddenly started coughing, covering his mouth with his hand. He added that he kept his identity secret. Hustle began to walk towards the sea and asked the question, did he tell him anything else about him? He entered the part of the sand where the waves hit. Suddenly, water patterns began to develop next to his body, which gradually entwined his body. Tiny remembered how blood began to flow from Emerd van Karen's mouth. He added that if it turns out that he is an enemy, then he should not even think about fighting him near the sea. Tiny began to smile with undisguised excitement. Hustle's swords glowed red, with water patterns still swirling around him. Emerd van Karen said that he is a killer whale. Hustle crossed his two swords threateningly and looked forward angrily. A barely noticeable killer whale appeared behind him. Hustle got down on one knee, swung his sword downwards, and sent a stream of water towards them. Lunar Wolf and Tiny froze in place for a moment, looking at this. Lunar Wolf ran, saving them both from the wave. Tiny sighed and tried to keep himself from falling. Hustle swung his sword in front of him, sending a second stream of water towards them, and wished for them to die. The wave glowed with a pink aura. The pink glow coalesced into a circle, creating a large ball of water that moved towards the shocked Tiny. He looked at it dumbfounded and realized that the water had strengthened the Hustle's spiritual weapon. A powerful stream of water hid Tiny from view. Hustle grinned maliciously and asked the question, "Is that all?" He said in disappointment that he was very bored. Hustle saw a blue glow out of his peripheral vision. He looked in that direction and saw Tiny riding a lunar wolf. They escaped the water flow safely. Tiny raised a hammer over his head, from which white flashes of lightning flew off, and said that it would be better for Hustle to die in his place. Hustle crossed his swords in front of him and held off this attack. He thought excitedly that this guy had an extraordinary recovery speed. Tiny sent out a large burst of mana, trying to break through his block. Hustle put his mana into his swords for protection and realized that it would be difficult for him. If the battle drags on, the support squad will arrive in time. Tiny threw him aside with a scream. Hustle splashed into the water. Tiny asked in surprise, "Is he running away?" There was a splash of water and Hustle disappeared. Tiny angrily gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, saying that he was a scoundrel. Suddenly a shadow grew above him, and Tiny looked up in shock. Hustle said that he is definitely an unusual boy. A huge wave towered over Tiny. Through the thickness of the water one could see a monster killer whale, who said that he would deal with it later. Hustle, in human form, dived under the water and swam out to the open sea. Tiny clenched his fist in frustration and said that it was a curse. He can't chase him across the water. Lunar Wolf, as if confirming his words, barked angrily. Tiny looked into his eyes, dumbfounded, and saw the Lunar Wolf running through the air over the fields and forests. Tiny asked in surprise, "Is this walking on air? Did he just show him his special ability?" Lunar Wolf shook his head and barked in confirmation. Tiny asked in surprise, "If he helps him, will Lunar Wolf be able to use it?" He chuckled thoughtfully. Tiny apologized nervously and said that he was not yet ready to figure out how to do this. He made it clear that they would try this another time. Lunar Wolf sadly lowered his ears and whined. Tiny remembered the words of Hustle, who said that he would deal with him later. He repeated these words and, looking thoughtfully into the sea, asked the question, "What exactly is he planning?" After some time, Hustle looked into the dark cave. With his bare feet, he took a few steps forward and joyfully said that everything was fine, as he thought. Looking at the sorcerer, he said that Hale lived up to expectations. Hale angrily barked at him to shut his mouth. He said Litman was a scumbag. Litman squatted down in front of him and said that it was rude, because he was helping him. Although you can't tell it from him, he worries about him. Litman opened the bag, took out bread and said that if he did not eat, he would lose consciousness. He looked at Hale and asked the question, "What will they do with this monster?" The monster hit the protective dome and it cracked. Hale exclaimed in fear, looked at the monster, and put his hands in front of him. The monster glowed brightly with white light. Hale used magic to put him to sleep. Litman laughed cheerfully and asked the question, "Isn't this amazing? It's a miracle that they got the monster. If they let him go, he will telepathically contact his mother, and if they kill her, she will know about it too. Then it will only be a matter of time before Karun is destroyed. To save his hometown, he needs to try harder." Hale looked at him angrily and said that his people would be overtaken by God's punishment. Litman grinned, kicked the bag of bread, and said that this struck him on his birthday. His eyes flashing angrily, he said that he was simply taking revenge. Over time, in a cave, Hale asked, "Did he leave?" Using magic, he floated in the air and looked at the monster. Hale cast a spell and directed a stream of magic at the monster, which made a sound. Hale said emphatically that Litman's plan would not come to fruition. Over time, Tiny and Liam von Petersen appeared before the king. Liam von Petersen reported that after checking, they found out that all the movers were followers of the demon. Emmerd van Kuren asked sternly, "What about the cargo?" Liam von Petersen replied that it consists of items that are used in magical rituals. If you add up the cost of this, you get half the kingdom's annual budget. He put his hand to his chest and bowed respectfully. Emmerd van Kuren grabbed his head in despair and said that he should have doubted Litman earlier. He is both a mutant and a man who is burning with a thirst to show the world what he is capable of. He really proved his skill. Emmerd van Kuren asked in bewilderment why things turned out this way in the end. Tiny bowed respectfully and apologized for interrupting. He said he learned from Liam that little was known about his work. He had never heard of Litman. Emmerd van Kuren said that this was his wish. He thought he needed it to avoid being chased by werewolves. Tiny said he should have been suspicious. Ambitious people never hide. Liam von Petersen called his name indignantly. Emmerd van Kuren put his hand forward, signaling him to calm down, and said that everything was in order. He correctly noted, "He should have realized sooner. There is no use complaining about the past." Emmerd van Kuren looked at Tiny and asked if there was another way to track the demon's followers now that Hustle had escaped. Tiny smiled and said that of course there is. Everything will work out if he helps a little. Tiny mentally imagined that there was a wooden box on the ground, glowing with a dark aura. After some time, workers unloaded wooden boxes from the cart. One of them, who was inside, told the other to be careful. He asked irritably if this was his first day at work. Tiny, hiding his face under the hood of his cloak, climbed the stairs. He knocked loudly on the shop door. Jay appeared on the threshold, looked at him in surprise, apologized and said that they were closed for now. Tiny waved his hand friendly and asked how he was doing. Jay took a closer look at him and asked in surprise, "Is this Tiny?" He smiled broadly, took off his hood and showed his face. He looked at the wooden boxes and asked, "What are they?" Jay clarified by asking the question, "Is he talking about those things?" Over time, Jay summed it up by saying everything is clear to him. This is what he had to face. They sat together at a wooden table opposite each other. Jay said if Tiny has trouble identifying demon followers, then things get complicated. Tiny, putting his hands on the table, sadly replied that he simply did not have demonic energy. Jay asked in surprise, "What?" Tiny explained by saying that Hustle only teamed up with followers. Jay chuckled thoughtfully and said, "He understands, and there are such people." After a pause, he added that he was embarrassed to meet him in person. Tiny widened his eyes in surprise and looked at him questioningly. Jay added that he didn't expect Tiny to come. He wanted to show the true power of the Black Wing. Tiny rested his cheek on his hand, looked to the side and said with a smile that he still had a chance to prove himself. Jay also looked in that direction and asked a question in surprise. "Which one?" They both looked at the wooden boxes. After a while, Tiny noisily placed one box on the table. Opening the lid, he said that he had asked Emmerd van Kuren for a favor. Jay watched him with interest. Tiny with a smile extended the hand in which he was holding the scroll in front of him and announced that he had taken the remaining cargo. Tiny threw the scroll aside and said that he was sure that Black Wing had at least one expert with tracking ability. It's time for him to get down to business. Jay looked at him thoughtfully. Tiny ordered experts to check the entire cargo and identify all those guys. Jay looked at him uncertainly, trying to object. Tiny took out and threw various objects out of a wooden box and asked the question, "Where are his people? Let him call them." Jay's sweat dropped with excitement and sadly said that he was sorry to say this, but what he was asking for was difficult to fulfill. Tiny was holding a green toad in his hand, which he took out of the box. He squeezed her tightly in surprise, asking the question, "Why?" Jay said that they already tried to do this, but they were too careful and cleaned up all the evidence after themselves. He frowned sadly and looked down. Tiny grabbed his head and in despair shouted out the question, did he really go through all this suffering in vain? Jay connected the fingers of both hands and looked away to the side. The toad, frightened, also screamed along with Tiny. Jay said not really. Tiny, holding his head with his hands, stopped screaming and wailing and glanced at him with interest, asking what. Jay reported that almost all the belongings of the demon followers were in their possession. He looked at the many boxes and said there were a lot of them. You can't sell that much at once. He added with a smile that almost everything necessary for the ritual was there. Tiny looked at him questioningly, waiting for an explanation. Jay said that once, after surviving a fire, the city carefully began to catch everyone who had artifacts with them. He raised his index finger and added that this did not concern the materials. Tiny widened his eyes in shock. Jay continued, to create an artifact, a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 10 ingredients are required. Since they have lost almost everything, it will take a long time to reproduce the same amount. He happily suggested, asking the question, what if there was a store in Karun that sold all the necessary ingredients? They will have no choice but to go there to save time. Tiny's mouth opened in delight. He said it sounded great. Jay is good at more than just business. Tiny clenched his fist victoriously, thinking that Jay was great. He thanked him happily. The waiter came out from behind the boxes with a dish in his hands. Jay said with a smile that he was on time. He looked at Tiny and invited him to try what he had prepared for him. Tiny pursed his lower lip excitedly. Jay prepared to remove the lid from the dish and announced that it was a popular dish on their menu. He lifted the lid and revealed fried chicken on the plate. The aroma spread throughout the room. Jay reported that this is a whole Anaxan chicken. Tiny looked in fascination at the rosy chicken, from which steam was still emanating. He turned, movedly thanked Jay for this, and sadly said that now was not the time. Jay raised his index finger and asked him to just try it. Tiny broke off the chicken drumstick and said with excitement that so be it. He will bite once. He took a bite and widened his eyes in shock. After a while, Tiny looked at the empty plate and irritably asked himself, what nonsense. There was only one thought in his head, this dish tastes great. He licked the plate and asked why it was so delicious. Jay asked with interest what he thought. Tiny hesitated to answer, and Jay waited patiently. Tiny asked the question, why doesn't he give himself completely to this business? In his mind, he imagined Asgard von Valensha angrily cursing at him. Jay smiled flattered. He said he can now be proud of his skills. He was confident that they would be able to avoid arousing suspicion among the demon's followers. Resolutely clenching his fist, Jay suggested starting preparations for the search for the demon's followers. Tiny smiled with a satisfied look. Jay added that the chance will definitely come. 2 months later, people in black cloaks walked along a dark city street. One of them excitedly asked the question, is it really safe there? The second one smiled and said that he had already checked the owner. He is a good businessman. Founded a store to get rich. As they approached the door, the first man in a black cloak said in fear, this is disobedience to the order of the sergeant major. The second, trying to calm him down, said that he had already conducted an investigation. They entered the shop and looked around, deciding that they needed to spend their time wisely. Jay greeted them and asked what they wanted. The demon's follower showed a sheet of notes and said that they had heard that he had a good product. Let him bring what is on the list. Jay began to read the list through a magnifying glass. With a sly grin, he said that he understood. He remembered how they spent these 2 months preparing to open the shop and mentally said that it was not in vain that they worked hard. Jay smiled and said that he would prepare everything right away. He smiled welcomingly and asked them to wait a little. As he turned away, one of the demon's followers flinched in fear and asked the question, "Is his comrade sure?" The foreman clearly told them to be careful. Jay looked back at them over his shoulder and looked with contempt. While they were talking, a man in a black cloak walked alone along a dark street. One of the demon's followers said that it was much easier and faster. The sergeant major still won't know. The door to the shop opened, and the demon's followers began to shake in fear. Jay looked with interest to see who was there. The foreman mockingly said that they were having an interesting conversation. He asked a question. Maybe they could share it with him. One of the guys exclaimed in surprise that the foreman. Another guy excitedly asked the question, "Why is he here?" Jay mentally assumed that he was one of the companions. He mentally asked the question, "Will they tell him everything?" The dark magicians began to whisper among themselves. At this time, the foreman came down the stairs and rudely said that he could not stand it any longer. He raised his head threateningly and said that he could no longer tolerate their failures. He called them idiots and added that they were assigned an important task. The 2 guys looked ahead fearfully and gloomily. One of them began to scream when the elder's dark energy began to surround him, that he needn't worry. He added that they told him who their boss was and checked everything. Suddenly, his whole body began to shake and his eyes turned black. He started screaming very loudly in pain. Jay watched this in shock. At this time, someone shouted, asking to be forgiven. The guy who was burned alive said that he was very sorry. He won't disobey again. He knelt down. His cloak was burned. The next moment he fell lifelessly to the floor. The elder ordered another guy to clean up here. His last assistant obediently replied that yes. He immediately exclaimed that it was good. The elder approached Jay's cash register and asked him to forgive them. He said with a smile that they had great doubts. The elder added that everything was too much here. He began to attack Jay with his dark energy. He said that everything was on time. The elder snapped his fingers and his energy began to surround Jay in a huge stream. Jay began to scream desperately as the dark energy engulfed him and put his hands forward in defense. The elder watched him with a crazy look, his lips tightly pressed together. Some time later, someone called Jay's name. Jay tried to open his eyes, but his vision was blurry. Later his name was called again. Jay opened his eyes and noticed Tiny in front of him, who put his hands on him and demanded to call him by name. Jay leaned his elbows on the bedside table with the flasks and weakly asked the question, "Is this Tiny?" His jacket and shirt were burned. Tiny asked him a question with excitement, helping him get up. What happened? Jay frowned. He said that he was unlucky. Tiny asked again in fear, "No luck?" Jay began to remember past events. The elder of the dark magicians asked the question, "Is there a person who cannot use mana at all?" He thought it was very rare. He stood next to Jay, whose body was completely engulfed by his dark energy. The elder turned back, looking around, and said that he had good goods here. He put his palm forward, beginning to call back the dark mana. Jay began to cough very loudly, leaning his hand on the floor. Suddenly, someone threw a bag of money onto the table and several gold coins spilled out. Jay stood up weakly and looked to the side questioningly. The senior magician said that he would pay him generously, so he expects him to get more things. He added threateningly that if he tells anyone what happened, he will not get away with it. Jay stopped remembering. He leaned on his knees with a smile and said, "He is glad that he is not awakened." Tiny asked a question, stunned. "Will he just let this situation go?" Jay replied humbly, "He must be sure that he can finish him off at any moment." He looked to the side, seeing a burnt piece of cloth, and said, "Just like this time." Tiny began to lean on his knees as he stood up and said just because he couldn't use mana didn't mean he had to just let it go. He took the cloth and said that he was brave for leaving footprints behind. Tiny looked up angrily and said that they would call a professional ranger magician here. Jay looked ahead thoughtfully, without answering. He later explained that he wanted to check something first. Tiny asked him a question. "What?" Jay said, remembering past moments, that this incident may indicate a much greater danger than they think. The aura that emanated from the Duke during training was beyond human capabilities. The Black Magician felt this too. Jay looked down and sadly noted that perhaps his level was that of the captain of the 7th Corps. Tiny said, "No matter how dangerous it is, they need to figure it out at any cost." Jay looked at him hopefully. Tiny clenched his fist with a supportive smile and exclaimed that if it doesn't work, they'll just make it work. Jay looked at him in shock. He said that indeed. Tiny looked at him in surprise. Jay thought he deserved some credit. He stood up with his hand over his heart and said that he trusted him and would follow his orders. A month later, Tiny sat on the steps while the knights fought among themselves. He looked at the sheet in his hands, and as the music played, they were able to track the demon's movements. A couple of days later, a large magical ritual was recorded on the neighboring islands. He needs to ambush them together with the Black Wing. Tiny was tightly gripping the piece of paper. He thought that they were able to convey some information to the royal family, so they got help. Edgar Albert told Tannen Royer that he hasn't seen Liam von Petersen for a long time. Tannen Royer asked him a question, is he not on vacation? Tiny at this time thought that his lordship would also organize support for them. He asked a question, support? Suddenly the gate began to open with a loud creak. Truman stood in front of him and said that many knights were sent on vacation. Tiny looked at him confused. Truman added, starting to scratch his head, that Liam von Petersen also took a long day off. He added quietly, looking up awkwardly, that he would have to drink alone. Tiny asked him a question, hiding the letter in his clothes. Does Liam von Petersen have a good relationship? Truman answered animatedly that they were old friends and often drank together. He immediately remembered something and, putting his hand forward, said what exactly. Truman asked a question, would he like to join him for dinner? Tiny apologized in confusion as he stood up. Truman made a thoughtful sound. He exclaimed in confusion so that he wouldn't say that he was also going on vacation. Tiny said with a smile that it happened. Truman sadly lowered his gaze and said that he understood. He immediately added, exhaling, that he was sorry. Truman later wished him to rest well and return. Tiny thanked him. A few days later, day of the operation. Ships were approaching the castle. Someone said that a lot of knights were missing. They can't miss this chance. The palace doors began to open, and the same voice added that today. Today they will protect the divine item. Several knights stood in front of Humanitas. Tiny stood behind the wall, crossed his arms, and said that he thought so. He said it was good that he decided to stay. Suddenly the knights began to look around in shock. Tiny came out from behind the wall, leaning on his knees, and apologized to them. He said they were being too obvious. Tiny said with anger, but he did not know that he would also be involved. Tiny turned to Truman with venom.